Regatta for 2024. Just trying to get the volume right here around the venue, so hopefully you can hear and for the opening event of this huge regatta here in Geelong, the 2024 head of the Schoolgirls Race 1 is just a couple of minutes away, even less than that. In fact, now we're getting some shots already through from the start here of 3/8 lined up. So we're racing very soon here in Geelong for the 2024 head of the Schoolgirls. Welcome also to those joining us on the live stream this morning. It's we kick off with some of the good races here. The Female School Open 8 Division 1 is the opening event, which will also be the very last event of the regatta, the final race coming through late on Sunday afternoon. But for now, we have a series of four heats, first of all, in the Open Division 1 Female School 8. And they are on their way from the 1,500-metre start, the three crews, MLCQ in lane 1, Lauriston Girls lane 2, and Wesley College racing in lane 3. Down perfect conditions here on the Barwon in the early morning here of Friday's program. Four heats here in the Female School Open 8 Division 1. The winner of each of these four will go straight through to the semi-finals. And then second and third place to the repechage. So the winning crew this race will effectively take one round of racing off and move straight through to the semis. Notice here for those on course that all heads of rowing can now come and collect their regatta packs from the finish tower. All heads of rowing can collect, I should say, their regatta packs from the finish tower. They are available now. Good race here on the course, but between the two crews on either side of the course. So MLCQ lane 1 and Wesley College lane 3. MLC, probably one of the favourites for this event. They were A finalists last year. And they have now, after a tight battle with Wesley over the first half of the race, looked to have taken a lead on the lane there closest to our cameras on this northern side of the Barwon River. And they've got about a boat length lead down that crew from MLC of Jess Watson, Emily Davies, Claire Wong, Lucy Speed, Alessia Calcagno, Madeline Croker, Amy Crow, Evelyn Ford, Eliza Wong, coached by David McGrath. And they do look now to be well enough clear of Wesley College in second place. That's Jasmine Barrett-Judd, Olivia Nicholson, Jasmine Woolhouse, Sibylla White, Lucy Douglas-Hines, Caitlin Woods, Therese Matheson, Ella Davey, Holly Carter, and David Webster coaching that crew from Wesley. In the centre lane, it's Lauriston Girls, Eleanor Ryan, Isabella Wilson, Samantha Tallis, Charlie Ward, Mim Bosky, Olivia Schubert, Eloise Thompson, Charlotte Bond, Morgan Herbert, and Jack Steele, the coach of the crew from Lauriston. So it looks like this point, MLC will be the first of our qualifiers through to tomorrow's semi-finals. And an additional repechage race awaits then for the other two crews in second and third. Those repechages will take place in the first half of tomorrow's program. And then semi-finals tomorrow afternoon for these open Division 1/8s. And as I mentioned, the final of this event will be the very last race of the regatta on Sunday afternoon, just before 4 p.m. at about 480 or so races time. So lots to get through before then, but MLC look to take out honours here in the opening race of the regatta. They are clear by over a length now from Wesley in second place and Lauriston and Girls in third. As they head into the final few strokes of the race, a comfortable win in the end coming up to the crew from MLC. So MLC Lane 1 will take the win. Length and a quarter clear of Wesley College in second place. And then Lauriston Girls will finish in third. So MLC goes straight through to the semi-finals. One of the four crews to qualify directly from these four heats. Wesley and Lauriston into the repechage of the event, which will take place tomorrow morning. We await the second heat. In fact, the second heat is underway. It's heading through the 1,000-metre mark now. The boats on their way in Heat 2. And I can also see at Heat 3 lined up at the held start at 1,500 metres. So we've got, as will be the case, right through the regatta here. A couple of races on the course at the same time, coming down at 3-minute intervals throughout the 3 days of racing here. This is Heat 2 on screen now. That is the second heat of this Open 8 Division 1. Genazzano Lane 1. Loretto Toorak, the defending champions, are racing in Lane 2. And Geelong Grammar School in Lane 3. The three boats across the course here. Great shots there too from the bridge looking down the course. Wonderful vision from above as that blue boat of Loretto Toorak, who won this title last year for the very first time after 39 years of trying, and looking to go back-to-back now in 2024. And that blue boat certainly is well clear in Heat 2 here. The crew of Zoe Kritikidis, Neve Thomas-Leach, Olivia Carroll, Rowie Curry, Audrey James, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Maisie Richards, Lucy March, the Cox, and Connor McConville coaching Loretto this season, ahead of the crews either side of them from Geelong Grammar in 3 and Genazzano Lane 1. Geelong Grammar there in second with the Blue Blades. Annabelle McDonald, Ida Phillip, Miranda Warswick, Amy Barrow, Arabella Rigney, Aisha Yates, Rose Jones, Lulu Polglazzi, and Olivia Mann. And for Genazzano, we have Madeline Stewart, Sienna Giudice, Siobhan Peterson, Charlotte Hurlston, Sophia Moran, Georgie Kerr, Sophie Carter, Zoe Caldwell, and Sienna Wheeler, coached by Thomas Fisher and Peter Campbell. But it is Loretto certainly comfortably clear. That's Heat 3. We can see up on screen now as well. St Catherine's leading there in the middle lane, the early stages of that particular race. St Catherine's from Carey and also Furbank. Growing pretty tight there, certainly in the opening exchanges. That yellow boat of St Catherine's, who won this title 2 years ago, does look to be narrowly in front. But back here at the finish line, it is Loretto Toorak, who are approaching within about 120 metres now of the conclusion of this race. That tandem rig in the centre of the boat too. So the 4 and 5 seats both rowing on bow side in this boat. And they're at a fairly comfortable pace here, the Loretto Toorak crew. Around about 32 strokes per minute, but they're clear by a length and a half from Geelong Grammar School in second place. So Loretto Toorak, the defending champions, will go straight through to the semis of the Female School Open 8 Division 1 at the 2024 head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. Geelong Grammar finish in second place. They will go to the repechage along with the crew from Genazzano, about 2.5 or 3 lengths probably further back as they come across the line now and conclude the 1,500-metre course as well. We're racing in Heat 4. The last of our 8 races on the way now. So Heat 2 concluding in front of us here. Heat 4 underway at the 1,500-metre start, and Heat 3 at the midway point now of the race. There are the 3 boats coming down Heat 3. Carey Grammar in lane 1, St Catherine's in 2, and Furbank Grammar in lane 3. This, on paper, looked to be the most interesting heat, with both St Catherine's and Furbank, you'd think, having designs on a direct qualifying spot through to the semis, and that's exactly how it's playing out. It was St Catherine's earlier on who looked to have their boat in front, but now, if anything, Furbank may just have edged ahead into the final 500 metres of the race. They're passing under the pedestrian bridge, which is adorned with banners already in the early stages of this regatta. It does look to be a narrow lead to that crew from Furbank. Zoe Page, Emily Grace, Sienna Morgan, Maya Page, Cassandra Zissis, Frankie Diva, Ella Bailey, Poppy Dalton Morris, and Aurelia Fife in the bright yellow there of Furbank. Beside them, the crew from St Catherine's, Millie Tulloch, Emily Snell Bliss, Catherine Ross, Sienna Rigg, Rhea Werner, Scarlett Shelton, Sophia Purton, Emma Peel, and Scarlett Pringle, coached by John Saunders. And the third boat in the race is the one from Carey in lane 1, Pippa Martin, Ariel de Hayden, Jessica Newnham, Maya Seabury, Zoe Beasley, Lily Moore, Charlie Barker, Gabby Price, and Pippa Kluge. Our quads lining up too for Division 1. We'll have a series of 4 heats also in the open quad scull on the course next. But for now, this race continues between Furbank and St Catherine's, about to pass under the last of the bridges across the course here, with still not much between these two. A direct qualifying spot to the semis on offer for the crew here that it can edge the other out, and still looks to be Furbank ever so narrowly from the St Catherine's combination, and about 2.5 lengths back to Carey, who certainly will finish in 3rd place. But the Furbank crew is finishing the better of these two here. Certainly a stronger second half of the race for the crew there in the bright yellow colours of Furbank Grammar School, with a couple of strokes to go, and they'll be the crew that goes straight through to the semis of the Open 8 Division 1 from Heat 3. Furbank Grammar in 1st place, almost the whole length in the end over St Catherine's. So a very strong finish indeed to the crew from Furbank. St Catherine's 2nd will go to the repechage, and Carey Grammar lane 1 will finish in 3rd place, and they also will progress to the repechage of the Open 8 Division 1. So the field for the next round starting to sort itself out. As expected, MLC winning the first heat, Loretto Turak the second. Furbank there take out Heat 3, and we also have, as our quads get underway, we also have on the course Heat 4 between Geelong College and Melbourne Girls Grammar School. That race about halfway down the course as well. Fantastic conditions right along the Barwon here today. You can see there our quads moving up to the held start platform for what will be Heat 2 to get underway shortly. That's the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, certainly leading here in Heat 4 of the Open 8 Division 1. The Lane 3 combination from Melbourne Girls Grammar. Matilda Heyman, Adelaide Banks, Megan Barrow, Lily Wallace, Lulu Burney, Samantha O'Keefe, Maddie Clifford, Emily Anthony, and Audrey Surace in the crew there for Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And a strong season so far, Melbourne Girls, especially over the in the 2,000 metre races. Having beaten Loretto Turak a couple of times already over the course of 2024. They finished 2nd last year behind Loretto, but then went on to win the national titles at Champion Lakes in Perth. And they're well placed to take out certainly their opening heat of their Head of the Schoolgirls campaign for 2024. Ahead of Geelong College, Lane 2, who'd be in 2nd place. M. Smith, Eliza Clancy, Eliza Savitas, Stella Benson, Lily Batruni, Santa McCardle, Hannah Dunton, Mackenzie Pugh, and Audrey Jantz, coached by Pam Westendorf. But it's a clear lead. About a length and a half it would be to Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the crew, towards the southern side of the course, with the lanes, as always, numbering from the left-hand side of the starter as they look down the course from the start. So lane 1 is on this northern side, the Judges Tower side of the course. Crowds, of course, on both sides of the Barwon across the weekend now, as has been the case for a few years. And certainly a clear win coming up here to Melbourne Girls Grammar School in the fourth and final heat of the Female School Open 8 Division 1. Just a couple of strokes to go for the crew in the dark blue colours of Melbourne Girls Grammar School, and they'll be across to take out a comfortable win in lane 3. So it is Melbourne Girls Grammar School who go through across of Geelong College, who'll finish in second place. So Melbourne Girls through to the semi-finals. Geelong College will race tomorrow morning's repechage in the Open 8 Division 1. From the 8s, we go to the quad scull. The Open Division 1 Coxed quad scull with 4 heats once again. 3 boats in the first of these 2 heats. And they are halfway through the opening heat already. And it may well be the second heat is racing as well. You can in fact see from that bridge shot both heats coming down the course at the same time. So closest to the camera, nearing, in fact, through the halfway mark of the race. We have heat 1, Cardinia International College in lane 1 there on the right of the screen. Fintona in the centre lane in that's lane 2, and Melbourne Girls College racing in lane 3. And it's a good race between the 2 crews on either side. Cardinia lane 1, Melbourne Girls College lane 3, with probably between those 2 a length or so back to Fintona in 3rd place. The progression the same here for the quad scull as it was for the 8s. First place only straight through to tomorrow afternoon's semi-finals. 2nd and 3rd will go via a repechage that'll take place on tomorrow morning's program, as they head now underneath the pedestrian bridge. And Heat 2 quickly follows those boats down the course. We have there Strathcona lane 1, Lowther Hall lane 2, and Corowa in lane 3. And a couple of highly ranked crews coming down in both of these heats. It may well be that Strathcona lead it from Corowa there in Heat 2. But in Heat 1, it is, in fact, that is the Corowa crew that we can see up on screen. Now, that is Heat 2 with the red colours of the Corowa School. And they are the leaders there of Heat 2. But Heat 1 continues to be between Cardinia and Melbourne Girls College as they come through with about 300 metres to row. The Cardinia crew in lane 1. Audrey Semyonov, Eliza Jenkins, Grace Holton, Eliza Dean and Charlotte McKinnon, coached by Wayne Nitschke and Anita Whitehouse. And then lane 3, Melbourne Girls College, Olivia Kafka, Imogen Otter, Sarah Lay, Gemma Watson and Lila Artavilla. There are clear top 2, but it's Cardinia still from Melbourne Girls College. Fintona in lane 2 between those 2, Michaela Spindler, Saskia Pezin, Priyanka De Silva, Mia McGavigan and Shari Peris there. So the Cardinia crew, who've rowed as Barwon Rowing Club for most of this season, being challenged but late now by Melbourne Girls College on the far side of the course. An early meeting of 2 heavyweights in this event, and only one can go straight through to the semi-finals. So it is Cardinia on this side of the course. Melbourne Girls College certainly finishing strong on the far side. I reckon they've got their boat in front too now. The crew from Melbourne Girls College with about 50 or 60 metres to row. It is Melbourne Girls College across on the southern side of the course. They clear by half a length and pulling away now from Cardinia too late in this race. So a strong finish indeed to the Melbourne Girls College combination. They'll win it by half a length. Melbourne Girls College first, Cardinia International College in second place, and just over a length back to Fintona, who finished 3rd on lane 2. So it's Melbourne Girls College who go through to the semi-finals. They can put their feet up until later in tomorrow's program. Meanwhile, the repechages for these open events will take place, will open the day, in fact, tomorrow. So the crews finishing 2nd and 3rd in these heats will be back on the water early tomorrow, whereas the winners have until tomorrow afternoon to recover and prepare for the cutthroat racing of the semi-finals to come. Often some of the greatest races of these regattas are in the semis, where they're racing often for just 2 spots to go through to the A final. Heat 2 of the Open Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull sees Strathcona lane 1, Lowther Hall lane 2 and Corowa lane 3. We did have some shots of this up before on the live stream with the Corowa crew looking to be well placed, but Strathcona here as well in those, again, those distinctive coral colours. They're racing in this year for the first time. Strathcona won this event 2 years ago ahead of Wrighton Girls, their first ever win in the quad scull event, but Wrighton returned to their dominant streak in 2023. We'll see them coming up shortly as well in Heat 3. In fact, that is the Wrighton crew with the yellow caps coming down the course now further back up. And they do look to be well clear of Toorak College, their only competition in Heat 3. But as Heat 2 nears the conclusion, it is a good race between Strathcona, Lily Douglas, Jasmine Harvey, Leah Leeton, Phoebe Borgia and Esther Young. And on the other side, Corowa, Nellie Whithouse, Mia Tan, Elizabeth Robson, Abby Sharrock and Julia Rogers. The two crews here going for one qualifying spot, just as we saw in the previous heat between Melbourne Girls College and Cardinia. Now it is Corowa and also Strathcona, those two crews heading into the final 150 metres of the race, and still looks to be a narrow lead to the Corowa crew there on that southern side of the course. They are just holding off Strathcona by probably, in fact, the best part of a length it would be as they close in on the finish here. So it looks like the Corowa crew have just about done enough now to book themselves a spot in the semi-final of the Open Division 1 female school Cox Quad Scull. They do indeed have a Clearwater lead now with a couple of strokes to go, and the wind will go there to the boat with the red shell of Corowa coming across to take the win in race 6. Corowa first, Strathcona finished second. Will go to the repechage, and third place, some 4 or 5 lengths further back, will go to the crew from Lowther Hall of Zoe Peck, Dia Siegel, Leontine O'Brien, Ruby Ivers and Grace White, coached by Tessa Brady Welsh, and they'll also qualify for the repechages of the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Wrighton girls, the defending champions in this event. In fact, the dominant crew in this event over the past decade or so. And that is them up on screen now, about 2/3 of the way through their third heat of the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Wrighton leading comfortably from Toorak College. And then in Heat 4, we can see that Gibson Grammar are leading it pretty comfortably from Ballarat Grammar as well. Gibson Grammar there in the dark green colours, ahead of Ballarat Grammar School. So just 2 heats of 2 boats each to conclude these heats in the Open Division 1 at Cox Quad Scull. So Heat 4 there just through the first 500 metres or so. Heat 3 but nearing its conclusion, and it's Wrighton leading very, very comfortably as they pass under the shadow of the bridge on the course there. The Wrighton crew of Lucy Gillen, Sarah Haben, Grace Hereford, Asher Gowans and Pippa Reid. Leading it from Toorak College, lane 3 in second place, Charlotte Logan, Layla Purcell, Sophia Miller, Lucinda Johnson and Saskia Schwartz. The combination there for Toorak College. Some probably 3.5 to 4 lengths between these two crews. So Wrighton certainly looking very, very comfortable out in front. They've also, of course, won, I think it's about 5 national titles in recent years as well in this Quad Scull event. And they'll be heading to Penrith next week to look to add another to that impressive collection. They come home here several lengths clear, certainly, of the crew from Toorak College. So they'll comfortably go through to the semis of this event. About 31 strokes per minute there as they come across the line. So an easy win to Wrighton in race 7, the third heat of the Open Division 1 female school Cox Quad Scull. And they win it by about 4 lengths ahead of that Toorak College combination, who will go through to the repechage to take place tomorrow morning. So 3 heats concluded. The 4th well on its way, and that is now the crew from Ballarat Grammar School, we can see on lane 3, who are chasing Gippsland Grammar in this race. Gippsland have gone out hard to try and win the quad event this year. They've got a couple of winning single scullers from last year in this crew, who've combined now into the quad scull of Ruby Lindray, April Harrison, Scarlett Tavaski, Ella Durand, and Lucy Hodges. And they've got a lead of some probably 2.5, close to 3 lengths, in fact, on Ballarat Grammar School in second place. Zoe Wright, Eloise Adam, Addison Maxted, Georgia Welsh, and Amy Gilby. They are coached by Andy Tyndall. Gippsland Grammar School also, I know, are going up to the Nationals at Penrith next week. So, of course, it's all at this stage about winning this event. But after Sunday, they'll make the road trip up the Hume Highway, as many of us have to do, quickly after this regatta concludes, and be up at the Olympic course at Penrith. The National Championships taking place this week. So Gippsland Grammar School, but have some business to finish here, of course, still in this open Cox Quad Scull event. They're clear now by still about 2.5 lengths from Ballarat Grammar School behind them in second place. So it'll be a comfortable enough qualification, it would seem. That margin shrinking late in this race. I think that Gibson, with, as I said, a big 10 or so days of racing ahead of them, probably content to conserve some energy here. And Ballarat Grammar School have closed within about 1.5 lengths in the closing strokes of the race. But it will be a comfortable win, certainly, to the crew from Eastern Victoria. Gibson Grammar School come across and by about 1 2/3 lengths take out Heat 4 of the Open Division 1 Female School Cox Quad Scull. Gibson Grammar first. Ballarat Grammar will finish in second place. And that does conclude the 4 heats now of the Open Division 1 Female School Cox Quad Scull, with Gibson Grammar, Wrighton Girls, Corowa, and also Melbourne Girls College, our semi-finalists to qualify directly. And then repechage is coming up tomorrow morning for that event. There's 2 heats now in the Open Division 1 Female School Coxed 4. There are, in fact, just 4 entries in this event. And as is so often the case, it's the Ballarat schools who dominate proceedings here. And we have probably the top 2 drawn together here in this first heat. The top 2, at least, from the recent Head of the Lake Regatta. Ballarat Clarendon, the winners there, racing in lane 2. Also the defending champions in this event. Had a very strong couple of years in the Cox 4, of course, have Ballarat Clarendon. And Loretto Ballarat in the yellow colours there in second place behind them as they have come through under the pedestrian bridge. So around about now 400 metres to race. It's a clear lead, certainly, at Ballarat Clarendon. But with just 4 entries, of course, all 4 will qualify for the final. So it's essentially a race for lanes here. The winner of this race will take the centre lane in the final, or one of the 2 centre lanes. And the second place crew will obviously be in an outside lane, so that can make a difference if conditions are challenging on Sunday afternoon. But otherwise, these 2 crews who've raced each other quite regularly, having a comfortable hit out here over the 1,500 metre course. And after this, they in fact won't race again until I think it's the second last race of the regatta on Sunday afternoon. So Ballarat Clarendon out in front here. Phoebe Marr, Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis, Annabelle Maloney, Taya Kirsanovs and Cooper Knoll, coached by Nikki Plakinski. And Loretto Ballarat lane 3, Lavinia Cushing, Tilly Stringer, Mia McTeague, Rosie Hunt and Tia Kinnersley. About 2.5 lengths the difference between these 2 schools from Ballarat. But Ballarat Clarendon continue their winning run here on the waters of the Barwon River. And they'll look to win 3 in a row on Sunday afternoon in the Open Division 1 Female School Cox 4. And they come across now for a comfortable enough win. So Ballarat Clarendon first and Loretto Ballarat in second place. But both crews through to the final. Race 474, so a long way away from where we currently sit at race 10. But race 474 will be the final of the Open Division 1 Female School Cox 4. It will feature both of those 2 crews. And Ballarat Clarendon will have themselves in the centre lane by virtue of their win in that opening heat of 2 in that event. Two crews on the course here in race 10. It is the second heat of the Open Division 1 Female School Cox 4. And that is the crew from Caulfield Grammar School who are racing in lane 3. That is Christina Anthony, Grace Maskill, Sophie DeVal, Ava Pigeon and Layla Beckwith. That is no coach listed, but I'm sure that's the Hannah Everigg Hall coached crew. So it is the top 4 rowers there from Caulfield Grammar School. So it may have been a bit hasty to list Ballarat Clarendon as favourites for this event, because Caulfield Grammar certainly targeting this as well. Alone amongst the Melbourne schools, taking on the 3 crews from Ballarat, and that's the light blue colours there of Ballarat High. One of the improving programs too on Lake Wendouree in the past couple of years. That is their crew of Audrey English, Natalia Jenkins, Emily Coots, Michaela James and Huang Marbella. They are coached by Olivia Spagnolo and Robert Simmons. But the lead certainly is with the combination from Caulfield Grammar School. Great conditions here as the sun continues to rise on the Barwon here. Slightest of ripples on the water, but good conditions. And our double sculls racing here, and it's been that's the Shelford combination who look to have come unstuck in the opening strokes of their heat. So unfortunate there for Gemma Bear and Millie D of Shelford Girls Grammar School. That's our next race coming down the first heat of the Open Division 1 double scull. Cardinia there in the centre lane, and there should also be a crew from Genazzano sitting outside them in that double sculls race. Shelford recovering now, but will end up a few lengths behind by virtue of just steering off. Of course, you can see on that great bridge shot to the slight bends. There are two slight bends in the 1,500 metre course, so the uncoxed boats, especially the double sculls, do need to be very aware of their steering. But back here at the finish line, it is Caulfield Grammar School leading still from Ballarat High by probably the best part of 3 lengths now. So a strong finish indeed, certainly, has come to that Caulfield Grammar School combination, who will book their lane alongside Ballarat Clarendon in the final of the Open Division 1 Female School Cox 4 as they powerfully push their way across the line now to conclude race 10. Caulfield Grammar School in first place, and they'll get home by about 3 lengths ahead of the crew from Ballarat High on lane 2. Just a bit of a steering issue late there too for Ballarat High, but they've got across in any case in second spot, and they'll all go through to the final in any case, the crews there. So Caulfield Grammar beat Ballarat High in Heat 2, and Ballarat Clarendon beat Loretto in Heat 1. To the double sculls, and there is that Shelford combination on screen now. Gemma Bear and Millie D on the northern lane, who did have some steering issues early on. I can't spot the crew from Genazzano who were listed here, so it looks like just a heat of 2. Cardinia is certainly the very, very comfortable leaders. Ella Treffry and Violet McGregor, coached by Anita Whitehouse and Wayne Nitschke. Another of that substantial Cardinia contingent who've been training out of the Barwon Rowing Club, just around the corner here on the Barwon River. So Cardinia leads Shelford. It is first only to go through to the semi here from this first heat. First heat of 4 too in the Open Division 1 double scull event. So as it's looked for quite some distance, it's Cardinia comfortably clear of Shelford, of course, with that steering issue early on where they went very close to the bank of the course. And seemingly as compensation, the Shelford crew now very close to the boys dividing lanes 1 and 2. So they are sticking well away from the bank now, but do sit around about 3 lengths behind this lead crew from Cardinia International College, who know these waters very well here on the Barwon River. Although if I say that, they do start to hit a buoy, or hit a couple of buoys, looks like, on their way down the course. They have corrected their steering now, but just under 30 their rating. So comfortable enough indeed for Ella Treffry and Violet McGregor of the Cardinia International College, who will come across and take the win in race 11, the first heat of 4 in the Open Division 1 Female School Double Scull. Cardinia first, and Shelford, Gemma Bear and Millie D will finish in second place. It does seem just the 2 crews in that race. There was a Genazzano double listed in lane 3, but they're not haven't officially scratched, but also not visible on course. So we'll go to Heat 2, this is definitely a 3-boat race. The second heat of the Open Division 1 Female School Double Scull. St Catherine's lane 1. Albert Park College, the comfortable leaders, as expected, I'd suggest, in lane 2. And Christian College Geelong racing in lane 3. 2 very good doubles from Albert Park College. We'll see in these next 2 heats, in fact. This is Ella Kilpakowski and Alice Roberts in the centre of Heat 2, coached, of course, by Virginia Lee. And they've got a strong lead, certainly, Albert Park, on St Catherine's, who'd be second, Samantha Hine and Grace McLaughlin. And then Christian College Geelong, lane 3. In third place, Sophia Knight and Billy Ballard. They are coached by Adrian Keats and Peter White. That combination from Christian College. again, I suspect to be part of the Barwon Rowing Club, but of course, all competitors here racing for their schools in the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. So we do see a few names on the program who don't appear at most of the regattas throughout the season. But at Knight and Ballard rowing here for Christian College Geelong. But it's a strong lead certainly to Albert Park College. Light blue colours there with the bright yellow A on their back. Ella Kilpikoski and Alice Roberts. Very good chance, Albert Park College, you'd think, to get potentially two crews through to the final of the Open Division 1 double scull here. We'll see their next combination coming down shortly in race 13, the third heat. But it is a controlled rhythm here from this lead crew. You know they've got a big weekend up ahead of them, of course. But they will go straight through to the semi-final, so they'll be able to skip the repechage round of racing. They're rating on 28, the lead crew here from Albert Park, so only a couple of strokes to go. And they will record a comfortable win in the second heat of the Open Division 1 female school double scull. Albert Park College, Kilpikoski and Roberts finished in first place. They are through to the semi-finals directly on tomorrow afternoon's program. St Catherine's will finish second. Samantha Hine and Grace McLaughlin. And then third will be the Christian College Geelong combination on the far side of the course. St Catherine's across there in second. And then lane 3, Christian College Geelong still to come and complete the course. Just 3 or 4 strokes to go for Sophia Knight and Billy Ballard. They'll finish third and go through to the repechage. Here comes race 13, the third heat of the Open Division 1 female school double scull with Ava Maria College in lane 1, Albert Park in lane 2, and Loretto lane 3. And also on screen there we have the fourth heat. That's Shelford Girls Grammar leading Gibson Grammar. It appears in heat 4. That race still in its first 500 metres. But nearing its conclusion, it is once again Albert Park College comfortably clear here in Heat 3. Saskia Payne and Lulu Gleeson-Payne, the combination here from Albert Park, who are the very, very comfortable race leaders. Again, those light blue colours. They do look to make it certainly 2 wins from 2 heats here in the Open Division 1 female school double scull. The second Virginia Lee coach combination, who lead it by several lengths now, certainly from Loretto Ballarat, who'd be second. That's Olivia James and Charlotte Halsall. And then Ava Maria College, Ava Elwood and Carla Stanovich, who are coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Buttrell. So that would be Essendon Rowing Club members racing for the Ava Marie College in this particular heat. But here are our leaders. And again, it's a very comfortable, controlled, well-drilled crew here from Albert Park College who come across and take their second win in as many races. Albert Park first on lane 2. So 2 crews straight through to the semi-finals from that program. Second will go to the yellow and blue colours of Loretto College from Ballarat. Olivia James and Charlotte Halsall still a little way from the finish line. And also then that combination from the Ava Maria College, who will finish in third place. So Loretto Ballarat will finish in second place. They come across the line now, James and Halsall. And then Elwood and Stanojevic of Ava Maria College. But they are rowing certainly in the colours of the Essendon Rowing Club, the distinctive red and black. And here is lane one, Ava Elwood and Carla Stanojevic of the Ava Maria College in Aberfeldy, I've just learnt, in the western suburbs of Melbourne. Call for Monica Henry. Monica Henry, can you please come to the finish tower? We have an item of lost property that you'd probably like back, please. Monica Henry to the finish tower, please. Fourth and final heat of the Open Division 1 female school double scull between Gibson Grammar and Shelford Girls Grammar School. I was lucky enough to meet the Gibson Grammar girls just before the first race, and I had some pronunciation advice come through, so we'll try and get that right as they make their way down the course. But Shelford lead it. Hannah Coughlin and Isabel Higgins, the leading crew from Shelford, in lane 3. And then Gibson Grammar School lane 2. Zoe Hernline and Anastasia Buhajar, the second place crew. In fact, Bahaja, I think we worked out, was the correct pronunciation, so we might have finally got that one correct. But Gibson Grammar School in second place. Shelford Girls Grammar School, the comfortable race leaders, certainly by around about 5 or 6 lengths from the Gibson combination. So Shelford looks set to go through to the semi-finals here in this final heat of the Open Division 1 double scull. A single sculling race is also underway behind them, but it'll be Shelford Girls Grammar School here. Hannah Coughlin and Isabel Higgins, who also go through to the semis of the Open Division 1 female school double scull in the white boat there for Shelford Girls Grammar. And then approaching the finish line in their yellow shell, it is the combination from Gibson Grammar. So Zoe Hernline and Anastasia Buhajar, who will come across shortly and take out second place. And they are through to the repechage of the Open Division 1 female school double scull. A big series of heats now coming up in the Open Division 1 female school single scull. 8, in fact, in total. Heat 1 is nearing the finish. Rosie Beadle for Wrighton in lane 1. Evangeline Broad of Xavier High School in lane 2. And Elizabeth Brahout of Christian College Geelong in lane 3, who is our comfortable leader here, coached by Anita Whitehouse and Wayne Nitschke for Christian College Geelong. And no doubt also a member of the strong sculling program at the Barwon Rowing Club. And a good race for second. Maybe Evangeline Broad of Xavier High, who is rowing in the colours of the Corowa Rowing Club of the far south of New South Wales for her school here, Xavier High School. coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd, and then Rosie Beadle of Wrighton Girls. But first only will go through to the quarterfinals here with a huge field in the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. And the winner will indeed be Elizabeth Brahouts of Christian College Geelong, who comes across on lane 3 to take out a comfortable win here in this opening heat. It will be Evangeline Broad of Xavier High, who'll finish in second place. And then third will go to Rosie Beadle of Wrighton. So with a big field of entries here, there are quarterfinals required in the Division 1 single. Here comes a Rosie Beadle from Wrighton, who'll cross in third place. She'll go through to the repechage along with Evangeline Broad. And the repechages will take place tomorrow morning for the Open Single Scull, and then the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon. Then it'll be semi-finals Sunday morning and the finals on Sunday afternoon. So a big program ahead of these rowers in the Open Division 1 single. And in fact, a number of the single sculling events with some pretty big fields. So here comes Heat 2 now. Does feature in lane 1, Lily Rose Hallcrouse from Seymour College. Matilda Liu of Ballarat Grammar School in lane 2. And Alice Joyce of Christian College Geelong racing in lane 3. So an interesting clash here between probably two of the favourites for the event, as the random allocation to heats would have it. Two of them drawn together here across a field of 8 heats. That is Lily Rose Hallcrouse, rowing now in the colours of the Rutherglen Lake Rowing Club, which she's recently moved to from the Gambie. And she sits on the inside lane. And then Alice Joyce, who's coached by Tony Lawless at Christian College Geelong, is across in lane 3. She is the state champion, Alice Joyce. So certainly one of the favourites for this event. And in between those two sits the sculler there from Ballarat Grammar School in the centre lane. That's Matilda Liu in lane 2. Just drifting a little bit off to the bow side of her lane. But she is several lengths behind our leading 2 scullers. And Lily Rose Hallcrouse finished third at the state championships. Alice Joyce, the winner of that event. So 2 of the top 3 drawn together in this heat. And putting on a very good race too in this opening race for them at this regatta. It does look from here to be possibly just the sculler from Seymour College, Lily Rose Hallcrouse, but very tight between those two. And hard to line them up precisely across the course with a vacant lane in between them. But that there is, in fact, that's Beatrix Hearn from Sacred Heart on screen now, racing in Heat 3, which is making its way down the course. So another of the Geelong-based scullers. But it does look to be now Alice Joyce from Christian College Geelong, just pushing herself ahead now of Lily Rose Hallcrouse from Seymour College. The 2 scullers still on opposite sides of the course. So the winner here will get tomorrow morning off and can wait for the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon. It does increasingly likely look that will be the sculler from Christian College Geelong, Alice Joyce, extending her lead now certainly on Lily Rose Hallcrouse of Seymour College. And in fact, she's pulled well clear late in this race and will take it out by probably the best part of 3 lengths. So a very strong finish certainly to the state champion and probably the favourite for the event in Alice Joyce, who comes across now and takes the win comfortably enough in her opening heat. Lily Rose Hallcrouse for Seymour College will finish in second place, and then third will be the Ballarat Grammar Sculler, Matilda Liu, in lane 2. That's race 16, the second heat of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. Action right across the course here, as is always the case when they're racing at 3-minute intervals. Our next heat lining up at the held start. Still waiting also on race 16 to conclude, with Matilda Liu of Ballarat Grammar School coming up into the finish section of the course now. We've got some 8s heading up to the start too for what will be the Division 2 Open 8 event, and that now is Beatrix Hearn from Sacred Heart here in Geelong as well, who is coming down as the leader in Heat 3. Although, as expected, she's having a pretty good battle with Clodagh McCarthy of Haileybury alongside her in lane 2. And then Footscray High School's Indiana Beatty is the third sculler in that heat. Here does come Matilda Liu of Ballarat Grammar School to conclude Heat 2. Just a couple of strokes to her, and she'll go through to the repechage. Will take place tomorrow morning. So Heat 3 is nearing the business end of the course, through into the final third now, and it's still a good race between Beatrix Hearn of Sacred Heart, who was 4th at the state championships, behind the 2 we saw in the previous heat, Alice Joyce and Lily Rose Hall-Kraus. And Clodagh McCarthy, rowing here for Haileybury, also had a very successful state championships, especially in the 2-seat events, where she combined with Katie McNeil for a number of medals. Clodagh McCarthy, coached by Susan Andrews at the Nagambie Rowing Club, but rowing here, of course, again for her school for Haileybury, but she sits about 2 lengths behind our race leader. So Beatrix Hearn is pretty comfortably clear in the closing now 200 metres of Heat 3. Heat 3 of 8 in the Open Division 1 female school single scull. Clear by about 2 lengths is the sculler from Geelong. And a good start to these heats, in fact, for the local scullers. Elizabeth Prahout took out the first heat for Christian College Geelong. Alice Joyce for the same school winning Heat 2. And now for Sacred Heart College, it looks to be Beatrix Hearn who'll make it 3 in a row for the Geelong schools. That run will come to an end after Heat 3 because there is no Geelong sculler in Heat 4. But good record nonetheless for the local scullers here from the Barwon River, and it is Beatrix Hearn who comes across in the colours of the Sacred Heart College to win Heat 3 of the Open Division 1 female school single scull. So Sacred Heart first, 3 lengths back to Clodagh McCarthy of Haileybury, who will finish in second place, coached by Susan Andrews. She's, of course, just a Year 10 student, Clodagh McCarthy, but racing in the Open single scull event. And she'll go to the repechage. And then from Footscray High School, we have Indiana Beatty, coached by Jonathan Sargent, who's the third sculler in this field. And she'll also qualify for the repechage of this event. The Footscray High School sculler just finishing here down lane 1 to conclude race 17. Indiana Beatty to complete the course too, and she will go through to the repechage as well in the Open Division 1 female school single scull. Heat 4 approaching rapidly as well. Kerry Grammar, Rosemary Morris is racing in lane 1. Anastasia McFarlane from the Scott School of Corowa in lane 2. And Octavia Thompson from Shelford racing in lane 3. And the lead is with the sculler from Corowa in the centre of the course. Anastasia McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. Picked up a double scull bronze medal at the state championships recently at Ballarat. Competing here, of course, in the single scull. And she's about 3 lengths clear of Octavia Thompson from Shelford. Octavia Thompson finished in 5th place in the single at the state championships too. So, again, one of the highly credentialed scullers in this very strong event, but sitting here in second place here behind the lead sculler from the Scott School in lane 2. So it's Anastasia McFarlane leading it from Octavia Thompson, and then Rosemary Morris of Carey Grammar in third place at this stage. So winner only again straight through to tomorrow afternoon's quarterfinals, and that does look certain to be the sculler from Cora, or the sculler from the Scott School at least, in this particular race on lane 2 with just a couple of strokes to go. It will be Anastasia McFarlane who comes across and takes out the win in race 18. 2.5 lengths clear of Octavia Thompson from Shelford, who will go to the repechage, as will the Carey Grammar sculler Rosemary Morris, lane 1, who will finish shortly in third position. So Rosemary Morris across the line now in third place as well. Distinctively coloured canvases there on her single scull as well. Look to be the matching Carey colours, in fact. So great uniform design there. So Carey finished third. That concludes race 18, which is the fourth heat. We're halfway through the heats of the Open Division 1 single. 4 still to go, and you can see our scullers making their way down the course now, in fact, in heat 5. Briefly saw a shot there of our sculler on the inside lane, going slightly a long way around, I think. So that was Phoebe Packer of the Scott School. In fact, this is, again, slightly bizarrely in the random draw heats, an all Corowa affair, although racing for 3 separate schools. So each of these scullers coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd from the Corowa Rowing Club, just across on the New South Wales side of the Murray River. But rowing for the Scott School in lane 1 is Phoebe Packer. For St Francis de Sales in lane 2, Imogen Tomlinson. And for Victory Lutheran College, lane 3 is Adelaide Robb. So of those 3 scullers from Corowa, I'd certainly expect Adelaide Robb to be the best place, and that is indeed the case as she comes through now with just under 500 metres, in fact, still to race. And it's a comfortable lead indeed to the sculler from Victory Lutheran. Also had success in some lightweight events. In fact, she did race the lightweight single at the state championships, finished in 4th place there, did Adelaide Robb. Right, still with Phoebe Packer of the Scott School in lane 1, who did appear to go the long way around early in the race. Danger, of course, of following the bank on lane 1 rather than following the Boyd course. But she's recovered well from that and sits certainly in a clear second place. And then in between those two, St Francis de Sales, Imogen Tomlinson, the lane 2 sculler, who'd be about 2 or 3 lengths further back. So an all Corowa affair here in heat 5. Certainly guaranteed 1 direct qualifier for the quarterfinals. Already saw Anastasia McFarlane of the Scott School win the previous heat for in the colours of the Corowa Club. So it's been a good set of heats for Corowa so far, and also for the Geelong Sculls we saw winning heats 1, 2 and 3. And it is fairly tight here between Adelaide Robb and Phoebe Packer. The closing strokes of this race. Ratings certainly down in both boats, especially as far as Adelaide Robb's concerned. Of course, we'll have to row at least 4 races to win the final of this event. So plenty to race for, but also interest in conserving energy here. And Adelaide Robb is doing exactly what she needs to do here, just holding in front of Phoebe Packer, but not expending too much energy, with plenty of cutthroat racing to come in this event. So Adelaide Rob it will be with a very comfortable pace there on the southern side of the course. She'll cruise across and take the win in Heat 5 of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. So it is Adelaide Rob for Victory Lutheran who take out Heat 5. Second by about 2 lengths goes to Phoebe Packer of the Scott School. And third, St Francis de Sales, Imogen Tomlinson in the red boat there in the centre lane will complete the Corowa trifecta in race 19, the 5th heat of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. But it is Adelaide Rob who, as expected, I'd suggest, goes through to the quarterfinals as well in the single sculling event. So 5 heats down, 3 to go. So heat 6 is approaching its conclusion. Sophia Lyons from Furbank is in lane 1. Kenesha Lee of Wesley in lane 2. And Freya Arndt from Shelford in lane 3. A clear lead, certainly, to the sculler from Furbank. And then a bit of a steering issue on the other side of the course, too. I think both the Wesley and Shelford scullers have moved across a lane or so. And hopefully we'll stay out of contact with each other. But it's a clear lead, certainly, to the Furbank Grammar sculler. Sophia Lyons. She was 14th at the state championships. So a B finalist there. But looking very comfortable out in front here in this 6th heat of 8. She would lead this race by probably the best part of 100 metres now. Still from Kenesha Lee of Wesley, who's corrected her steering somewhat and maintains a hold on 2nd place. And then Freya Arndt from Shelford. And lengthened a bit back in 3rd place. But the sculler from Furbank just has some boys to contend with here on her strike side. She manages to do that and has a clear run now to the finish line. And she will take out the 6th heat of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. So Sophia Lyons comes across in 1st place. She is through to the quarterfinals. 2nd and 3rd still to be confirmed. Kenesha Lee of Wesley does look to have it still over Freya Arndt from Shelford. Freya Arndt of Shelford was 16th at the state championship, so just a couple of spots behind Sophia Lyons. So that state's form remaining pretty accurate here. And Kenesha Lee of Wesley College in between those two will come across and take out 2nd place. So she will go through to the repechage tomorrow morning. And then 3rd place also in that repechage will be Freya Arndt, or series of repechages. In fact, there'll be about 8, I'd suggest, again, in this event to eventually work out who our quarter finalists will be. With so many entries, great to see in the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. But 2 heats remain. And the penultimate one is well and truly on the course now. In fact, approaching its conclusion between Caulfield Grammar School and Albert Park College. And also further down the course, we can see Corowa and Marion College racing in what is Heat 8. That's Alexandra Schumack there leading it from Madison Pasqualotto in Heat 8. And in Heat 7, well, you can see it's a fairly close affair between Mia Kachab of Albert Park College and Caitlin Rood of Caulfield Grammar. And they are the 2 we can see there now. A great view, of course, on the pedestrian bridge there for those who are watching the scullers come down the closing section of the course. Mia Kachab from Albert Park College finished in 9th place at the state championship, so just outside the A final there. But is well placed here to move straight through to the quarterfinals at least by just over a length ahead of Caitlin Rood from Caulfield Grammar School, who in fact finished 10th at the state championship. So these two are close together then, and they're close together here once again, but the order remains unchanged. It is still Albert Park, Mia Kachab, coached by Virginia Lee, who does lead. I'm not sure how Albert Park have found the space to train recently with a Grand Prix track being built around Albert Park Lake and their boat shed, but doesn't appear to have affected Mia Kachab here, who just extends her lead now. Some steering issues coming in late here for Caitlin Rood, who's right on the lane of boys between lanes 1 and 2. And it's Mia Kachab stretching out to about a 3-length lead now and extending all the way to the finish line. So Heat 7 will go the way of Albert Park College. 3 lengths clear in the end. Mia Kachab takes it over Caitlin Rood of Caulfield Grammar School. And she'll go to the repechage with a sculler from Caulfield. She'll race again tomorrow morning. And Mia Kachab through to the quarterfinals that will take place tomorrow afternoon. One single sculling race remains, and then as you can see on our shots from the start, we've got some Cox 4s lining up and 8s to follow. So we'll go back to the big boats shortly. That is the Division 2 Cox 4s on course now with, which is an all Ballarat affair, in fact, Division 2 of the Cox 4s. Ballarat Clarendon leading Ballarat Grammar School there in Heat 1. But before them, we have one more sculling race to conclude the 8th and final heat of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull, which sees Alexandra Schumack of Corowa leading it from Madison Pasqualotto of the Marion College. But she's another of the strong field of Corowa scullers in this event. But first place only will go through to the quarterfinals directly, and that does look likely to be the sculler from Corowa with a K, Corowa Anglican Girls School, of course, of Melbourne, Alexandra Schumack in lane 2, and then from the Corowa Rowing Club with a C of New South Wales in lane 3, Madison at Pasqualotto. So Alexandra Schumack from Corowa, who was another of the B finalists from the state championships. So ranked 11th in that event. So certainly on that form, would like to make her way certainly comfortably through to the quarterfinals. And then race on beyond there as well. It's a comfortable lead here, certainly. And she does pass under the shadows of the Harrison Bridge here, the road bridge that marks around about 200 metres from the finish line here at Geelong. And it's a strong lead indeed, certainly, to the sculler from Corowa. Alexandra Schumack ahead of Madison Pasqualotto of Marion College, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. Got a strong field of entries in this event, certainly the Corowa Rowing Club combination. But it certainly is the sculler from Corowa Girls School in Melbourne, Alexandra Schumack, who leads and leads well here in the closing strokes of this race. Just gone for a lift too late to really extend her margin of victory. A strong finish, certainly, to Alexandra Schumack from Corowa, who comes across now and takes the win. So it's Corowa first on lane 2. She's through to the quarterfinals. And second place, Madison Pasqualotto. We'll finish in second in about 2 or 3 strokes' time. So Marion College there in second place. That does conclude the 8 heats of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. Plenty of racing left for those scullers over the course of this weekend before their final on Sunday afternoon. But for now, it is back to the Cox Fours, the Open Division 2 female school Cox 4, where Ballarat Clarendon will lead this one from Ballarat Grammar School. So it's lane 3 in front here. Lucy Goodson, Taylor Mason, Maya Salmi, Charlotte Peel and Rose Burke, coached by Gabrielle Howard. They've got about 4 lengths on Ballarat Grammar School. In second place, Eve Cassidy, Jade Klein, Meg Shaw, Daisy Walsh and Ella Marshall. The combination there for Ballarat Grammar School. So an all Ballarat affair here in this Open Division 2-4, as is often the case. 4 entrants in total across these 2 heats, so all will qualify for the final. But as we saw in Division 1, Ballarat Clarendon making a statement in their opening heat, and they look set to claim the centre lane here in this event. The crew in the distinctive red colours there of the Ballarat Clarendon College. So dominant in Division 1 in recent years and looking very strong here in Division 2 as well, as they come across the line in their Bowcox 4, and they'll take the win in race 23. So Ballarat Clarendon will finish in first place and Ballarat Grammar School will be second. Second heat coming down in the Open Division 2 female school Cox 4, and some 8s also on the course behind them in Division 2. But that's the crew from MLC who look to have put themselves in a strong spot early in their opening heat, alongside Geelong College. And also Furbank Grammar School, in fact, coming into shot there in the bright yellow colours. The dark boat on the far side of the course. So a great heat coming up shortly in the Open Division 2 8, as they're just through the first few hundred metres of that race. But approaching the finish line here in front of us is the second heat of the Open Division 2 female school Cox 4, in which we see a clear lead of the crew from Loretto Ballarat ahead of Ballarat High. So it's going to be Loretto claiming the other centre lane alongside Ballarat Clarendon, who won the previous heat, as these 4 Ballarat schools will all qualify through to the final. So Loretto Ballarat there in the yellow colours. Ashley Carnes, Olivia Bell, Eliza Strawhorn, Eliza Ray and Tanisha Noakes, coached by Olivia Spagnolo and Ross Holding. In fact, that's the Ballarat High crew, I should say. The Loretto crew is Kate Connell, Annabelle Pidduch, Isabella Rosado, Bronte Malloy and Madison Lane, as they come across and take the win on lane 3. And Ballarat High will be in second place. That crew I read up before: Carnes, Bell, Strawhorn, Ray and Noakes, the combination there in the light blue of Ballarat High. But all 4 crews will go through to the final regardless, and they'll race again on Sunday afternoon. So a bit of a gap for these Open Cox 4s as they wait on the rest of the regatta to play out. But they will have their chance to race for head of the Schoolgirls medals on Sunday afternoon. These 4 schools from Ballarat who will take to the water again in a couple of days' time. So here comes Ballarat High. They'll finish in second place behind Loretto. So Loretto and Ballarat Clarendon, the 2 winning crews there in Division 2 of the Cox 4s. But then the Cox 8s are our next event. And, of course, as always, they are rapidly making their way down the course. We have 4 heats here. And this, I think, is our first 4-boat race of the day, with all lanes occupied across the Barwon River now. Furbank Grammar School in lane 1, Geelong College in 2, MLCQ in 3, and Carey lane 4. So plenty to race for still here between these top 3 schools, especially Furbank in 1, Geelong College in 2, MLCQ in 3, maybe just sneaking their boat ahead now, and then back to Carey Grammar in 4th position. But it's the winner only here to go through to the semi-final. The rest will race the repechage. So repechage means potentially 2 races tomorrow for these 2 crews if they're to make their way through into the semis as well. So MLC lane 3, Lily Zima, Josie Martin, Olivia White, Emily Reinberger, Amaya Crawshay, Pearl Zima, Victoria Wilson, Georgie Dumbrell, and Maya Fordyce, the crew there, who were the first out of the shadows of the Harrison Bridge, ahead of the Geelong College in 2nd, Charlotte Hayden, Eva Chalmers, Madeline Bozanovsky, Lucy Radin, Emily Foote, Evie Kemp, Phoebe Knight, Molly Larson, and Claire Chisholm, coached by Pam Westendorf, who are just ahead then of Furbank Grammar, Steffi Jackson, Indy Dark, Josephine Fay, Sienna Thomas, Jacqueline Nolan, Chloe Gall, Matilda Chard, Lucy Featherston, and Isabella Watts, our top 3 crews. But the lead is with the combination from MLC in this Open 8 Division 2, and they're stretching out now to be just over a length clear. In fact, it'll be from the Geelong College in 2nd place. So MLCQ will book their spot in the semis of the Open 8 Division 2. Geelong College finished 2nd. Furbank will take out 3rd again, just about a length or so between those crews. Very distinctive dark boat there also for the Furbank Grammar combination, and about 2 lengths back to Carey Grammar in 4th place on the far side of the course. Speaking of the far side of the course, can we remind spectators there to keep the banks clear? Do not stand on the bike path or on the bank close to the water. Can you please make sure if you're going to watch from that side, you do so on the area that's been built there behind the advertising sign. So please head up onto the higher section to watch the racing if you're on the southern bank of the course, and leave the bike path and the banks clear for the coaches moving through at pace on their bikes. But that raised area has been built for your spectating pleasure, so please watch the racing from up there in the enclosures. Don't forget too, the purple recycling bins are back at this weekend's regatta, so please ensure you pay close attention to the various recycling bins around the venue, and make sure you do put the right material in each of those bins. But the purple bins we saw for the first time at the state championships a few weeks ago, and again they are here throughout the venue. They've got signs on telling you what can and can't go in, so please check your recycling carefully and make sure you put the right product in the right recycling bins. Race 26, the second heat of the Open 8 Division 2. Again, a field of 4. Wesley College in 1, Shelford in 2, Geelong Grammar in 3, and St Catherine's racing in lane 4. Almost 2/3 of the way through the race. The lead is with St Catherine's at this stage. 3rd in this event last year, St Catherine's, behind Loretto and MLC. Saw MLC take out the opening heat. Loretto will be in heat 3. Probably the favourites for the race again this year, you would think. But St Catherine's leading it here. In fact, it's not St Catherine's, it's Geelong Grammar who lead here. It's, of course, the crew with the light blue blades there in lane 3 who are our race leaders. That is the combination of Flora Gillies, Sasha Laidlaw, Bella Haig, Leonie Kasasi, Papton, Manon Parenk, Emma Martin, Lily James, Alice Bowler, and Lily Power, who lead this for the Geelong Grammar School on lane 3. And then the race for second between the 2 crews on either side of the course. Wesley College in 1, and St Catherine's over in lane 4, but those two are both a length or so behind our race leaders from Geelong Grammar School. Again, another crew racing on their home waters, and they're clearly in front now by probably closer to 2 lengths, in fact, from the rest of the field. St Catherine's might just be second. That is Saskia Coleman, Melanie Young, Izzy Monaghan, Sophie Farah, Zara Hoban, Emma Hibbins, Erin Lee, Chloe Barber, and Rachel Carton. And then third to be Wesley, Lola Gorton, Choden Mason Marks, Holly Thomas, Bonnie Maguire, Ebony Harridge, Zali Wheatley, Zara Pinnan, Emily Sparrett, and Alessi Keneally in the boat there for Wesley, ahead also of the crew from Shelford Girls Grammar School. So similar shades of light blue here in these two leading crews, but it is certainly the combination from Geelong Grammar School who leads in that white boat on lane 3, and they will come across in a couple of strokes' time to take out the win in this second heat of the Open Division 2 8. It'll be Geelong Grammar School through to the semi-finals directly. St Catherine's 2 lengths back will finish in second place. They will go to the repechage along with the crew from Wesley in the purple colours on lane 1. They're across into third place shortly, and fourth will go the way of Shelford Girls Grammar School in race 26. So Geelong Grammar, the winners there over St Catherine's, and they are through to the semi-finals. That's the blue boat there of Loretto Turek leading down in Heat 3 of the Open 8 Division 2. Field of 4 here. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, Loretto lane 3, Genazzano lane 4. And it does look as if Melbourne Girls Grammar and also Loretto are the clear top 2. Melbourne Girls College there in between those two. Probably a school better known for their quad sculls in recent years, but here in the 8s as well. They'd be sitting third or fourth in a battle with Genazzano. But the race for the lead is on between lanes 1 and 3. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 1 and Loretto Turek in lane 3. And they were the top 2 at the state championships, with Loretto beating Melbourne Girls there by about 6 seconds over 2,000 metres on Lake Wendouree. You'd expect them certainly to be our top 2. And the Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination down the inside lane. Doing a very good challenge out to Loretto here. That's the crew in lane 1 of Lucy Munro, Sarah Meredith Smith, Sophie Davies, Emma Cafferty, Sophie Clifford, Tara Richardson, Bella Pitt, Zoe Paul, and Lily Machini. And Loretto then a couple lanes across. Mara Quee, Sophie Hines, Stephanie Leon, Evelyn Boyle, Stephanie Chan, Sophie Lacey, Luciana Descala, Madeline Barre, and Sarah Chapman, the crew there for Loretto, who have gone out hard after Melbourne Girls Grammar School now as they come into the final 100 metres of this race. And certainly Loretto have wound up and realised they've still got some work to do to confirm their spot here. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lift again. These two crews going for one spot only through to the semi-finals of the Open 8 Division 2. Loretto just moving a little quicker, it seems, than the combination from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And they will get their boat in front here in the closing strokes. And in fact, now pull away to take us out by almost a length. So a strong finish to the crew from Loretto Turek. They'll win it in the end by about 3/4 from Melbourne Girls Grammar School in second place. But a great race between those two. Probably the two favourites for the event, drawn together in their heat race, but it's Loretto Turak who get the race off. They'll go straight through to the semi-finals. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in second will have to race in the repechage tomorrow morning. Third will go to Genazzano, who also moved through to that repechage, and they'll finish just on a length clear of Melbourne Girls College, who will finish in fourth place in race 27. So it was hard fought, but in the end it was Loretto who got the win. They're through to the semis, along with Geelong Grammar School from the previous heat. Geelong Grammar, the winners 2 years ago of the Open Division 2-8. Loretto Turak were last year's winners, so those two already both through to the semis. MLCQ winning Heat 1 are there as well. And one more semi-finalist to be determined here with 3 8s on their way. Well, hopefully 3 8s. Can't yet see Damascus College. Certainly Lauriston Girls are there in lane 2. And Caulfield Grammar School in lane 3. And Lauriston clearly leading Caulfield at this stage by a bit over a length. Must welcome to his first head of the Schoolgirls Regatta to Darcy Ruck, the new director of rowing at Caulfield Grammar School. We hope you're enjoying the experience here today. Darcy, having moved down from Queensland at the beginning of the season. But it's the Lauriston combination who do lead this race. Damascus College are certainly there in lane 1 as well, so we have the full field of 3. About a third of the way through this 1,500-metre race here. These are open events, of course. All the open events this morning are over 1,500 metre, and then we'll return to the 1,000-metre start for the Year 10 and Year 9 events to come later on throughout today's program and all the way through the afternoon as well. We have open races this morning through to about 10:30 or so, and then the Year 10 races will commence, the Year 10 heats. And then this afternoon after lunch, we'll have all of the Year 9 events right through until just after 5 p.m. as we go through about 163 races on today's program. But Lauriston is comfortably looking to lead this race here over Damascus and Caulfield Grammar School. Lauriston, the centre lane there. Claudia Graham, Felicity Dixon, Lucy Clay-Scarrett, Lucy Hunt, Bridget Dixon, Chloe McNamara, Florence Wilson, Chloe Finster and Harriet Wolfe. And they are coached by Michael Smith, the Lauriston combination. Leading it by over a length now. Clearwater back to Damascus in second place. Probably a good race, in fact, for second between Damascus and Caulfield. But it would be Damascus who are certainly first, or second at least, under the shadows of the McIntyre Pedestrian Bridge. Catherine Code, Ruby Byrne, Olivia Radisich, Lillian Leonard, Samantha Crilly, Charlie Gartland, Laura Bilsma, Meg Mason and Paris Govan, coached by Brad Butel and Claudia Griffin. And again, it's great to see Damascus College boating an entire 8 here in Division 2. And then Caulfield Grammar School over in lane 3. Natalie Byrne, Eva Misitano, Camille Carlisle, Zoe West, Rebecca Keon Cohen, Emily Davis, Sophie Osmond, Olivia Connolly and Audrey Elias. Still a decent race there for second and third, but largely academic as far as qualification is concerned. The winner, Lauriston, or looking set to be Lauriston from here, will go through to the semis directly, and then second and third place both to qualify for the repechage, which will take place tomorrow morning. So it's a bit over a length lead still to Lauriston over Damascus. Caulfield Grammar looking to try and mount a late charge for second place, but it's under 100 metres to go. Looks like that might come up short. The win in any case will go to Lauriston, who've got the crews on either side of them really racing down towards the line to ensure they do secure second spot. So the gap is closing to first, but Lauriston will go across in any case and be the fourth crew through to the semis of the Open 8 Division 2. It is tight for second, but Damascus have responded to the Caulfield challenge, and they'll hold on by about half a length. Damascus second, Caulfield Grammar third. both crews through to the repechage from Heat 4 there, the Open 8 Division 2. But it's Lauriston Girls who take the win, and they book their spot into the semi-finals. So we're about 90 minutes through the program, and already 28 races have been concluded. Race 29 is well advanced as well. This is the first heat of the Open Division 2 quad scull. 4 heats in this event to eventually get down to our 4 finalists to a race, at least in the A final on Sunday afternoon. And what a race it is here between Corowa in lane 2 and Melbourne Girls College in lane 3. And those two are going to go past our camera pretty much locked together in the race for the lead here. Once again, it is first only to go through to the semi-final directly. Second and third will race in the repechage. Still tight between our leading 2 crews here. Corowa lane 2, Zoe Tower, Alice Lieberman, Tessa Plant, Emily Newen and Phoebe Foran. And beside them from Melbourne Girls College, Gabrielle Simcox, Claudia Bell-Smith, Lucy Mansfield, Hannah Scuthan and Aileen Gula. They still the clear top 2, and very little separates them at all. The lead might ever so narrowly be with the Corowa crew, but Melbourne Girls College certainly capable of finishing strongly there on the far side of the course as well. And behind them, some 4 or 5 lengths back to Lowther Hall in third. Rose Ellis, Emily Ray, Emily Wilson, Lena Dalda and Sonia Lee. And it's Melbourne Girls College and Corowa, the top 2 here, going for just 1 qualifying spot through to the semi-finals of the Open Division 2 quad scull. And Melbourne Girls College just look to be finishing the stronger of these 2 crews now, as they have certainly got their boat in front and are out to about half a length, and maybe in fact extending a little more in the concluding strokes of the race. So it's going to be Melbourne Girls College who will come across and take the win here in Heat 1 of the Open Division 2 Female School Cox Quad Scull. A 1-length win to Melbourne Girls College. Second will go to the crew from Corowa lane 2. And third place will be Lowther Hall in lane 1, as they've still got a couple of strokes to go to come and complete the course here. But a win in the end, comfortably enough to Melbourne Girls College. They go through to the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon. And to the repechage will go Corowa and also Melbourne Girls College. Race 30 is approaching quickly as well. This is Heat 2 of the Open Division 2 quad. Upper Park College, Strathcona and Toorak College, the 3 crews here. Strathcona look to be showing out in front here too, as they have come underneath the McIntyre Bridge. Behind them, Heat 3, which looks to be Wrighton Girls leading it there. In their race with Haileybury and also Fintona. But that's Toorak College now, who sit in third place in Heat 2. Strathcona certainly we're just ahead of Albert Park College here, but tight between the top 2. Strathcona lane 2, Maisie Permazel, Olivia Tawney, Holly Lewis, Ellie Turnham and Emma Pitkinnon. And Albert Park College lane 1, Emma Westerbeek, Isabella Flood, Farrah Hall, Beatrix Bradley and Isabel Deathridge. It's our clear top 2, but the lead is certainly there with Strathcona. And then back to Toorak College in third place. Jolie Castricum, Olivia Saritsis, Annabelle House, Sophie Teleskevi and Sophia Boudiz. The combination there for Toorak College. But a clear top 2, as was the case in the previous race. And it's going to be around about a similar result too, you'd think. A length or so margin coming up here in favour of Strathcona this time around, ahead of Albert Park College. So it'll be Strathcona who get tomorrow morning off and let the other crews go around in their repechage racing. Albert Park College be a close enough second that you'd expect them to race well in the repechage to come. But Strathcona come across and take the win in race 30. So Strathcona first, a length and a half back to Albert Park College, who finished second. And then just underneath the Harrison Bridge now, the crew from Toorak College, who will eventually come across and finish in third position. We can see Heat 3 rapidly closing in behind them as well. About 500 metres to go. And Heat 4 on the course at the same time as well. So 3 races running concurrently as we see Toorak College come across to conclude race 30. They'll finish in third spot and go through to the repechage. Heat 3 looks very likely to go the way of Wrighton Girls, although Haileybury certainly chasing well down the middle lane of the course as well. So again, as has been the case in the previous 2 heats, a clear top 2. And then back to the third place crew. In this case, that is Fintona, lane 1, who are seemingly out of contention at this stage for a semi-final spot, at least a direct semi-final spot. Of course, all crews will have the chance to qualify via repechage if they can't do so directly from their heat. Got a race in 2, Wrighton and Haileybury. Wrighton in lane 3, Matilda Pilkington, Honey Garcia, Pepper White, Ruby Draper, and Olivia Michelini. And Haileybury lane 2, Vivian Robinson, Chelsea Jarrett, Imogen Aikman, Tessa Searle, and Bella McTeer. But it is a clear lead to Wrighton. The best part of 2 lengths now over that Haileybury combination. And then Fintona in third, Jessica Leung, Molly McKenzie, Maya Gunawardena, Alexandra Lewis, and Cecilia Hugh, the crew there from Fintona. We saw Wrighton have a strong win in Division 1 a little while ago, and doing the same here in Division 2. So strong, of course, in the quad scull events. They've got about 2 lengths lead still on Haileybury in second place. And they are pulling away late in this race as well. So it'll be Wrighton who come across and take a comfortable win here in Heat 3. Wrighton Girls lane 3 finish in first place. Probably 2.5 lengths the margin back to Haileybury, who still look pretty comfortable there in second place. They'll have a repechage to race now tomorrow morning as well, as will the crew from Fintona lane 1, who will finish in third place in a few strokes' time. So Fintona across now in third spot. They will go through to the repechage tomorrow morning. That concludes race 31 as race 32 makes its way down as well. With just 2 boats in Heat 2, Sacred Heart and PLC Melbourne. Not too much between these 2 crews either in race 32, but it is the PLC lane 3, Maya Van Biso, Charlie Lowe, Talia Vesey, Claire Aikman, and Ronya Mamini. Ahead of Sacred Heart lane 2, Annika Baranski, Evie Omer, Ricky McMaster, Tilly McNamara, and Charlotte Shooten in the cock seat of that boat from Sacred Heart. But it is PLC at this stage, who have their hand on the 1 remaining qualifying spot through to the semis of the Open Division 2 Female School Cox Quad Scull. They have around about a length lead, it would be, over Sacred Heart there in second place. Division 3 Cox 4s also making their way down the course now, with Loretto Ballarat certainly prominent in that event ahead of Ballarat Grammar School. But it is at the moment PLC Melbourne coming across to take the win in race 32, the 4th and final heat of the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Scull, and they're clear by 2 lengths now, the crew from PLC, so they will book their spot in the semi-finals as well, along with our 3 previous heat winners. Second place will go to Sacred Heart Lane 2, who come across behind them now. So Sacred Heart to the repechage. PLC will take their spot in the semis of the Open Division 2 Quad Scull event. Race 33 is the first and only heat of the Open Division 3 Coxed 4. So effectively a race for lanes here. And it is the 3 schools from Ballarat. Ballarat Clarendon lane 1, Loretto lane 2, and Ballarat Grammar School in lane 3. And the lead does look to certainly be with Loretto there in the centre of the course. The crew of Emma Gowans, Jessica Main, Meg Lynch, Charlotte Pecker, and Grace Bales. And they have got a couple of links on Ballarat Clarendon, who'd be second at this stage. Isabel McRoberts, Bridget Wise, Georgia Miller, Marley Ewanjit, and Isabel Channon, coached by Claire Boatman. And Ballarat Grammar School in 3, Heidi Torrance, Emma Ferguson, Sophie Collins, Daisy Sheehan, and Camilla Dunstan. So these 3 schools from Ballarat continue on their way into this race for lanes here, the Open Division 3 Coxed 4 event. They will all meet again in the final on Sunday afternoon, and looks to me like they'll all be in the same lanes as well, because Loretto Ballarat, the leaders here, will certainly take the win and hold their spot through to the centre lane for the final to come on Sunday afternoon, about 3 lengths clear of Ballarat Clarendon and also Ballarat Grammar School. A couple of strokes to go for the crew from Loretto on lane 2 in race 33. They will take the win and record a pretty comfortable win here to secure the centre lane for the final still to come. Ballarat Clarendon will finish in 2nd place, and Ballarat Grammar School will be 3rd. So 4's come across the finish line. Our 8s are on their way down in Division 3. The first of what will be 4 heats here in the Open Division 3 8. First heat has 3 boats. The next 3 just have 2 entrants, but 3 boats here for 1 spot into the semi-finals directly. Lauriston Girls in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, and MLC from Kew racing in lane 3. But a clear top 2, certainly Melbourne Girls College and MLC. Melbourne Girls in lane 2. Chelsea Bushney, Lucinda Hanrahan, Amber Papadopoulos, Eva McDonnelly, Nicola Jarvis, Olivia Johns, Katie Brown, Poppy McDonald, and Acre Wright. And then MLC lane 3, Phoebe Ketsakitis, Paige Rodard-Bean, Francesca Moore, Jessica Anderson, Lauren Tresita, Imogen Teal, Sophia Rodriguez Espinoza, Mia Patikas, Alessandra Lowe, and David Cuff. So MLCQ just leading it here now from Melbourne Girls College. A strong finish of the MLC combination on the far side of the course, and they have gone clear in the end by almost a boat length, so a very good finish indeed to MLC Lane 3. They take out the spot in the semis in the Open 8 Division 3. MLCQ take the win there on Lane 3. Melbourne Girls College second on Lane 2 will go to the repechage, and third place will go to the combination from Lauriston Girls in Lane 1. And it's MLC who get the spot directly through to the semis of the Open 8 Division 3. Here comes Heat 2 of the Open 8 Division 3. Just a race in 2 here, but a tight one between Loretto and Furbank. Loretto Lane 2, Sophie Elstoft, Sienna Mapley, Zimian Duffy, Eve Sadler, Lucy Nicol, Izzy Stone, Ruby Hines, Sally Bond, and Charlotte Hall. And they would just have it, I think, from Furbank Lane 3, Chloe Stokes, Matilda Nichols, Georgia Gobbo, Sophie Paltoglu, Elise Tiver, Rebecca Machidas, Lexi Williams, Lola Graham, and Anastasia Gantsos. Just there in second place, but still close enough the crew from Furbank. Loretto at the narrow lead with 100 metres to go. Looking for one spot through to the semis, the Open Division 3, 8. Loretto have done well so far, Divisions 1 and 2 going straight through to the final. They've been challenged here late, certainly by the Furbank combination, but Loretto just doing enough at this stage to keep their boat in front with only a couple of strokes to go, and it will be Loretto Turak who come down the line and take the win in Heat 2 of the Open 8 Division 3. Loretto Turak in first place, about 2/3 of a length from Furbank Grammar, who finished second in race 35. So Loretto will go to the semis, and the Furbank crew to the repechage of the Open 8 Division 3. Now, for those looking for the regatta shop to get their official regatta merchandise, they are not in their usual location this year, so don't fear, they are certainly here, but they are behind the white tents here on the southern bank of the course. So if you are looking for official regatta merchandise, please head along to the regatta shop. There's, I believe there's plenty of pre-orders also available for collection, but if you want to head down to the regatta shop on this northern bank of the Barwon, head behind the white spectator tents, and you will find them there in a new location this year. So please head along and support the regatta shop. Such a long time supporters of this sport themselves, appearing at pretty much every regatta around the country. A busy time of year for them as well, but they are here at the head of the Schoolgirls, and they are located behind the white supporters tents on the northern bank of the river. Heat 3 of the Open 8 Division 3, just the two boats again in this race, as is the case in the next heat as well. Geelong College Lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School Lane 3, the two crews here. And the race lead certainly comfortably is with Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Holly Hawkins, Ava Mould, Cecilia Michael, Belle Duncan, Catherine Pratton, Fia Atkins, Tess Folks, Rose Anderson, and Phoebe Paul. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the crew out in front here in lane 3. They are the state champions in this event, and they've been very strong all season, in fact, in Division 3. Already had wins at the Gambia Regatta, the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta, and the Barwon Regatta as well, so they know this course well. It's been a very strong season, certainly, for this combination, and they will come through with a comfortable heat win here to go straight through, as you'd expect, to the semi-finals, the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. So lane 3 will take this out ahead of the Geelong College crew in lane 2. Geelong College, Hannah Brown, Grace Spate, Amy Sadler, Java Lucas, Lottie Hughes, Ruby Jane Roberts, Charlotte McGuinness, Olivia Whitehoven, and Olivia Hanbury. They are coached by Jackie Marshall, and they've still got around about 80 metres or so to go now down to the finish line, the crew from the Geelong College. So they'll go through to the repechage, which will be tomorrow morning for these Open 8 Division 3 crews, and to the semi-final go the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who will race tomorrow afternoon alongside MLCQ and Loretto Turak, who've already qualified from the first 2 heats. And we have one more heat to come. It's between Carey Grammar and Geelong Grammar. That's the yellow colours of Carey Grammar. They're heading beneath the McIntyre Bridge, the pedestrian bridge across the course, about just short of 500 metres out from the finish line. So it's about the 2/3 mark of the course for these crews coming down now in the 1,500 metre races. We'll start racing from the 1,000 metre start once the Year 10 races begin in a little over half an hour's time. For now, we continue with the open events, and a clear lead here certainly to Geelong Grammar School in lane 3. Olivia Migliorini, Ella Corrier, Fiona Gillies, Paige Beckett, Eddie Braid, Eliza Reid, Elise Malott, Phoebe Jean Thompson, and Sophia Clark. They would have about 2 lengths on Carey in second place. Claire Munro, Maya Tate, Eloise Sheridan, Aisha Whiteley, Millie Zurab, Zoe Kendall, Caitlin Jackson, Ella Eagleton, and Abigail Wolfe. The combination there for Carey in the yellow colours, but trailing our race leaders from Geelong Grammar, who've had a pretty good morning in 8s as well. That strong win, of course, in Division 2 earlier this morning. Division 1-8 finished in second place in their heat, so they will race in a repechage, but this stage looks like Divisions 2 and 3 will go straight through to the semis for Geelong Grammar. Clear by about 3 lengths here now as they approach the conclusion of race 37, which is the last of our Open 8s events for this morning. In fact, no, it's not. Division 4 we have still to come. The last race in Division 3 at least sees Geelong Grammar take the win in race 37, beating home the crew from Carey Grammar. So Geelong Grammar through to the semi-finals, and Carey will finish in second, then have to go to the repechage. We stay in Division 3, but go from the Cox States to the Quad Sculls. This is the first heat of 2 in the Open Division 3. Coxed Quad, Wrighton in lane 1, Strathcona in lane 2, Sacred Heart in 3, and PLC. Those distinctive zooties on the right of screen there, racing in lane 4, but trailing certainly from Strathcona, who would be our race leaders in the coral and blue colours as they head up towards the McIntyre Bridge. Great vision looking down the boat there at Bowcock's boat. The Cox yelling instructions and, of course, steering at the same time as they head underneath the bridge structure now with about 500 metres to go. So a clear lead certainly to that combination from Strathcona. Charlotte Stoltz, Belle Gemmell, Olivia McInnes, Jessica Field and Amanda Un for Strathcona. They've got a couple of links it would be on the yellow caps there of Wrighton girls in second place. Cameron Sparrow, Amy Zhang, Millie Robinson, Ravinda Gunasekara and Lucy Swingler. And then we'd go across to the far side. PLC Melbourne would be third. Layla Yang, Sarah Struers, Anjali Green, Jessica Hugh and Minnie Lau. And then Sacred Heart in fourth spot, lane 3. Poppy Haxby, Innes Douglas, Amelia Ucho, Ruby Davey and Charlotte Shooten. So Strathcona still leading here by a bit over a length from Wrighton. In fact, probably close to 2 lengths now it would be over that Wrighton combination. So it looks like a pretty easy progression here to Strathcona. Now the winner here will go straight through to the final of this Division 3 event with just the 7 entries overall. So the 2 heat winners go straight to the final and the remaining 5 crews will fight out from the repechages to qualify for what will eventually be a 4-boat final in the Open Division 3 quad event. But Strathcona certainly comfortably clear here. We'll book the first of those final spots in a comfortable style. They're about 3 lengths now clear of Wrighton girls on this northern side of the course. Then across to PLC Melbourne on the far side, who would be third. And then the crew from Sacred Heart round out the field. But the win will go the way to Strathcona. On lane 2, they come across now and they will move through to the final of the Open Division 3 quad scull. About 3 lengths clear. Wrighton girls in second place. Third will be PLC Melbourne. And fourth then Sacred Heart in race 38. Second heat now of the Open Division 3 Cox Quad. They are through the 2/3 mark of that race too. Corowa lane 1, Lowther Hall lane 2, Albert Park in lane 3. And the lead here is with Lowther Hall in the centre of the course. Alara Killicaslin, Chloe Sharp, Olivia Stambulik, Emma Griffiths and Philippa Small. Coached by Hannah Saleh, who'd have a lead of about a length or so from Corowa lane 1 in second place. Louise Zhao, Eloise Darville, Joy Wang, Hannah Curtin and Jada Lee Conway. And then on the far side, Albert Park College, Rhea Sinigra, Alexandra Caparima, Ruby Miller, Jessica Marshall and Lilibel Orasco. Again, a reminder, I just saw that message flash up on screen for those on the live stream, but the merchandise area, the regatta shop, is here at the regatta. They are behind the white spectator tent, so not in their usual spot from previous years, but the regatta shop are certainly here with their full range of merchandise available. Pre-orders also available for collection, but head along to the regatta shop marquee behind the white spectator tents on the northern bank of the Barwon River. But here's a great finish coming up in this second heat of the Open Division 3 quad with Still Lowther Hall just leading it from Corowa and Albert Park College. Again, the winner only will go straight through to the final. The other two crews to fight out the repechage, but it does look to be Lowther Hall at this stage. You've got a length or so on both Albert Park and Corowa. Very tight for second place, but it's all about winning this race to move through to the final. Strathcona qualified comfortably through the first of these two heats, and it looks now like Lowther Hall will do the same. Not quite as comfortably, certainly. A much closer second heat, but a win regardless to the crew in lane 2 coming up here. Lowther Hall will go across and take the win from Albert Park College by right on a boat length. Lowther Hall first, they're through to the final. Albert Park College will go to the repechage in second place, as will the crew from Corowa, lane 1, who will finish in third in race 39, the second heat of 2 in the Open Division 3 Coxed Quad. And Lowther Hall and Strathcona are the two direct qualifiers through to Sunday afternoon's final of that event. Our last few open races coming up shortly. Before we move to Year 10 racing over the 1,000-metre course in 8 or 9 events' time. But this is the first heat of the Open Division 4 Coxed 4. First of 2 heats, in fact. But there are just 4 entries in this event, so all will move through to the final. Genazzano and Loretto Ballarat, the 2 crews in Heat 1. And then Furbank Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon on screen now racing in Heat 2. But all 4 crews will qualify for the final. So racing for lanes here across these 2 heats. And certainly Loretto Ballarat will claim one of the centre lanes. Their crew, Abigail Cartledge, Eden Templar, Amelia Phillips, Poppy McIlwain and Holly Boyd. Leading it comfortably from Genazzano, Dominic Matthews, Eliza McNamara, Emma Whelan, Rebecca Crow and Sarah Ferrigno for Genazzano. Back behind them, we can see probably a closer race between Furbank and Ballarat Clarendon in Heat 2. And that's the crew from Loretto who lead well here in the opening heat of 2 here. This is race 40, the Open Division 4 Cox 4. And just a couple of strokes to go for Loretto Ballarat, who'll be across to take the win on lane 3. So Loretto will take the centre lane in the final. And Genazzano will finish in second place in a few strokes' time. Both boats through to the final of the Open Division 4 Female School Cox 4. Those 8 finals, of course, will all take place on Sunday afternoon as we race right through until just before 4 p.m. on Sunday. Of course, all the finals taking place on Sunday's program. Every rower here will get the chance to participate in a final of some description. And concluding, of course, with all of the A finals on Sunday afternoon, which will include the 2 crews in the previous race and the 2 crews currently on the course from Furbank Grammar and also Ballarat Clarendon College there in the red colours, who look to me to be sitting in second place, just trailing it from the Furbank combination. The Ballarat Clarendon crew there passing underneath the McIntyre Bridge, and that is Furbank, who are our race leaders. Tali Brendendorf, Sophia Negri, Zoe Connolly, Anais Antonio, and Aya Lou, the crew there for Furbank. Got about 2 lengths on Ballarat Clarendon. Hannah McRoberts, Juliet Grove, Penelope Lopez O'Donnell, Ashlyn Lewis, and Maggie Peel. The Cox, the crew is coached by Shayla Lamb for Ballarat Clarendon. But it's Furbank who lead, and lead comfortably here in this second of 2 heats. Last of our eights race for this morning also underway. It's the race for lanes in the Open Division 4 eights event. That's just underway from the 1,500 metre held start. But the race before that approaching its conclusion. It is the second heat of the Division 4 Cox 4. The gap's closed a bit too between these two crews. Still Furbank leading it by clear water, but Ballarat Clarendon, I reckon, have made up some ground in the closing strokes of this race. But again, largely academic. They'll both go through to Sunday afternoon's final. And still it is Ballarat Clarendon continuing to make up ground. Back within a length now of Furbank Grammar. They won't be able to close up the gap, I don't think, by the finish line. But they do suggest this final might be an interesting one between all four crews that will go through. But Furbank Grammar School will take out this heat by 3/4 of a length ahead of Ballarat Grammar School in second place. So Furbank and Loretto, the two crews in the bright yellow colours, will take the centre lanes in the final of the Open Division 4 Cox 4. And they'll be joined there by Ballarat Clarendon and also Genazzano in the outside lanes. As we look back down the course, our eights are on the way in race 42. This is the Open Division 4 8. Three schools with certainly great depth of numbers in their programs to boat 4 open coxed eights. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 1, Loretto Toorak in lane 2, and Geelong Grammar School in lane 3. And even in these early strokes, it does look like a pretty clear race in 2 between the two crews there on the right of screen. The dark blue colours of Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the far right of the picture, and the always distinctive blue boat there of Loretto Toorak in the centre lane. Ahead then of the light blue of Geelong Grammar School across on the far side of the course. So it's all the shades of blue racing down the course here in the Open Division 4 Female School 8. But all these crews will go through to the final of this event, which will take place again on Sunday afternoon. Race 464 is the final of the Open Division 4 8. On the current provisional schedule, that is set for 2:40 on Sunday afternoon, the final of this event. In fact, that's not quite the case. Set about 3:13, in fact. So in the last hour or so of racing, we'll see all of the open events, of course, as a lot of these girls conclude their rowing career here with an A final race at the head of the Schoolgirls. That is the crew from Geelong Grammar School on screen now, just struggling a little bit with the balance and these conditions here. But they're continuing down in third place in this race. That combination from Geelong Grammar: Millie Livingston, Maud Blumen, Ellie Bryan, Charlotte Bate, Emily Murkasic, Abby Rose Mackay, Alan Annis, Ruby Vidotto, and Ermini Hope. And there are our leaders now. And you can see Loretto Toorak now have assumed the advantage over Melbourne Girls Grammar School. So Loretto left of the screen there in lane 2. Hannah Bennett, Zara Perry, Mia Risk, Rosie Darcy, Mia Fitzgerald, Thea Ball, Chloe Watson, Eleanor Seskis, and Amber Coulthard. The combination there from Loretto, who certainly have 4 strong eights on the program this year. Chances of a number of medals certainly in the Open 8 events, as do the combinations from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, sitting alongside them there in lane 1, just sneaking up through the reeds, it appears, on the inside of the course, but they're not too far off the pace being set by our race leaders from Loretto. And that crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School is Emma Davies, Tilly Unsworth, Celeste Miller-Marker, Sienna Davey, Finya Hansen, Hayley Dunwoody, Eva Racco, Ellie Hasutis, and Audrey Surace, the Cox for Melbourne Girls Grammar School. But that's the lead there from Loretto. Pretty neat combination also from Loretto Toorak. They're rowing well together here in this Open Division 4-8 as Cox Amber Coulthard steers them safely beneath the McIntyre Bridge. It's passing there under the shadow of that structure. And you can see it is a clear margin back to Melbourne Girls Grammar School now in second place, and then Geelong Grammar School in third. So there's Three crews have raced a few times this season, and certainly each occasion so far has turned out in favour of Loretto Turak, which is exactly what it's looking like here on the waters of the Barwon. Loretto already winners at the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta and the Negambie Regatta, and also the state championships in the last month and a half or so. Well, winning margins that range from about 11 up to 20 seconds, so certainly some strong performances from Loretto Turak, largely over, of course, 2,000 metre courses rather than the 1,500 they're racing here today. But they lead to be about 2 lengths at the moment from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And if they can extend that in the closing strokes, they may well record another 9 or 10 second win at least here on the Barwon River. But the race that matters, of course, is coming up on Sunday afternoon for these three crews. They're all going to qualify for that A final. And Loretto Turak still just looking pretty comfortable out in front. Just still by far the neatest of these three crews. So they're just getting a little bit close to the boys too. On their stroke side is that the Blue Boat. And they've hit a couple of them, in fact, on their way down the concluding section of the course. But untroubled as far as the race win is concerned. It will go the way of Loretto Turak in the Open Division 4 Female School 8. Loretto take it out by 2.5 lengths it will be from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. We'll finish in second place, and then third we go back to Geelong Grammar School. In lane 3, they will finish in third spot. So the three crews will all move through to the final. They'll race again for the medals on Sunday afternoon, and Loretto certainly the favourites based on results so far this season. They will have the centre lane, and either side will be Melbourne Girls Grammar School and also Geelong Grammar. So race 42 just about concluded, as the Geelong Grammar School come across now and confirm third spot. We go to the Division 4 Open Coxed Quad Scull. Race 43, the first of 2 heats in this event. So just 2 heats of 2 boats. All 4 crews will qualify for the final. As first heat of 2, we have Corowa and Melbourne Girls College. And a clear lead there to the crew from Corowa. Natalie Smith, Charlie McGlade Smith, Daisy Marchant, Chloe Agars, and Amelie Bucket. About 2 lengths they have got on Melbourne Girls College in second place. Martina Fan, Minty Corrigan, Lily Bartram, Eliza Johns, and Sarah Willis. The combination there from Melbourne Girls College. Our next heat will feature PLC Melbourne and Strathcona. So collectively those 4 crews will make up the finalists in the Open Division 4 quad event. Another race that will take place on Sunday afternoon. Our Open A finals currently scheduled to commence at around about 3 p.m. So the final hour of racing will be all the A finals in the Open events, the quads, the 4s, of course the single and double sculls, and concluding this year with the Open 8 Division 1 at 3:49 on Sunday will be the final, and potentially about the 480th race of this huge regatta here, the head of the Schoolgirls for 2024 on the Barwon River. That's the Strathcona crew leading Heat 2 now in Lane 3, leading it pretty clearly from PLC Melbourne. But Heat 1 about to conclude, and it's Corowa by about 3 lengths ahead of Melbourne Girls College as they're into the closing strokes of this race. The distinctive red blaze there of the Corowa Anglican Girls School, about 60 metres out now from the finish. And again, looking pretty neat and tidy in the concluding strokes, despite having raced already over 1,450 metres on their way down the course. And it will be Corowa having a check for the finish line, who come across now and take the win in race 43. Corowa first, lane 2 in Heat 1 of the Open Division 4 Cox Quad. And they'll win this by about 3.5 lengths, it would seem, from Melbourne Girls College in second place. But both crews through to the final, Sunday afternoon's final of the Open Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Corowa first, Melbourne Girls College in second place. And they'll be joined shortly by the 2 boats in the next heat. And there is the crew from Strathcona: Olivia Giles, Lucy Gratian, Sophie Norman, Zoe Fotheringham and Cleo Tawney. Heading underneath very shortly the McIntyre Bridge. Good timing also in that combination from Strathcona, rowing together well and certainly well clear of the crew from PLC Melbourne. That is following them down the course, but a substantial gap between those two crews that will both, in any case, qualify for the final. Sunday afternoon's final of this event, but there'd be probably a couple 100 metres, in fact, between those two crews now in this Open Division 4 event. We will have the Division 5 Cox 4s and then quad sculls to follow as well as we move towards the end of our Open events. And racing will then take place from the 1,000-metre start for the remainder of today from our 10:24 race, which is the Year 10 Division 1 single scull, the first of those Year 10 events over 1,000 metres. That is PLC Melbourne. Now also coming under the McIntyre Bridge, certainly no issue picking up the bright white letters on the back of their Zooties. That's the PLC crew of Minnie Tunkay, Emma Choi, Olivia Zhao, Christy Zhao and Grace Chen. Who will certainly finish here in second place, but as they row away from the McIntyre Bridge, and Strathcona row towards the finish line there in lane 3. Open Division 5, female school Cox quad scull, just a few strokes to go for our race leaders. So it was Corowa who took out the opening heat a couple of minutes ago, and Strathcona will record a big win here in Heat 2, possibly the biggest win of the day so far, coming up in race 44. And it's a win to the crew from Strathcona, who come across comfortably ahead. They are into the centre lane for the final of the Open Division 4 events. And they'll be joined by PLC Melbourne in that final. So just the 4 entrants in this event. All 4 crews will qualify. Strathcona and Cora will take the centre lanes. Melbourne Girls College and PLC will have the outside lanes in that final to come on Sunday afternoon. Now, Division 5 boats on their way on the course as well. Great to see crowds growing here at the Barwon on this first day of racing. So it's only been a few years this regatta has been a full 3-day event. So beginning early at 8 a.m. on the Friday now for 3 full days of racing. As PLC continue on down towards the finish line now to conclude this race. About 100 metres to go now for that combination. Rowing in the blue, black and gold, the name of the boat there from PLC Melbourne. Who will shortly be across to conclude the race. Minnie Tunkay, Emma Choi, Olivia Zhao, Christy Zhao and Grace Chen in the cox seat of the blue, black and gold as they come across to confirm second spot in race 44, and they'll go through to the final 2 of the Open Division 4 Quad Scull event. So PLC following home our winners there from Strathcona. And that does conclude the Division 4 racing. So 4 more open races to go. 2 heats of the Division 5 Cox 4, followed by 2 heats of the Division 5 Quad Scull. And then we will commence our Year 10 racing after that without delay from the 1,000-metre start. Here come the 4 crews in Heat 1. Winner only through to the final here. So a field of 7 across these 2 heats in Division 5, which means 2 heat winners go straight through to the final, and then the rest will fight out via the repechage for the remaining 2 spots. Loretto Ballarat best placed here. In fact, that's Heat 2 with Loretto Ballarat there on screen leading Heat 2. But Heat 1 is between Toorak College, Geelong College, MLCQ, who'd be our leaders, and Genazzano in lane 4. And the MLC combination on lane 3, Zoe Monett, Stephanie Tasevsky, Samantha White, Sophie Lynn and Scarlett Herbert, coached by Brooke Doolan. And they are certainly our comfortable leaders. From Toorak College lane 1, who'd be next, Kayla Bowe, Jenna Campbell, Pia Gibson, Nadia Walland and Emily English. And a few lengths further back to Genazzano, Molly Collins, Molly Pitson, Talia Middleton, Daisy Wang and Zara Lenane, coached by Jemima Dwyer. And fourth would be the Geelong College, chosen bunker, Matilda Hayes, Tilly Taylor, Poppy Flanagan, Abigail Ramsey, and the coach there is Jackie Marshall. But first only through to the final here, straight through to Sunday afternoon's racing. And that looks almost certain to be the crew from MLCQ in this first of two heats in the Division 5 event. Surat College, Genazzano either side of the course, battling up for second and third ahead then of the Geelong College in fourth. But the win will certainly go the way of the combination from MLCQ as they come across now and record the win in race 45. MLCQ first on lane 3. They take out the first heat and go straight through to the final. Second will go to Surat College, lane 1. And then third will be Genazzano on that southern bank of the course. Ahead then of the Geelong College, who will finish in fourth spot. So MLCQ straight through to the final. They won't need to race again until Sunday afternoon. They've booked their spot in one of the last races of the regatta. And one more crew will do that now shortly as well. 3 boats here on the course, but looks to be a race in 2 between Loretto Ballarats on the inside lane and also Genazzano in the centre of the course. And it was Loretto who were first through underneath the McIntyre Bridge. Leading it in race 46, the second heat of the Open Division 5 event. So Loretto lane 1. Riley Sheridan, Chelsea Templar, Olivia Jones, Daisy Malloy and Sienna Hoyles. And beside them is Genazzano, Phoebe Houlihan, Hannah Courtney, Sophie Redmond, Kayla Collier and Akira Little. The Cox there for the Genazzano crew, but that'd be a length more than that, in fact, now behind the leaders from Loretto. So a clear lead. And then Ballarat Clarendon in third place on lane 3. Jonquil Kerem, Mabel Goss, Guangi Lee, Marnie Cook and Pippa Miller, coached by Lucy Richardson. It's a very recent past student, a very successful student at Ballarat Clarendon up until last year, a dual head of the Schoolgirls winner, along with Hamish Richardson, that combination from Ballarat Clarendon. But it's Loretto who lead, and lead pretty comfortably now too. They've stretched out to probably a 2.5 length lead now over Genazzano. So for seemingly here, Genazzano and Ballarat Clarendon, there'll be a repechage coming up tomorrow for those crews. And to the winner, the likely winner from Loretto, they will move straight through to the final where they'll line up alongside MLCQ, who are winners of the first of these 2 heats. It's Cox Fours being chased down the course by the Quad Sculls, too. The Division 5 Quad Sculls well and truly on their way. 2 more 1,500 metre races remain, although the last of those probably almost underway, in fact, up at the 1,500 metre start. And we see here Loretto Ballarat come across and take the win anyway on race 46. So lane 1, the winner there. Loretto are through to the final directly in the Division 5 Cox 4. Second place will go to Genazzano and third will be Ballarat Clarendon. So Ballarat Clarendon still to conclude the course here in third place shortly in race 46, but Loretto Ballarat the winners, Genazzano in second place. And we can see Strathcona coming down too also in race 47, but in a very good battle with Corowa, Hamilton and Alexandra and Melbourne Girls College there as well. So a good race in Division 5 is coming up with about 350 metres to row there, and the lead might narrowly be with the 2 crews on the far side, Melbourne Girls College and also Hamilton and Alexandra, as we see Ballarat Clarendon come across too to finish third in race 46. But race 47 He's on in earnest, although Hamilton and Alexandra have just come unstuck there in lane 3. They look to have almost stopped for a couple of strokes. In fact, they're still struggling to get moving again. Unfortunately, that crew from Hamilton and Alexandra College in Western Victoria. So they were very much in the mix there with Melbourne Girls College, but now look to have dropped back to second or even third. Strathcona challenging too, but the race lead is with Melbourne Girls College on the far side of the course. Ava Tyrrell, Jessica Lucky, Eleanor Durain, Deslon Gray, Lucinda Crabtree, and Macy Durham, the crew there for Melbourne Girls College, who now lead clearly from in second place, Hamilton and Alexandra, Molly Meacham, Isabel Meacham, Georgina Russell, Annabelle Walker, and Emma Donovan there for Hamilton Alexandra. Strathcona probably just third. Hayley Bullen, Ava Armstrong, Chloe Snadden, Lauren Osborne, and Olivia Elliott. And Corowa just behind them, Zoe Norman, Olivia Lidston, Olivia De Rosario, Rachel Rogers, and Sophie Menting. But Melbourne Girls College proving too good here in the closing strokes of this race. They withstood the challenges that came from right across the course and will go across to win it by about 2 lengths in the end. So Melbourne Girls College through to the final of the Open Division 5 at Cox Quad Scull, 2 lengths clear of Hamilton and Alexandra. Lucky second place for them. They'll get another chance in the repechage. Strathcona just holding off Corowa will take out third place, and they'll all move through to the repechage, those 3 crews in second, third, and fourth. So there are leading 2 crews still. It is very tight, in fact, between them. Maybe Loretto, in fact, just edging Strathcona now in the race for the win here. Just 1 qualifying spot, of course, into the final of the Open Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Second, third, and fourth all have to go to the repechage. We saw a close finish in the previous race with Melbourne Girls College prevailing, and Loretto Turak now looking to do the same on lane 3 as they push their boat ahead of the 2 crews from Strathcona. Strathcona lane 1 certainly secure in third spot, it would seem, ahead of Corowa. But Loretto just finishing a bit better here in that blue boat with under 100 metres now to go. They are closing in quickly on the finish line, the crew from Loretto, and they have really finished off these last few hundred metres with very, very good style, the crew from Loretto. They'll win this in the end by over a length, so a Clearwater win coming up with a very strong finish to the Loretto Turak combination on lane 3. A length and a half it'll be, and they go through to the final of the Open Division 5 at Cox Quad Scull. Strathcona lane 2 finish in second place. They will go to the repechage along with Strathcona lane 1. So great depth between those 3 crews. Well, great depth of Strathcona at least there with 3 crews across these 2 heats. But they'll all have to race the repechage to make their way through to the final. And Corowa also will finish soon in 4th spot. So again, Corowa 2 crews across these 2 heats, but both into the repechage. The direct qualifiers for the final, Melbourne Girls College from lane 1 and Loretto Turak from lane 2. I mentioned the regatta shop already today a couple of times. Their new tent located behind the spectator tents on the northern side of the course. Now, if you are on the southern bank too, I'm told there's plenty of catering options over there as well. The spit roast charcoal barbecue is open for business and brought to you by Ember Catering. So plenty of fantastic sounding food on the menu there. In fact, spit roasted lamb rolls, beef brisket burgers, lamb salad, accompanied with, you can get some tomato chili relish there as well. So don't forget, if you're on the southern side of the course or heading that way, to visit the Ember Catering Spit Roast Charcoal Barbecue located here on the southern side of the Barwon River. And also Coffee to You located in that same area. So Ember Catering and Coffee to You, both just beyond the finish line on the southern side of the course. So if you're after some food in a hurry, the queues don't look very long at all at the moment. So head over to the southern bank and have a look at Ember's Catering and also Coffee to You. As promised, we move now from the 1,500 metre start to the 1,000 metre start for our Year 10 single scullers, the Division 1 single scull. And in the very first of these heats is, I would suggest, the red-hot favourite for the event, Kate McNeil, rowing for Haileybury in this event for a school Haileybury. Also has rowed for Mercantile with great success over the course of this season, coached by her father, Andrew McNeil. 15-year-old sculler, and she's well clear in this opening heat. Ariel Vanderpoel of the Crimson Global Academy. She's a Corio Bay sculler from here in Geelong too, but of course racing for her school, the Crimson Global Academy, not one I've heard of before, I'd have to admit, but she sits in second place, Ariel Vanderpoel, and Emma Catogno of MLCQ in lane 3, the third sculler in this race. But just the winner here will go through to the semi-final, and it is certainly a comfortable lead to Kate McNeil, who won, I think it was 5 gold medals overall at the State Championship Regatta on Lake Wendouree a couple of weekends ago. And now racing back in her rightful division, the Year 10 single scull. And she is certainly very, very well clear of both Ariel Vanderpoel and Emmy Catugno. I believe Kate McNeil's also listed to race in one of the very early races of the National Championships on Monday morning, so she'll need a very quick trip from Geelong to Penrith over the course of Sunday evening, I'd suggest. But there's a few races to get through before then, but a comfortable all-the-way win coming up in the first heat of the Year 10 Division 1 Female School Single Scull. And it's Kate McNeil of Haileybury who gets across for the win. Looks like the MLCQ sculler, Emmy Catugno, will get second place, now ahead of Ariel Vanderpoel. Indeed, that will be the case. So MLCQ in second place. Emmy Catugno will go to the repechage. And then Ariel Vanderpoel 2 lengths further back in the appropriate colours of the Crimson Global Academy. She'll finish in third spot in that heat and go through to the repechage as well. So Kate McNeil, the winner there in Heat 1. Second heat on its way, Year 10 Division 1 Female School Single Scull, Imogen Ragg of St Paul's College, Yori Wu from Furbank, Matilda Murray of Matthew Flinders racing in lane 3. And it's lanes 1 and 3, the top 2. So Imogen Ragg of St Paul's, another of the town of Corowa Scullers in lane 1, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. Matilda Murray from Matthew Flinders, another school here in Geelong. She's also coached by Jeff Sykes at the Corio Bay Rowing Club. Those are clearly our top 2, and then in between them sits the sculler from Furbank, Yori Wu, a few lengths back in third place. But the race to the lead is tight here. It's being led by Matilda Murray of Matthew Flinders by maybe a length or so from the red boat there of Imogen Ragg from St Paul's College in Corowa. So it does look like it will be the local sculler who takes out the win here on the waters of the Barwon River. Just drifting across a little from lane 3 into lane 4 is Matilda Murray, so she's rode a little bit more than 1,000 metres, I would suggest, but a comfortable win regardless. Coming up now to the local sculler. She comes across 2 lengths clear. Here's Matilda Murray of Matthew Flinders, ahead of Imogen Ragg from St Paul's in the bright red boat of the Corowa Rowing Club. And then third place coming up here for Furbank Grammar is Yori Wu with just a few strokes to go still to conclude the course. She will go through to the repechage as well. Our winners only go through to the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon. And then second and third place in all of these heats, with 4 heats in total in the Year 10 single, will go through to the repechage tomorrow morning. So here comes Yori Wu of Furbank across now in third place, and she will race again in the repechage tomorrow morning, the Year 10 Division 1 Female School Single Scull. So races 51 and 52, in fact, on the course in quick succession here. Race 51 is Renee Brown of Footscray High School leading Ruby Pope of Gippsland Grammar. And behind them we have Louise Roach of Toorak College and Aurora Shields from Clonard in Heat 4. It's certainly Renee Brown of Footscray High, coached by Jonathan Sargent, who will get the win here in race 51 in a few strokes' time. One of the newest schools in the Victorian Schoolgirls program, only been officially involved for probably 2 or 3 seasons now, Footscray High School, but great to see Renee Brown out in front here and taking a win in race 51, the third heat of the Year 10 Division 1 single scull. So she is through to the semis of that event. We'll race again tomorrow afternoon, and Ruby Pope of Gippsland Grammar School will finish second. She's still just passing under the Harrison Bridge, so it's got the best part of 200 metres to go. And has a great view of Heat 4 coming down quickly behind her as well, where it does look as if the Toorak College sculler has just seemed to throw in a few messy strokes. In fact, did Louise Roach. About to say she had the lead, and she may well still just ahead of the Clonard sculler Aurora Shields in lane 3. But I think possibly Aurora Shields now moving through to assume the race lead. So races 51 and 52 will finish in pretty quick succession here. Here is Ruby Pope from Gippsland Grammar School. Got boats all over the course here once again. Our 2 single sculling heats about to conclude. Our double sculls are underway as well from the 1,000-metre start. It will be Ruby Pope of Gippsland Grammar School soon to conclude race 51. And behind them a tight race in 52. So we've gone through the alphabet twice already this morning. We're up to race Z again on the alphanumeric program. And it is Louise Roach of Toorak College just ahead of Aurora Shields now of Clonard as we see Ruby Pope come across in second place in Heat 3. But here comes Heat 4. It's the Toorak College sculler still with a boat just ahead. A darker coloured boat there of Aurora Shields on the far side, coached by Peter White and Adrian Keats here on the Barwon, just trying to make up some ground. She's having a late charge too, is the sculler from Clonard. So Aurora Shields making a move on Louise Roach of Toorak College. Locked together here side by side with a couple of strokes to go. Aurora Shields and Louise Roach, they'll hit the line almost locked together, but Aurora Shields will get the win for Clonard. A great finish there from the sculler from Geelong. She gets it by almost half a length in the end, so what looked like a tight finish. She really charged away late. On her home waters here does Aurora Shields of Clonard. She takes the win in Heat 4 and goes through to the semis. And Louise Roach of Toorak College just beaten out there in probably the closest finish of the day so far for top spot at least. Heat 1 now of the double scull event, the Year 10 Division 1 double scull with a field of 3. Melbourne Girls College racing in lane 1, Ruby Gower and Femi McGregor. Albert Park College lane 2, Fredea Fafandi and Lucia Hamilton, coached by Virginia Lee. And Sacred Heart lane 3, Chloe Myers and Zoe McCardle. The 3 double sculls here across the course, and there'd be a length from first to third, so just about throw a blanket over the field here as they make their way in the concluding 250 metres. The last quarter now of we're racing 1,000 metres, of course, now for the Year 10 and Year 9 events. So 1,000-metre races for the remainder of today. The lead does look to be with Sacred Heart there on the far side of the course. Another of the local Geelong schools. We saw Clonard take the win in a close battle in the previous race, the single sculling event. And now in the double, it is Chloe Myers and Zoe McCardle just building their lead here. The Albert Park crew has just come across their lane and almost in front of Melbourne Girls College. Those two avoided a collision, so well done to both crews, but a bit of steering issues potentially from both those boats, the net result of which is that Sacred Heart have extended their lead out to clear water and will comfortably qualify now, I would think, through to the semis of the Year 10 Division 1 Female School Double Scull, the first of 4 heats of this event. And it's now a 2.5 length lead to Sacred Heart, lane 3. A good battle still for second, although Albert Park have just hit a buoy and have almost come to a complete stop, so they might finish third. Sacred Heart will get the win. That's Chloe Myers and Zoe McCardle across in first place. Second will go to Melbourne Girls College, Ruby Gower and Femi McGregor. And recovering well a couple of times through that race was that Albert Park crew, Fridaya Fafandi and Lucia Hamilton. They'll finish third, and they will move through to the repechage. Heat 2 approaching conclusion as well. Toorak College lane 1, Fintona lane 2, and Corowa in lane 3. And Heat 3 not far behind as well. They're heading towards the halfway mark there. That's the Sacred Heart crew on screen in Heat 3. Laura Ahern and Rio Smith. That's race 55, about halfway through their 1,000-metre journey. But race 54 is approaching the finish now, about 200 to go. And it's tight between Fintona, Georgina Lennon, and Lucy Thomas. And lane 3, Corowa, Caitlin Olding, and Hannah Waddell. Narrow lead still with Fintona, but as happened to Albert Park in the previous race, that middle lane causing some issues for these crews, these double sculls, of course, coxless boats, so they've got to steer themselves, the rowers, and saw in that Fintona round in the bow seat, and does so again now to ensure their straight run. They're clear by half a length ahead of Corowa, Caitlin Olding, and Hannah Waddell, so it looks to be Fintona just holding on here. These two boats very close together, both on the extreme edge of the same lane, but it's going to be Fintona who get the win here by half a length. Fintona first on lane 2. Second goes to Corowa, lane 3. So it'll be Fintona moving through to the semis, and Corowa to the repechage, and also the crew from Toorak College, Asher Scott and Piper Isles, will qualify for the repechage from race 54. So here comes Heat 3 now, the Year 10 Division 1 Female School Double Scull. So Wrighton Girls lane 1, Hawthorn lane 2. Now race leaders in lane 3, as they've been from the start, Laura Ahern and Rio Smith from Sacred Heart, who looks set to record a pretty comfortable win here, the double scull here from Sacred Heart. And they remain well clear of, again, a bit of a zigzag from Hawthorn in 2 ahead of Wrighton. But it's going to be Laura Ahern and Rio Smith here coming across to take the win. So they finish now and move through to the semis of the Year 10 Division 1 Double Scull. For Hawthorn, it's Bridget Tan and Poppy Page, coached by Tristan Kristevsky. And for Wrighton Girls, Zara Folchier and Pippa Addison, with still a few strokes to go. And again, just a couple of steering issues amongst these crews, but it does look like Hawthorn will come through soon in second place, and Wrighton Girls will finish in third. Last heat coming up, the Year 10 Division 1 female school double scull. Just the 2 boats in this race, Genazzano and Wesley College. And it's being led pretty comfortably by Genazzano, Imogen Kemmis and Anna Dwayne, ahead of Wesley College, Olivia Skelton and Ava Scurra. So this will be the last of the qualifiers directly through to the semis of the Year 10 Division 1 double scull. We've seen Sacred Heart take out Heat 3 just before, Finton Heat 2, and Sacred Heart also it's Heat 1, so 2 crews through to the semis from Sacred Heart. And to be joined here certainly by this combination from Genazzano, who are clear by several lengths now of Wesley College. So a substantial win coming up to Imogen Kemmis and Annie Dwayne. You see a little bit of wind on the course here, just making conditions challenging for these Year 10 double sculls. But Genazzano have dealt with it fairly well. And I've only got about 2 or 3 sets of boys to navigate to conclude this race here. Race 56, the 4th and final heat of the Year 10 Division 1 female school double scull. And Genazzano will win this one by probably the best part of 100 metres or so ahead of the crew from Wesley College. So race 56 will go the way of Genazzano. And second place, it'll be the crew from Wesley College. Our Year 10 8s are also underway. So we'll have a very brief time for a change in commentary here. And it's my pleasure to welcome back to the microphone for the head of the Schoolgirls in 2024, Jane Horn, who I think was just saying we were here at the very first regatta back in 1984. So welcome back for the 40th edition.
Thank you very much, Richard, for that lovely introduction. Yes, it's my 40th head of the Schoolgirls, not as a commentator though. Rowing coach, rowing head director, various schools, some of whom still row, some of whom no longer row. But it's great to be back on the Barwon and we're delighted to be here. Beautiful conditions this morning, but the wind's just picking up now, causing a little bit of unsettledness for our double sculls. But we're now back into the female School 8 Year 10 Division 1 and the first heat is underway with the winner progressing directly to the final race 458 and the rest going through to the repechage. And in this particular event it is the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 1, Lauriston in lane 2, Carey in lane 3 and Wesley in lane 4. So Lauriston Girls School currently half a length in front of Geelong Grammar and Carey as they come through the McIntyre Bridge, which is fluttering with all the banners that the girls have put up to support their rowers. Not a lot of time to read on the way up there, but they can have a look as they go past and get the inspiration from the various banners that have been hung up. And the Lauriston crew are putting a bit of pressure on, but the Geelong Grammar crew, as they come out of under the bridge, are rowing very nicely to keep in touch with this Lauriston Girls crew. Wesley in 3rd place with Carey a further half a length back into 4th place. The Lauriston crew of Charlotte Senior, Tilda Burge, Charlie Main, Lily Hayden, Zoe Thomas, Grace Oborn, Arabella Butler, Katie Van Ruin, Jackie Savlavsky, the Cox, and coached by Liam Lovett. Half a length in front of the Wesley College combination of Sienna Stewart, Poppy Van Hove, Zara Millard, Scarlett Ross Handler, Neve Horsley, Zara Blumenthal, Scarlett Evans, Zara Hirsch, and Zoe DaCosta Alves. And Geelong Grammar a further half a length behind them. Annabelle Osmond, Sophie Reid, Willa McLaughlin, Zoe Reid, Madison Sonego, Stella Keenan, Daisy Hanbury, Chloe Fitzgerald and coxed by Lucia Church. But it is this Lauriston and Wesley are having a great battle here as they come to the final matters, with Wesley lifting their rating as they came through the James Harrison Bridge, just be half a length in front of Lauriston as they head towards the finish line. The first going through to the final with the Wesley College combination now pulling away very strongly as they finish really well on top of this Lauriston crew. In first place, a length in front of Lauriston. Second place to Lauriston. Third place and rowing in the Garth Manton, well done girls, are the Geelong Grammar combination in lane 1 with Carey in fourth place. So Wesley straight through to the final. The rest will go to the repechage. And that is the first heat of the female School 8 Year 10 Division 1. Female School 8 Year 10 Division 1. This is the second heat, Heat 2, with again the first place progressing to the final. There's MLC in lane 1, Caulfield Grammar in the centre station with Geelong College on the far side in lane 3. And these three crews are half a length apart as they come through under the James Harrison Bridge. Geelong College currently half a length in front of this combination from Caulfield Grammar, with MLC very close to them on this North Station here. So all these crews rowing very well. Year 10s enjoying the 8-oared rowing. Certainly wasn't a feature of the regatta 40 years ago, but very much prevalent today as the girls love rowing in their 8s. So the Geelong College combination, Genevieve Dennis, Claudia Hutchins, Sophie Sprunt, Millie Agar, Tessa McCann, Tali Cummins, Audrey Savitas, Millie Payton, Alexi Kemp, and coached by James McGlade. The canvas in front of the Caulfield combination, Ava Lee, Grace Moore, Lily Abbott, Annabelle Manley, Chloe Moffat, Matilda Chesnow, Charlotte Neal, Nina Pound, and Emily Eldridge. And there's a strong battle here as they come through to the finish line, with the Geelong College crew pulling out all stops here to finish strongly, nearly a length in front of Caulfield Grammar. So Geelong College going through to the final with Caulfield Grammar in second place and MLC a further length and a half back in third place. We very quickly move into the female school coxed quad sculls now for year 10s. So a series of year 10 races will take us well into the afternoon as the strength of rowing develops into the year 9 and 10 year level. The girls really enjoying their rowing in year 9 and 10. The programs the schools are now providing, giving them a wonderful opportunity to get up early on a regular basis, row in a team. Great teamwork for all of them, and particularly in the quad sculling area where the boat feels a lot more stable and it's very balanced for them to learn to row. So learning to row in a scull is a much safer option for many of the schools now, and the girls pick it up really quickly. So quad sculls have certainly taken over with lots of heats in this particular age group. So we've got 4 heats in the coxed quad scull year 10 division 1. And in this particular event, there are 4 crews. Lane 1, Melbourne Girls College. Melbourne Girls College. And lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar. St Catherine's in lane 3 and Loreto Turak in lane 4. So back to the first heat here with the two Ballarat crews, Ballarat Grammar in lane 1 and Ballarat Clarendon in lane 2, Toorak College in lane 3 and Strathcona in lane 4. And certainly the Ballarat Grammar combination of Alice Booth, Lily Geddes, Briley Walker, Olivia Beachy, Alexis Timms and coached by Robert Draffin are half a length in front of their near neighbours Ballarat Clarendon, Chloe Bullen, Sinead Houlihan, Olivia Buckland, Alexandra Gilbert, Charlie Ferguson the Cox and coached by John Novak with, I would think that it's Toorak College in lane 4. The Strathcona crew in lane 4, Karis Jackson, Emma Nettleton, Sadie Schlicht, Bella Mazzai and Eliza Blue. So Ballarat Grammar here, a length in front of their Ballarat Clarendon near neighbours, will be taking out this first heat of the Coxed Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1. Now a length in front of Ballarat and Clarendon, with Strathcona over in third place in the pink colours and Toorak College a further few lengths behind. Well rode girls. There are a number of things occurring over the lunch breaks and at various stages during the rowing regatta over the next 3 days. So John Bowes, who's a Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator, will be making a presentation upstairs at the Jeff Sykes Centre Saturday from 2 till 2:45, looking at Australian rowing pathways and US college information. And I can tell you from first-hand experience with a nephew who is currently over there, he is thoroughly enjoying his experience at Cal Berkeley. And so many of those US colleges offer rowing scholarships and even opportunities to row over there and participate in the local regattas in America, but also they can, from over there, gain some Australian selection by being close to the various countries that are rowing. So I know that my nephew Harry had an opportunity to row in an under-23 Australian crew and will hopefully do so again this year. So the opportunities for current Year 12 rowers looking at a possible pathway into the US American system are most welcome to go and attend a meeting at 2 o'clock on Saturday for John Bowes is going to present for the Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator. Everybody's welcome if you are not rowing. Race 60 is the female school quad scull, Year 10 Division 1. Melbourne Girls College in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 2, St Catherine's in lane 3 and Loretto in lane 4. And these four crews are very close as they come to the halfway mark. I'm being attacked by a fly. The Melbourne Girls College combination of Matilda Wright, Romy Halatrost, Zania Abbas, Eleanor Schoolar and Eva Artavilla is the Cox. Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination, Imogen Perrott, Gabrielle Sofra, Grace Perrott, Jemima Ross and Camilla Rowe. St Catherine's, Amity Morris, Neil Pete, Kari Prendergast, Emily Thomas, Isabel Katzau and Cox, coached by Alexandra Clark. And Loretto Toorak is Grace Kennedy, Olivia Fay, Lucy Woods, Isla Quick and Josie Grave is the Cox. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School currently half a length in front of Melbourne Girls College with Loretto in third place and St Catherine's in third. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, a length in front of Melbourne Girls College. St Catherine's with Loretto over on the far side in second place, putting a little bit of pressure now as they lifted their rating coming through the James Harrison Bridge, and under the shadows of the bridge you can see that on that slight angle the Melbourne Girls Grammar combination are rowing very nicely here, very balanced. You can get a little brush of wind that can tip the oars out, but they're rowing very nicely, and both these crews have lifted their rating somewhat as they come to the last 100 metres. First through to the final, and the seconds and third and fourth will go through to the repechage, so it's an important race to win these first ones on this first day of the Head of the Schoolgirls. And it's very close here as these two crews lift. Loretto has definitely lifted the rating as they come through to the last 20 metres or so, and it will be, in fact, Loretto College winning by a canvas over Melbourne Girls Grammar. St Catherine's will finish in third, and MGC in fourth place. Heat 3 of the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull. Event 61 is now halfway down the beautiful Barwon River here. Race 62 is underway. So 4 crews in this third heat. Brighton Girls in lane 1, Albert Park College in lane 2, Gippsland Grammar in lane 2, and Genazzano are in lane 4. Lane 2, Albert Park College, looking like they've got about a half a length lead over Gippsland Grammar, with Genazzano and Brighton Girls in lane 1 putting a lot of pressure on from the outside lanes. Brighton Girls lifting their rating as they come through this last 500 metres. So between the two bridges is a pretty critical time that coaches will talk about when races can be won and lost, so a little bit of pressure, particularly if you're in lane 1. Lane 4 with the wind coming over the river can be quite a comfortable position over there, but the girls get used to that the more times they row on the Barwon. So these crews very close together as they come under this bridge. It's a wonderful standard of rowing here in these quad sculls. Very balanced, head still, shoulders still, rowing very nicely. All 4 crews really are rowing very neatly as they come down to this final 200 metres as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. And the Brighton combination of Saya McIntyre, Cassidy Lord, Valentina Durbogosian, Letitia Durbogosian and Isabella Griffith, half a length in front of the girls from Albert Park College, Jocelyn Doig, Ella Strangwood, Coco Jones, Isabel Perkins and Indigo Brown, with Gippsland Grammar putting a lot of pressure on the Albert Park combination. Kate Edgar, Tara D. Hood, Lily Canfield, Sorel Fraser and Mia Del Busso, with Genazzano a further length back first. But it is the Brighton combination here who have lifted their rating over this final 50 metres, and they will finish a canvas in front of Albert College, with Gippsland Grammar a further canvas back in third place, and Genazzano in fourth. The fourth and final heat in the Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1 has 3 crews: Loretto Ballarat in lane 1, Furbank Grammar in lane 2, and MLCQ on the far side in lane 3. Loretto Ballarat are half a length in front of Furbank Grammar, with the MLC combination a further half a length back in station 3. Loretto Ballarat, Neve Griffiths, Matilda Kavanagh, Olive Lanyon, Abby Kinnersley, coxed by Eliza Dodd. And Eliza's urging her crew through here as they come under the James Harrison Bridge, with the Furbank girls lifting their rating at the same time to match them. That's Sophie Nichols, Olivia McLean, Georgia Rao, Pippa Hallam, Amy Summers, the cox. So these two yellow crews in their bright yellow zooties matching each other with their rating as Furbank just lift their rating slightly. The MLC combination on the far side, Imogen Grant, Zoe Jackal, Chloe Bake, Mattia Brown, Freya Kuznanda, and coached by Matt Wilson. But these two crews now coming down to the final few strokes, lifting their rating. It's neck and neck here, with Furbank really rowing very hard to try and control this Loretto crew. But it was a Furbank combination by about a third of a metre. Will take out the first heat and progress to the semi-final, the rest to the repechage. So Furbank in first place, Loretto Ballarat in second, with MLCQ in third place. We now have two heats in the female school coxed 4 Year 10 Division 1, which historically was the only events that were rowed in the early stages of the head of the schoolgirls. So we had coxed 4s well and truly at the original head of the schoolgirls, which was held in Ballarat in 1984, with the Ballarat schools, a couple of Geelong schools and a school from Sacré-Cœur representing at that very first head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. And now we have the two Ballarat High School crews in this heat, all progressing to the final, with Ballarat High putting 4 crews into this event. So great program there at Ballarat High with their Year 10s, and of course the head of the river they row in 4s. So having this event at the head of the schoolgirls is great for them to come down to row on the Barwon. And in this particular heat, we have the Ballarat High number 1 crew and the Ballarat High number 4 crew. And Ballarat High have always been very strong at rowing. The girls certainly enjoying the program there and are being well supported. And it is the number 1 combination of Meg McBride, Millie Aitken, Peyton Smith, Maya Jenkins, Gemma Reid, coached by Warren Payne and Astrid Jolly, who are in front of the number 4 crew, Summer Kotek, Madison Cannell, Isabel Loader, Charlotte Turnbull with Jessica Dorr, the cox. All will progress to race 4, 5, 6, which is the final. And that will be held at 2:10 on the Sunday. So they can enjoy a little bit of time off of having rowed through to qualify for that final. So the Ballarat High number 1 crew, several lengths in front of the number 4 crew. Both crews going through to the final at 2:10 on Sunday afternoon. So this number 1 Ballarat High combination coming down to take out the first place in the Coxed 4 Year 10 Division 1, but we'll go straight through to the final on Sunday afternoon, and we will battle out with all 4 Ballarat High crews, but this particular crew looking the stronger, enjoying these conditions here, and finish strongly, well in front of Ballarat High number 4 crew. And then the second half of this heat, Heat 2, in the Coxed 4 Year 10 Division 1. 2 Ballarat High crews again, number 2 crew in lane 2 and the 3 crew in lane 3. And the number 2 crew, Mackenzie Hocking, Adrian Harris, Chelsea Loverson, Isabel Kalich, Annie Johnson the Cox, against Macy Kalich, Rachel Beer, Elizabeth Kite, Imogen Emerson and Poppy May Emerson the Cox. So this is the second crew coming down 2 lengths in front of their teammates, Ballarat High number 3 crew. All 4 crews will go through to the final on Sunday afternoon. And these Year 10 crews enjoying their experience on the Barwon today, rowing right through over the 1,000 metre course. So the Ballarat High number 2 crew finishing well here. Coxon straightening up the crew as they come towards the finish line. So Annie Johnson's done a great job in getting that crew safely to the finish line, and they will finish in first place in Heat 2, but of course they will all go through to the final on Sunday afternoon. With the number 3 crew coxed by Poppy May Emerson. Will finish in second place. So it's a very busy place up at Marshalling and at the start line. We're now moving into the female school coxed 8 Year 10 Division 2 as the crews get marshalled and then into alignment and then ready for the starter over these 1,000 metre events. Just waiting on the start of race 65. Give you an opportunity to enjoy the various facilities that are around here and make sure you take advantage of the food stalls that are out there. Have a little break, make sure you're drinking lots of water and rehydrating as well as refueling your busy bodies after a morning of rowing. All crews sitting nicely on the start line. And we're waiting a start in this first heat. The first place will progress to the semi-final and the rest will go through to the repechage. We've got 2 Geelong Grammar crews in this particular heat, one from Shelford, another Geelong Grammar crew with Carey and Caulfield in Heat 2, Wesley, Carey and MLC in Heat 3, with Geelong College and Haileybury in Heat 4. Rolling down to the start here of the 1,000 metres. So I'm being informed that this will in fact be a race 66. Something has happened with 65. They are resetting that. So no wonder I was seeing 8s across the river. So race 66 is the second heat. So we'll start with heat 2. Carey Grammar will be in lane 1. Geelong Grammar in lane 2. And Caulfield Grammar in lane 3. And they've made a start now in event 66. So we're into the school cock states, Year 10 Division 2. A little bit of a wobble on the start there from the Carey crew, but the Geelong Grammar crew are staying out of their way. They've gone a bit skew-if as well. So Carey combination of Tess Connell-Tobin, Kaya Beelan, Chloe Fox, Zara Isles, Abigail Coops, Claire Stockey, Isla Worley, Ellie Charman and Hayley Tan the cocks. The Geelong Grammar crew in lane 2, Sylvie Perrin, Chloe Sangster, Lana Kalusik, Abigail Rigney, Sophie Steer, Tess Shanahan, Krasha Jaiwal and Aisha Jaiwal, and cocks by Michelle Lawn. In Caulfield Grammar, Julianne Petit-Pierre, Rosie White, Alexandra Chopchian, Kiara Spanos, Lily Jean Glenn and Grace Agg, Madison Fall and Lola Karavosov with Zara Appel in the coxswain seat. So Geelong Grammar missed the start in this particular event and they have regrouped though and are now back on the course and ploughing down their home river with much familiarity, and they've lifted their rating. Hopefully they'll be able to sustain this over the 1,000 metres. The Carey combination is coming round the corner with, in second place, the Caulfield Grammar on station 3. But the Geelong Grammar crew are certainly trying to make up that missed start. Again, Year 10 oared rowing in 8s is fantastic to see this on the Barwon, going so deep now with Year 10s at the head of the schoolgirls. The APS crews will, of course, row next Saturday in their head of the river. Many others will head up to the Nationals. We'll be keeping an eye on the Scots-Merckx Regatta tomorrow as well. The boys are up there doing their seeding for the APS Regatta. But it's currently the Carey combination in lane 1, who are a length in front, half a length in front of the Caulfield Grammar on station 3, with Geelong Grammar trying to make up some ground in the middle. And again, these Year 10s at Geelong Grammar have had a year away, so they miss a year of rowing by being at the Timbertop campus, come back, reforming into Year 10 into 8 oared crews. So learning to balance 8 oars. The secret to rowing is to get those oars in on time together and then get them out again. So that takes a lot of practice and a lot of time on the water, which these girls have been doing. So these Year 10s enjoying this 8 oared rowing. Geelong Grammar number 2 crew in third place, but the Carey combination are rowing very nicely with the oars sitting nice and evenly. Coming down under the James Harrison Bridge, and they're well and truly in front of the 2 crews. Geelong Grammar have made up some ground on Caulfield Grammar. But this Carey combination of Tess Connell-Tobin, Kaya Beelan, Chloe Fox, Zara Isles, Abigail Coops, Claire Stockey, Isla Worley, Ellie Charman and Hayley Tan are now pulling away here as they approach the final part of the rowing, all rowing relaxed. Blade work looking very smooth and calm and relaxed as they come through to the finish line, clearly in front here. They will finish in first place in this second heat. Caulfield Grammar have kept their half a length lead over Geelong Grammar, who have rode very well to get back into this event and will be much better for the row. So Carey Cross in first place. Caulfield Grammar will finish in second. And the Geelong Grammar second crew finishing very well despite a wobbly start, looking very polished, rowing nicely as they come through to the finish line, will finish in third. Now we go back to race 65 for those of you that are following along in the program, which is always a fun thing to do at the head of the Schoolgirls. 3 crews in this event: the Geelong Grammar number 4 crew, Geelong Grammar number 3 in lane 2, and the Shelford Girls Grammar crew in lane 3. And as they make a start here, again, we've had some steering issues with one of the GGS crews. But they seem to have worked that out and have now put themselves in a very favourable position. So the Geelong Grammar number 3 crew: Sophie Wright, Alice Nardorp, Sophie Guest, Charlotte Langdon, Bella Smith, Izzy O'Connor, Juliet Curry, Coco Barrow and Violet Rowell. The Cox are in the Grammar number 3 team. And neck and neck with them is the girls from Shelford Girls Grammar: Kylie Chen, Annabelle Watt, Cindy Mai, Millie Mayer, Asha Kakilis, Scarlett Cohen, Grace Eastow and Elizabeth Gillard, with Winnie Roberts the Cox. So the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 2, sticking close with Shelford Grammar, who are in lane 3. And these girls rowing very evenly. Coxon putting a bit of pressure on. And coming out of lane 1 now, I can see that the GGS crew number 4 crew is a further half a length behind. Isla Johnston, Beth Laylor, Chloe Thomas, Victoria Maxted, Georgie Dobson, Georgie Percy, Bianca Jupp, Delilah Hooper and Cox by Winnie Heaven are in lane 1. But these 2 crews in the middle of the river here, Geelong Grammar and Shelford, battling it out here. The first will go through to the semi-final. The rest will row in a repechage to select the places for the finals, or further semis and the finals. The Geelong Grammar number 4 crew seems to have had some issues with steering. They're going the scenic route down their home river and enjoying the reeds and the trees. But their compatriots in the middle lane have now taken a half a length lead ahead of Shelford, and they've got to keep their oars steady, as do Shelford. Lift their rating carefully as they come through these bridges here. The girls get overexcited, and if you lift your rating before someone else does, all terrible things can happen, and you can launch yourself out of the boat by catching a crab. So well-timed increasing lifting of the rating, led by the coxswain. Hopefully the girls are listening to their coxswain, making sure they're doing all that they need to do. Of course, fatigue also hits here as the girls start to tire. But this Geelong Grammar combination, half a length in front of Shelford. Shelford will be lifting their rating now to try and match the Geelong Grammar crew. Sophie Wright, Alice Nadorp, Sophie Guest, Charlotte Langdon, Bella Smith, Izzy O'Connor, Juliet Curry, Coco Barrow and Violet Rowell Cox. And Violet's urging on her crew, putting her wonderful voice to good use, I'm sure. Cheering on this crew. They're now pulling away here, length in front of the Shelford combination. They will be going straight through to the semi-final. The Geelong Grammar number 3 crew taking out the first heat. I'm very excited about that. With Shelford in second place. And the Geelong Grammar number 4 crew still rowing very evenly and nicely as they come down to finish this race off strongly. Probably do a bit of work on keeping heads in the boat, eyes still. Looking around for the finish, they are. Keep going, girls. It's coming. So results down the page for Heat 1. Geelong Grammar number 4 were third, Geelong Grammar number 3 were first, and the Shelford Girls Grammar were 2, so 3, 1, 2 down the page. This is the third heat of the Coxed 8th Year 10 Division 2. 3 crews, Lane 1 Wesley College, Lane 2 Carey Grammar, and Lane 3 MLCQ. And it's MLC and Carey who are battling it out here, about half a length ahead of the... Wesley and Carey battling it out, a half a length ahead of the MLC crew. This will be the third heat, event 67, race 67, third heat. And these two crews, as they come through under the bridge, Carey and Wesley rowing very nicely, with the Wesley combination looking like they've got about a canvas lead ahead of Carey, who can very easily lift their rating and hopefully row a little bit harder over these last few metres to take out the win. But Wesley have done exactly that and lifted their rating as well. So finishing very strongly is the event. Zara Schmidt, Alice Andrews, Ellie Skyring, Sienna Matthews, Ella Laverty. Close and close, getting closer here, but no, Wesley do take it out by half a canvas. Francesca Rose, Remy Clark and Alice Carter in the Wesley crew. Carey in second place with MLCQ in third. Carey Grammar, Kira Brown, Ruby McCandlish, Indy Kenny, Chloe Coleman, Tilly Kotzman, Carolyn McMillan, Isabel Zareb, Alice Wilcox and Holly Bucknell-Lecox. With MLCQ, Rosie Shannon McDonald, Tiffany Spencer, Pippa Hawker, Charlotte Wallace, Isolde Redson, Olivia Abbott, Miller Vanderslis, Anna Isabel Yao and Stephanie Un the Cox. The fourth and final heat of the female school Coxed 8 Year 10 Division 2. 2 crews in this event, Geelong College in lane 2 and Haileybury in lane 3. Geelong College combination of Zara Lacraju, Madeline Jarman, Clementine Tyrrell, Isabel Goodekunst, Charlie Keenan, Anna Beach, May Welch, Lily Biscan and Nellie Watts the Cox. And the Haileybury crew, which have gone a little bit askew as they came under the bridge. So these crews are getting very close to each other and we'll need to make sure that there's no clashing of oars. Haileybury crew, Ali Craig, Indy Brabner, Lucinda Vale, Lucinda Vale, Tamara Sando, Meg Naylan, Pearl Daniel Reid, Evie Arnold and Eva Robertson with Heidi Cracknell-Lecox. And currently the Haileybury combination a half a length ahead of Geelong College. Geelong College, knowing the river, will be very keen to try and finish strongly, which they're having a very strong race here, very close here at the finish, but the Haileybury girls, despite that little glitch, will hold on by a canvas and will take out the fourth and final heat and go through to the semi-final, with the rest going to the Geelong College going through to the repechage. So that concludes the 4 heats of the Coxed 8 Year 10 Division 2. And we'll now move into Coxed Quad Sculls, Year 10 Division 2. So now we are in the Heat 1 School Coxed Quad Scull Year 10 Division Heats. And this first heat is Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 2 and St Catherine's in lane 3. With Melbourne Girls Grammar 2 lengths ahead here. Zaina O'Beard, Stephanie Speller, Addie Dean, Caitlin Anthony and Ellie Polglaze is the Cox. And this Melbourne Girls Grammar School crew looks very polished for a Year 10 Division 2 crew. Sitting up very nicely, very even in their technique. Blades entering the water at the same time and exiting at the same time, which always makes for a very balanced boat, which makes it move through the water faster, which is exactly what they are doing. So a great combination here for these Melbourne Girls Grammar School rowers. Beautifully dressed this morning in their plats and hats. Well-rowed girls. First place going through to the quarterfinals with St Catherine's, Poppy Cashmore, Lucy Kennedy, Isabel Peter, Alex Alman and Isabella Wang, the Cox, going into the repechage. There will be a lunch break during which we will see a row over by the 2023 Women's Lightweight Quad, the Victoria Cup, with Ellie Brennan, Maggie Foley, Lucy de Glericade and Ant de Cosmo rowing, having a row through coached by Virginia Lee and Eleanor Crute. All those girls, of course, have come through the head of the Schoolgirls program, with Ellie now rowing for Banks, and she rowed for Melbourne Girls College. At the 2021 head of the Schoolgirls, Ellie rowed in a Cox Quad Scull and placed third in the final. As a lightweight, Ellie is a strong addition to this particular crew. Maggie Foley has been a member of the Victorian Cup crew 3 previous occasions. She now rows for Corio Bay and was at Sacred Heart. Lucy de Glericade rose for Melbourne Uni Boat Club and was at Albert Park College, and in 2019 she was in a quad that won the B final. She was selected in the Pathway 8, so you certainly do not need to win to have great success. Unfortunately, the 2020 Head of School Regatta did not occur, so Lucy has continued her program in Pathway. Ant de Cosmo was rowing for Genazzano in 2017 and has raced lightweight at state and national championships. So we look forward to seeing those girls doing a row through at the lunch break. And if anyone is interested in attending some Pathway transition opportunities, John Bowes will be speaking to the gathered throng upstairs at the Jeff Sykes Centre at 2 o'clock tomorrow. If you're interested at all in looking at a pathway through to the US, through the Australian Rowing Pathways, and gaining some information on United States colleges and the programs that they have over there, which would be a wonderful experience for you, then please attend that informative chat that will take place at 2 o'clock on Saturday. Back to the rowing here with the second heat of the female school quad scull, Year 10 Division 2. 3 crews in this event: Gippsland Grammar in lane 1, PLC in lane 2, and the Ballarat combination are currently easily in front in this particular heat. Cleo Tyndall, Lara Gollan, Bess Morrison, Kate Johnson, Bella Jenkins, the Cox. And they are well in front here. The experience of the Ballarat crews rowing in 4s coming to the fruition here on the Barwon. These 4 girls rowing very nicely, with their coxswain enjoying a very comfortable ride and a very smooth one there as these girls come through to easily take out Heat 2 from the PLC combination of Alima Chowdhury, Yadi Wang, Jennifer Sun, Juliet Spencer and Yolanda G, the cocks, with Gippsland Grammar, Emma Kewish, McKenna Brindley, Bonnie Johnson, Anna Taylor and Grace Millington, the cocks, who will finish a length and a half behind the PLC combination, who go through now, and Gippsland Grammar in third place. So 3-2-1 down the page for Heat 2 of the Coxed Quad Scull. We've got a start in Heat 3. In fact, they are well down the course here. 3 crews in this event: Wrighton Girls, Furbank Grammar in lane 2 and Loretto Turak in lane 3, with Loretto Turak already clearly 2 lengths in front of the Furbank Grammar combination, with Wrighton back in third as they come through the 500 metre mark. So this Loretto Turak combination taking a strong lead here in Heat 3 of the Year 10 Division 2 Quad Sculls. Zara Barr, Zara Bracevich, Luca McComas, Minty Clements and Iva Grafrida is the cocks. And they are 3 lengths in front of Furbank in Station 2, with Wrighton in lane 1. Battling it out here for second place. Both would go through to the repechage, so second and third placing is probably bragging rights only, but Loretto going through to the quarterfinal, and it's a strong finish from the Furbank crew to finish in second place, with Wrighton in third. The fourth and final heat, sorry, it's not the final heat, the fourth heat, there are 6 heats in this event. Sorry, that's not true, there are 8 heats in this event. The Quad Scull Year 10 Division 2 fourth heat, Cardinia International College in lane 2 and MLC in 3. And again, it's a strong lead here to the MLC combination of Alice Van Onselen, Arabelle Banhidi, Emily Tian, Emma Ward, Isabel Cronin in the cock seat, with Cardinia in second place, Grace O'Day, Claire Jamison, Molly Callahan, Ava Lyons, Emma Cartland in second place. So the MLC crew looking very strong here as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. Again, looking very balanced and sitting up well. Not a lot of body movement in any direction other than forwards and back. So it's very clear to see a well-polished crew and why they are lengths in front, as their blade work is very smooth. Heads still, so lots of things to learn when you're watching a crew go past. Heads are still, shoulders are square, well-balanced boat, and all sitting up very straight with strong core strength. An excellent display of coxed scull rowing, well-rowed girls. The Cardinia crew finishing strongly. They'll go through to the repechage, whereas the MLC crew will go through to the quarterfinal. 8 heats in this event, so we're only halfway through. So Heat 4 taken out by MLC with Cardinia in second place. So this is the fifth heat. Melbourne Girls College in lane 1, half a length in front of the Ballarat and Clarendon combination. So Melbourne Girls College, Orla Edwards, Giselle Josler, Ava Paputia, Tessa Williamson and Maddie England the Cox. And half a length behind them, Ballarat and Clarendon, Zara Ambrose, Ashley Moffat, Tess Gelgen, Sophie Cardoso and Sienna Ward the Cox. So Melbourne Girls College, I'm looking at the GC. Melbourne Girls College taking out that fifth heat and will proceed to the quarterfinals. So lots of sorting out to do with these very popular quad sculls, Year 10 Division 2. And we've still got 3 more heats to go in this Year 10 Division 2. For quad sculling, again, as mentioned earlier, a very popular event for the girls because they can learn to row in a very balanced manner. They learn to sit up nice and straight. The use of 2 oars they feel very much in control of what's going on and very balanced. So 2 crews sparkling in the sunshine as they come towards the James Harrison Bridge. Loretto Ballarat are in lane 2. And in front, the new colours of Strathcona in the pink, with Juliet Stanby, Olivia Harris, Eleanor Inston, Paige Guthridge and Sophie Nettleton the Cox are a length and a half in front of the combination from Loretto Ballarat, Lila Malloy, Avery Clark, Eve Watson, Mia Woodburn and Kate Hudson the Cox. And this Strathcona combination are looking very polished as they come through, again sitting up well, looking very balanced and having good clearance of the boat, so it's flowing along very nicely. It's not stopping and starting. So as the girls progress from Year 10 up into senior rowing, they can only improve. Every time they row, they get better. And that's the joy of rowing, that you can, every single time you row, you just get more experience and fall in love with it even more, many of you, which is wonderful. So great opportunity here to put all your hard weeks of training together. And this Strathcona crew are going to go through to take out Heat 6 from the Loretto Ballarat combination. So we've got our final heat underway. That's just started, and this heat that's currently coming through the McIntyre Bridge is Heat 7. Genazzano in lane 2 and Lowther Hall in lane 3, with Lowther Hall a length in front of Genazzano. Albert Park College and Toorak College are battling out in Heat 8. The Genazzano combination, Chloe Patmore, Tilly Lawrence, Sadie James, Chloe Sekias, Eliza Dempsey. A length and a half behind the Allow the Hall combination of Charlotte Patterson, Olivia Douglas, Ashley Dorrington, Elizabeth Burke, with Philippa Small, the coxswain. And both these crews coming comfortably down the river. No problem with steering at all in these quad sculls. So the coxswain's doing a wonderful job on this wonderful buoyed course here. So the bow coxing makes it nice and easy for the coxswains. So Lowther Hall looking very comfortable here as they come under the James Harrison Bridge and head towards the last 100 metres. Again, rowing in a very balanced manner, oars going in, feathering beautifully as they come through the water. You don't want to hit too much wake as you go past. Genazzano also rowing very nicely as they approach the finish, although they seem to have had a little bit of a miss then, just as I was about to give them a big rap. But the stroke has gathered herself together very nicely, actually, without doing any too much damage. But it's the Lowther Hall combination taking out this 7th heat through to the quarterfinal from Genazzano, 3 lengths behind. And they will go through to the repechage. Definitely some oar issues occurring there with the Genazzano crew, which they will sort out. And this is the 8th and final heat of the Quad Scull Year 10 Division 2. Albert Park College in lane 2. Comfortably in front of Toorak College, who are in lane 3. So again, the winner going through to the quarterfinal, with the rest going through to the repechage, and obviously allowing everybody to have an opportunity to have every opportunity to get through to the finals, which is what the rowing is, a wonderful way of making sure that the correct crews are in the final, because you have so many opportunities to race the right amount of people. But Albert Park College coming through the James Harrison Bridge here with 100 metres to go. And the combination for Albert Park: Naomi Hibbard, Eloise Doig, Millie Drack, Michaela Stambles-Eve, Savina Fafandi. And for Toorak College, we have Audrey Millen-Sigley, Zara Jolly, Jade Victory, Lola Graham, and Sophia Iyer, the Cox. So Albert Park College combination taking out Heat 8 here, barring a mishap in the next minute, but I'm sure that won't occur. So they're looking very comfortable as they come across the line in first place to conclude the 8th heat of the female school coxed quad scull Year 10 Division 2. So a well done to all who have participated in the Year 10 Division 2. And now we move into Division 3. And again, there are 8 heats in this event. So there's certainly no shortage of girls who want to row in quad sculls. And we commend the school rowing programs for managing all this. So Heat 1 from the Year 10 Division 3, Finton are in lane 1, Lauriston girls in lane 2 and Genazzano in lane 3. So Finton are Claire Lau, Aurelia Tropia, Tina Capnius, Isabella Gale and Chloe Chen are the Cox. And they are half a length behind Lauriston, Amelia DeLacy, Chloe Wenzel, Sophie Newitt, Catherine Kassab, Sophie Day, with Genazzano a further 2 lengths back, Sienna McKinnon, April Bogdanovsky, Alice Courtney, Bailey Riddle and Juliet Moran, the Cox. So Lauriston girls here half a length in front of Fintona, but Fintona are certainly lifting their rating as I just looked up to see them probably now a canvas in front of this combination from Lauriston. And I know that the Fintona rowing crew, as they come through the shadows, they've actually lengthened their lead here, so they're half a length in front now of Lauriston. Lauriston seem to have had something may have occurred, but Fintona are certainly rowing very nicely as they come through here over the last 80 metres. The Fintona crew sitting up very well, and it's lovely to be able to call Fintona through. Former teacher from there, as I am. Very involved in rowing in the early days. I noticed on their website last night they were pumping up the first crews that rowed in the late 80s when I was involved in sport. So well done to the Fintona crew. Coming through here, they've pulled away to at least be nearly a length in front here. Rowing in the Murray, looking very nice. Congratulations to Fintona taking out that heat. Second place is Lauriston. And third place will be the Genazzano combination of Sienna McKinnon, April Bogdanowski, Alice Courtney, Bailey Riddle and Juliet Moran. So Fintona first, Lauriston second and Genazzano in third place. Lauriston and Jen going through to the repechage, Fintona through to the quarterfinal. Melbourne Girls College combination of Saoirse McPhee in lane 2, Clementine Hewen, Lydia Forster, Sophie Dupuche and Imogen Harling, with Furbank Grammar in second place, Isabel Mitchell, Catherine Bloomfield, Zara Fife, Daisy Harridge with Caitlin Barwood the Cox, and a further length behind them, Greta Ball, Amelia Fox, Poppy Smith, Eleanor Duggan, Sophia Storis from Lowther Hall. So this Melbourne Girls College combination looking very balanced and rowing really nicely as they come through to these last 80 to 90 metres. Got to keep the balance right as the wind keeps blowing them a little bit off course. Coxon doing a wonderful job urging on her crew. That's Imogen Harley. So Melbourne Girls College will take out this second heat of the Year 10 Division 3, Saoirse McPhee, Clementine Hewen, Lydia Forster, Sophie Dupuche and Imogen Harling going through to the quarterfinal for Melbourne Girls College, with Furbank Grammar in second place and a further 3 lengths back to Lowther Hall. And Heat 3 is progressing very quickly behind them. 3 crews in this event, Ryton Girls, Ballarat Clarendon and MLCQ. And MLCQ are 2 lengths in front here of the Ryton combination, with Ballarat and Clarendon a further half a length back in lane 2. So MLCQ, Eleanor Love, Amiel Cummins, Sophie Pretty, Madeline Turnham and Edie Donovan is the coxswain. And they are 2 lengths in front of Ryton. Freddie Phillips, Ruby Jansen, April Carney, Lulu Spinks and Abby Grogan the Cox, with Ballarat and Clarendon a further half a length behind them. Olivia Hickenbotham, Caitlin Dent, Urvi Sanaparidi, Ruby McAuliffe, Anna Sun. And so these 3 crews are in Division 3. The first will go through to the quarterfinal, enjoying a wonderful row here in these conditions. We've had a start in the Heat 4 with Toorak College and Melbourne Girls Grammar School to follow. But this is Heat 3. Sorry, it's Heat 2. Ryton, Ballarat. It's Heat 3. I'm getting ahead of myself here. MLCQ confidently rowing away here as we finish this third heat, which they will take out Eleanor Love, Amiel Cummins, Sophie Pretty, Madeline Turnham and Edie Donovan, finishing in first place in the third heat. And Ryton and Ballarat Clarendon battling it out here for second place. Both will go through to the repechage. But the Wrighton combination rowing in the Louisa Burberry, who is enjoying her retirement after many years of being involved in the rowing. So it's lovely to see her boat coming through down the Barwon on this perfectly sunny day. And hopefully Louisa might find her way down to the river, or she's probably also enjoying her retirement. Ballarat Clarendon combination were in third place. And we have two crews in this next event, Toorak College in lane 2 and Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 3. So two crews in this event. Melbourne Girls Grammar School are in lane 3 and Toorak College are in lane 2. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Olivia Jane, Georgia Harris, Lily Ebbles, Jada Tankard and Lucinda Theodore the Cox. Comfortably in front of the Toorak College combination, Lucy Maggio, Kiara Nash, Henrietta Love, Talia Rao and Lucy Hall the coxswain. So all these crews enjoying after a nervous few weeks of who we're rowing against. They've seen the draw, they're ready for their row, they're enjoying their races. And so the Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination coming down now to finish very well. Melbourne Grammar finishing in first place there in this particular heat. And we've got heat 5 of 8 in this particular Division 3 Year 10. So Toorak College will finish second and we'll go through to the repechage. And in heat 5 we have two crews coming down, Loretto Toorak and Sacred Heart. So Loretto Toorak are well in front here as they come through the 500 metre mark, heading towards the finish line with Sacred Heart in second place. So the Loretto Toorak combination of Ruby Colbatch, Isabella Knight, Eloise Morgan, Jemima Perry and Greta Hardwick the Cox. The Sacred Heart crew, Scarlett Mapleson, Lola Thomas, Emma Sexton, Ella Robinson and Eden Smith the Cox. And this is the fifth heat of 8. And Toorak, Loretto Toorak have a very strong rowing program, particularly in their 9s and 10s, and of course took it out last year in much celebrations in the senior 8 odd events, but also have featured for many years in these lower age groups as winning crews. So a wonderful rowing culture at the school. So the Loretto Toorak combination of Ruby Colbatch, Isabella Knight, Eloise Morgan, Jemima Perry and Greta Hardwick Cox taking out heat 5, going through to the quarterfinal tomorrow with the rest to the repechage. And they are finishing very strongly as they come across the line now, with Sacred Heart also rowing very nicely. And immediately following this will be the 6th heat, which have already passed through the 500 metre mark. Albert Park College in lane 2 and Ballarat Grammar in lane 3, and we've already seen the strength of Ballarat Grammar in previous races from some of their heats. And they are currently 2 lengths in front of the crew from Albert Park College. Charlotte Armitage, Kate Mitchell, Clara Watson, Georgina Draffin, Holly Bridie, and from Albert Park College, Ali Nguyen, Jane Zorbas, Georgina Camillan, Julia Kwiat-Koska, and Adeline Tan, the Cox. But the Ballarat Grammar crew coming through now nice and strongly, actually rowing quite easily and enjoying having their row and qualifying through to the quarterfinals, keeping themselves well balanced and well rested. So Ballarat Grammar will take out this 6th heat with Albert Park College, I apologise, finishing in 2nd place. So 2 more heats to conclude this Division 3, and then we move into Division 4. So lots of quad scull rowing occurring before lunch on this first day of the Head of the Schoolgirls, the 40th anniversary of the event. Hopefully you're all having a lovely day. You're not at school, so that's a good bonus. But you are representing your school, and please remember to slip, slop, slap. I know it doesn't feel like it's sunny, but it certainly is, and we also want to make sure that you hydrate and refuel. So this is Heat 7. Strathcona in lane 2 and St Catherine's in lane 3. And so the pink colours of Strathcona are currently coming past the 500 metre mark towards the finish line here, and they are 2 lengths in front of the St Catherine's combination. Isabella Cheng from Strathcona, Annabelle Howell, Saloni Agunaskera, Ella Fotheringham and Isla Fithall are the Strathcona combination. And from St Catherine's we have Sam Platt, Violet Stevens, Ava Murray, Eve Plummer and Sophia Sinclair, the Cox. So this is the Year 10 Division 3, Heat 7. With the first, obviously, the first place going through to the quarterfinals. And in this particular event, it will look like it's going to be Strathcona. Who are 3 or 4 lengths in front of the St Catherine's combination as they come towards the last 80 metres of this event. Again, looking very balanced as they come through. The blade work looks neat. Still focusing on what they need to do at the finish as much as they are at the start. So a strong finish there. They'll be waiting for the buzzer. Well rowed girls. Proceeding through to the quarterfinal with St Catherine's in 2nd place. So moving into the final heat now of this quad scull Year 10 Division 3, there are two crews, Haileybury in lane 1 and Haileybury in lane 2, Loretto Ballarat in lane 3. And the Loretto Ballarat crew are several lengths in front of Haileybury. The Loretto Ballarat crew, Anna Jones, Maddie Gelgen, Imogen Mann, Sophie Robertson and Molly Hudson, the cocks. And from Haileybury, Eliza Kelly, Ashley Hamill, Alice Cockram, Holly Britsitsky, Sharana Aylan, the cocks. So Loretto Ballarat finishing well here in front of Haileybury, and Loretto Ballarat will go through to the quarterfinals. So that concludes a wonderful section of racing from the Year 10 Division 3 quad sculls. Lots of involvement from many, many girls, and I'm sure they'll all be delighted with their results and looking forward to now rowing in their quarterfinal or repechage. So 4 quarterfinals in that event. So Loretto Ballarat going through to take out Heat 8 of the Year 10 Division 3 with Haileybury in second place. We now move into Year 10 Division 4. So the Year 10 certainly having a huge influence on rowing in their various schools. I hope they're still doing some schoolwork. Female school coxed quad scull, Year 10 Division 4. There are 4 heats in this particular event, so there'll be 4 crews across the lanes from lanes 1 to 4. And the final heats 3 and 4 will only have 3 in each of those. So lots of crews registered to row in this particular event. There'll be some close racing here in this Year 10 Division 4 division. The first crew will go through to a semi-final and the rest will go through to a repechage. So these girls will be desperately trying to get into that semi. Four crews down the page here. So lane 1 is Ballarat and Clarendon College. Lane 2, Lauriston Girls. Lane 3 is Ballarat Grammar, and they're currently in front from Furbank Grammar in lane 4, half a length behind them, with Lauriston and Ballarat Clarendon several lengths behind both those crews in lanes 3 and 4. So the Ballarat Grammar combination of Grace Jackson, Soph Reed, Sophie Calvert, Mia Matthews and Lily Bray, coached by Holly Potts, and in the Furbank Grammar crew, Hope Watson-Hook, Charlie Robertson, Priscilla Bainon, Beatrix Scott, and coxed by Hannah Portage. But again, these Ballarat Grammar crews have shown their strength here in this 4-oared and also in the quad scull division. But the Ballarat Grammar crew are 3/4 a length ahead of Furbank, who will not be letting them have all the running. So the Furbank crew will be trying to lift their rating, and traditionally their supporters are on that side of the river, so they'll be very keen to cheer them along. So their blade work now in these last 100 metres is very important to make sure nothing goes wrong. But the Ballarat combination of Grace Jackson, Soph Reed, Sophie Calvert and Mia Matthews with Lily Bray Sophie's grandfather was an Olympic oarsman, and so she's continuing the legacy as she crosses the line here in first place with her school. Well done to the Ballarat Grammar crew there in first place, held off Furbank Grammar. And further back we have Lauriston Girls, Amelia Forty, Isabella Park, Sophie Murchie, go Soph, Luna Spugo, Emily Gow in the cock seat, ahead of the Ballarat Clarendon combination of Georgia Croft, Hilary Lotes, Zia Smith, Harriet Beardmore and Elizabeth Dent, the cocks. So Lauriston will finish in third place. And then Heat 2 on the river will have just made a start, so they're rowing over 1,000 metres, all these crews. So Heat 2 is fast approaching the finish line here with 4 crews. MLCQ in lane 1, currently 2 lengths in front of Strathcona, who are in lane 3, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, and Footscray High School a further 2 lengths back in lane 4. So the MLC combination of Sienna Kalfas, Monique Palavestra, Lara Wilson, Bella Bain and Charlotte Lowe, the cocks, in front of the magnificent pink colours of Strathcona as they come under the bridge, out of the sunshine into the shade. Bella Puka, Olivia Collett, Ruby Gibson, Jasmine Ma and Leah Liu in second place. A further length back to Strathcona, Bella Puka, sorry, I've read that wrong, to Melbourne Girls College, Audrey Farina, Abigail Grigg, Madison Bushney, Mimi Krisnik Rutan and Georgia Katanis. But the MLC combination taking out this second heat of the Year 10 Sculls Division 4. Crossing the line now in first place. Second place will be Strathcona. Melbourne Girls College putting a bit of pressure on but unable to pull them back. So the Strathcona combination will finish in second place. Melbourne Girls College in third, and a further few lengths back to the Footscray High School combination of Layla Carudis, Charlotte Mack, Charlotte Philpotts, Molly Strawn and Sylvie Ward, the cocks. And that will conclude Heat 2. 2 more heats in this Year 10 Division 4. All right, heat 3, as we're debating what colour Strathcona are. If you'd like to come and tell us the exact colour, what we're supposed to call that in the commentary box. The third heat, Shelford Girls Grammar are in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 2, and Loretto Toorak in lane 3. And this is the third heat of the Year 10 Division 4 Quad Sculls. And both these crews are neck and neck here as they come under the McIntyre Bridge. Sorry, the James Harrison Bridge. I'm getting my bridges mixed up already on day one. The Melbourne Girls Grammar combination half a length behind Loretto Toorak. Loretto Toorak has Julia Dolan, Matilda Clooney's Ross, Rory Backer, Maggie Steinfort, and Liliana Manton in the Cox seat. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Isabel Thomas, Isabel Gorman, Eliza Meredith Smith, Coco Taylor, and Yen Lei is coxing that crew. But the Loretto Toorak combination is pulling away here, nearly a length in front of Melbourne Girls Grammar, with Shelford Girls Grammar a few lengths further back. So Loretto will go through to the semi-finals and the rest will go through to the repechage in this Year 10 Division 4 third heat. It's a win to Loretto College in this heat. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in second place, and Shelford will finish in third. One more heat to go in this Year 10 Division 4, and then we go to Division 5. Shelford Girls Grammar finishing strongly now. There you go, girls. Sit up. Easy to breathe when you're sitting up. So still continuing with lots of rowing action here at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. 40 years, thousands of girls. Great supporter here at, as Geelong is a great supporter of this event. Enjoying the rather, I won't say they're perfect conditions, but we've seen a few conditions over my many years of doing this commentary, but it's not too bad today. Probably could have got the window cleaners in before I sat up here. Heat 4 of the School Quad Scull, Year 10 Division 4. We've got three crews across the river here. Loretto Ballarat in lane 1, currently half a length behind the combination from St Catherine's, with Genazzano a further 2 or 3 lengths behind in lane 3. So St Catherine's combination of Violetta Campani, Martha McKellar, Sophie Hawker, Lily van der Ven and Amy Lou is coxing them, with Loretto Ballarat trying to keep them in their sights. Lily Bennett, Jemima Noble, Marley Constable, Zali Brudenhall and Summer Martin is their cox. But St Catherine's are a length in front now of Loretto Ballarat as they've pulled away through that sort of last 200 metre mark, and now they're rowing very nicely to come through here and pull away from Loretto Ballarat. So a lot of these crews lifting the rating from the bridge. Whatever you've got left in the tank. First going through to the semi-final, so they don't need to completely cook themselves in this first heat. They're well through. St Catherine's are in first place here in this fourth and final heat of the Year 10 Division 4. Loretto Ballarat in second place and Genazzano in third.
Thank you to Jane Horn for a commentary over the last 90 minutes or so. Jane will be back with us later on today as we do celebrate the 40th anniversary of the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta here at 2024 since that first regatta was held. Ironically enough, actually at Ballarat in 1985. So this is the 40th time the head of the Schoolgirls has been held and has grown. It's such a huge event over those 4 decades. Watching here the first heat of the Year 10 Division 5 female school Cox Quad Scull approaching its conclusion. Furbank Grammar School Lane 1, Wesley College in Lane 2 and Melbourne Girls College in Lane 3. The boats on the course here and it's first only to the semi-final and a good race too between Furbank and Melbourne Girls College. Not much between them. Melbourne Girls Lane 3, Talia Zangalis, Gemma Perry, Victoria Hogan, Stella Rawlinson and Phoebe Constantinou. And Furbank, just a few messy strokes from them might cost them a shot at the win. In fact, it will. Olivia Gillett, Stella Kemp, Olivia Marino, Iris Lee and Dana Lee, the Cox there. But now a clear gap between the two crews. It's a bit neater at the finish, certainly. The combination from Melbourne Girls College, who will go across on Lane 3 and take the win in race 89. So Melbourne Girls College first. They're through to the semis of the Year 10 Division 5 at Cox Quad Scull. Furbank Grammar School will finish second as they recover now and get the whole crew moving once again. And Wesley College will be third on Lane 2. As they're about to cross the line as well to conclude race 89. So we're approaching the lunch break here on the opening day of this huge regatta. Around about 7 or so races to go, in fact, to the lunch break, which comes up after our 12:45 race. Does mark the conclusion of the Year 10 events, and then the full afternoon of Year 9 racing still to come. So plenty of activity remains on the course on this first day of the regatta. The second heat now is coming down of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull with the field of 3 again in this race. Lauriston in Lane 1, Ballarat Grammar School in Lane 2, and should be Geelong College also racing in Lane 3. Not yet clear view of all 3 crews, but certainly the Ballarat Grammar School combination showing out. Looks to be in front there. We do have the Geelong College as well, so all 3 crews are present there, but Geelong Grammar on screen. Our race leaders, Chloe Adams, Charlotte Ravisa, Ella Devon, Clara Phillips and Eliza Draffin. They are coached by Zali Clark, and they are certainly the race leaders at around about the halfway mark now from Geelong College there on their bow side, and Lauriston Girls on the inside of the course. A few reminders too I picked up while wandering around the venue for the past hour or so that have found the regatta shop tent, and luckily I think the queues have turned up there as well, but they are in a new location this year. The regatta shop located behind the spectator tents, pretty much directly behind, I think it might have been the Carey and St Catherine's tents, but to access them the easiest way is to go through the catering area and to the big white regatta shop tent at the back of the spectator tents, and there is also an access point up at the far end of the spectator area next to the tent belonging, I think it was, to Toorak College. So that is the way into the regatta shop, whose big white tent is behind the school spectator tents. Pre-orders available for collection there, and plenty of official 40-year head of the Schoolgirls merchandise to have a look at and place your orders as well to keep, and bit of official merchandise from this 40th anniversary head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. Race 91 also underway. That's Loretto Toorak there in the centre lane alongside Loretto Ballarat and also Strathcona. I think it's coral, the official shade of pink of Strathcona, but if someone can advise differently, we and Jane Horn especially would be very excited to know the official shade of pink in those new colours of the Strathcona School. Certainly yellow there of Loretto Ballarat, the crew alongside Loretto Toorak. But that's the heat further down the course. Approaching the finish is race 90, the second heat of the Year 10 Division 5 event, with Ballarat Grammar School leading there in the centre lane and continuing to lead pretty strongly. Second would be Geelong College, Caitlin Russell, Coco Young, Maeve Cornford, Amelia Azzopardi and Abby Bates, coached by Tanya Sutherland. And then Lauriston in third place, Lucy Bond, Sienna Williams, Estelle Hallen and Cleo Lawton and Shira Barron in the boat there for Lauriston Girls. But it is a clear lead certainly to Ballarat Grammar in the centre of the course, some probably 2.5 to 3 lengths clear of the Geelong College in second place. First place only will go through to the semi-finals here, and the other 2 crews to the repechage, so they'll have to race twice tomorrow in the form of Geelong College and Lauriston Girls. But certainly Ballarat Grammar School will come across and record a convincing win here in race 90, the second heat of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Scale. Ballarat Grammar first, Geelong College second, and third will be the Lauriston Girls combination on lane 1. Reminder too to all crews, an important reminder, you would of course be aware of the concerns with the blue-green algae levels in the Barwon River being rather elevated for the past week or so. Luckily those levels dropped enough to allow this regatta to proceed, but it is a requirement still for all crews to wash your boats when you come off the water, so please ensure you do use the washing facilities in the boating area as you take your boat off the water after each and every race. And to any rower who does come into contact with the water, we do encourage you to ensure that you shower immediately. There are showers available in the Jeff Sykes rowing shed, the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre, so all athletes are able to use those showers if you feel you've come into contact with the water. And if you do suffer any ill effects, please consult first aid immediately. So it is important that we do remain alert to the blue-green algae levels here on the Barwon. It is fortunate the regatta was able to proceed, but we do need the cooperation of all crews and all athletes to ensure they do wash your boats as you come off, and obviously avoid contact with water, and please attend to that promptly if you do have any contact with the water. Here comes race 91, the third heat of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Scale. Loretto Turak still leading in the centre lane. Mieta Postregna, Alice Stretton, Isabel Lloyd, Bella Hines and Rose Riggle, the combination there in the blue boat. They lead it by, I think, a length or so from good battle for second, Strathcona and Loretto Ballarat, opposite sides of the course, but both pretty much fighting out for a spot in the repechage. Strathcona's crew, Zoe Langlands, Bella Chen, Abigail Morris, Alice Howard and Eloise Allen. And for Loretto Ballarat, it is Evie Roney, Chloe Duffy, Ella Blake, Molly Williams and Daisy Donovan Clancy. And it's been a good finish here from Strathcona too on that southern bank of the course. So they are certainly pulled well clear of Loretto Ballarat and are heading out after Loretto Turak. But I suspect the finish line will come a little bit too close, and the Loretto crew is doing just enough to stay in front by a length or so, with passage to the semi-final virtually assured, and they'll have a bit more recovery time before that semi takes place later on in tomorrow's program. But it'll be a 1-length win here coming up to Loretto from Turak on lane 2, ahead of Strathcona lane 3, who will go to the repechage along also with the crew from Loretto College of Ballarat in lane 1. Back down the course, the fourth and a final heat of the Year 10 Division 5 event is about halfway through, heading towards the McIntyre pedestrian bridge. 3 boats here. Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1. Melbourne Girls Grammar School will be our race leaders in lane 2, and St Catherine's racing in lane 3. And it is a clear lead once again to the crew in the centre lane, which has been the case for 3 races in a row now. These heats of the Year 10 Division 5 quad. This time round it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School who lead pretty comfortably. Christina Basutal, Ruby Davies, Matilda Jones-Bailey, Eileen Diamante and Poppy Noxon is that crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Leading it from St Catherine's on the far side, and Ballarat Clarendon in the red colours then on this northern side of the course. There's the Ballarat Clarendon crew through on our vision from the side of the course. That is Ada Ronan, Sienna Scalora, Taty McGill, Isabel Long and Eleanor Brusek, coached by Alice Svensson O'Shea. And in between those two sits St Catherine's in second place, Ria Valuri, Rachel Wasson, Isabella Suter, Lexi Hill and Isabel Cow a KO that would be for the Cox there of the St Catherine's combination, racing in lane 3. And they're battle for second spot with Ballarat, Clarendon College, but behind our race leaders from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. The Division 6 event also underway back at the 1,000-metre start. Bright start there by both Strathcona and MLCQ, who are close to our camera on the bank there on the northern side of the course. Great to see vision coming from right along the Barwon River course here and heading out on the live stream this year. That is the MLC combination. In race 93, the lane 2 crew, who may have established an early lead over Strathcona, just out of shot there at the start of that race. But at the finish of the race, ahead of us now, it is Heat 4 of the Year 10 Division 5 event. And it's still a comfortable lead, certainly to Melbourne Girls Grammar School on lane 2 as they head inside the final 100 metres or so now over that race, with a lead of about 4 lengths it would be on St Catherine's, who've established a pretty good hold on second spot, and a similar margin back to Ballarat Clarendon, who would be third in this fourth and final heat of the Year 10 Division 5 quad. So heat winners so far: Melbourne Girls College, Ballarat Grammar School, Loretto Toorak, and now Melbourne Girls Grammar School go through and also secure their spot in the semi-finals. They will win it by certainly several boat lengths over St Catherine's, the far side, will row into second place, and Ballarat Clarendon then will be third on lane 1 to conclude the 4 heats of the Year 10 Division 5 at Coxed Quad Scull. Ballarat Clarendon across now in third place. And we move on to the final page of the program for the first half of the day. Now, I understand too, during the lunch break, we are going to see the traditional row-over by the Victorian interstate cruise. Usually takes place at lunch on the Sunday of this regatta, but with the close proximity of the National Championships, which begin at Penrith on Monday, I understand that rover will take place today. So stay tuned during the lunch break, and we will see some of the Victorian state crews, and great majority of which have all come through the head of the schoolgirls in relatively recent years in a number of cases too. So more about those athletes and crews as they make their way down during the lunch break. But in the meantime, we've got 4 races to go before racing does conclude for an hour or so. And this is the first of 2 heats in the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. Strathcona lane 1, MLCQ in 2, Lauriston in 3, Ballarat Clarendon in 4. We did see the start of this race from the 1,000 metres a couple of minutes ago, and looked like Strathcona and MLC, the first 2 crews away, but Strathcona certainly have extended now out to a substantial margin over the field here. That's their crew of Eloise Wilmot, Sharon Jew, Chloe Lee, Sienna Hutty and Amelia Allen for Strathcona. Ahead of a tight battle for second place, MLC and Lauriston, the 2 crews in the mix there. For MLC, Harriet Roy, Amelia Martin, Clem O'Brien, Angelina Androtopoulos and Emma Brett. And Lauriston girls in lane 3, Claudia Young, Ava Ward, Yunfei Ma, Livia Shuk-Turovic and Harriet Butler. The battle for second and third. But first only, we'll go straight through to the final of this race, which will be held again on Sunday afternoon. Race 450 of the program will be the final of the Year 10 Division 6 quad. And you can pencil in Strathcona as one of the crews that will race for the medals in that 4-boat final to come in a couple of days' time, because they are well clear here in this first heat of 2 in the Year 10 Division 6 event. Strathcona come across and record a comfortable win with a good back gap of about 4 lengths back to MLCQ, who look like they'll just hold on to second place ahead of Lauriston. Indeed, that will be the case, with about a third of a length between those 2 crews as they cross the line. MLC second, Lauriston third, And then fourth, the far side, will be the crew from Ballarat Clarendon College. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 down the page in race 93 as they finish in lane order. And a comfortable win certainly goes to Strathcona there, who will take one of the middle lanes in the final to come on Sunday afternoon of the Year 10 Division 6 Coxed Quad. Second heat well underway too, race 94. This is the Year 10 Division 6 quad once again. Melbourne Girls Grammar School racing and leading in lane 1 from Loretto Turak in lane 2 and Ballarat Grammar School in 3. And for what looks like the second race in a row, they may well finish across the course in lane order here. Melbourne Girls lane 1, Sophie Jamison, Emily Crawford, Freya Pangborn, Emerson Tankard and Lily Roberts. Loretto Turak in 2, Chloe Hewitt-Pecker, Gabrielle Hooker, Georgia Phillips, Lulu Noonan and Annalise Ralph. And then Ballarat Grammar School, lane 3, back into third place. Elise Mason, M. Meeses, Stella Kwan, Chloe Della and Annabelle Pincott, coached by Anthony McKnight. But the race between Loretto and Melbourne Girls Grammar School, and Loretto not content with second place, first only to qualify directly through to the final here. The other crews will have to race a repechage tomorrow, and Loretto have made up plenty of ground now on that combination from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, have just about drawn level, in fact, with about 80 metres now to go. Melbourne Girls Grammar School still trying to hold the edge on this fast-finishing blue point of Loretto Turak in the centre of the course. They've got very, very close, and there's still 4 or 5 strokes to go. Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar School going for one qualifying spot through to the final of the Year 10 Division 6 event. The boats start to merge together as well. It's very tight on the line. Loretto and Melbourne Girls Grammar School. That's a photo for the win. We'll confirm that result shortly. Third will certainly go the way of Ballarat Grammar School on lane 3, but stand by for the placings in race 94. Just waiting on our judges' confirmation of that previous race. We'll have that very shortly, but in the meantime, race 95 continues. Loretto Turak on the far side, narrowly ahead of Strathcona lane 1, then MLC in lane 2. The centre of the course with the lead certainly is with the blue boat on the far side. That's Zoe Doyle, Charlie Grace Galanis, Charlotte Barushi, Rihanna Bokta and Stella Ho. The leading crew from Loretto by over a length now from Strathcona second. Maddie Pascoe, Isabel Christian, Pearl Dryberg, Lara Sticker and Joey Risk. The cogs of that crew from Strathcona. And then in third, MLCQ, Lucy Lamb, Adora Fan, Michelle Zhang, Talia Walker and Lily Brown. At the same progression as the previous 2 races, first only straight through to the final, and that will be the crew this time comfortably from Loretto Turak, who goes across on lane 3 and takes the win. They win it by about 2.5 lengths from Strathcona in second place, and then third will be MLC from Q. I've seen a photo of the previous race. Still, I can tell you it's very close between those two crews, but I'm waiting on the judge to confirm the result of race 94 still. Race 95 certainly unofficially was Loretto quite clearly in Heat 1 of Division 7. And we have one heat remaining in Division 7, which is the last race before the lunch break too. So we are heading towards a bit of a pause on the course. But as I said, don't forget that row over by the interstate cruise, which is coming up, I'm told, during the lunch break. I don't know precisely when, but we will give you some information on those crews as they do make their way down in the next hour or so. So certainly hang around for those here watching at the course. This second heat, it is Melbourne Girls Grammar School on lane 3 who lead pretty comfortably from Strathcona lane 2. And Melbourne Girls Grammar, Madeline Holmes, Sally Goncalves-Hickman, Christiana Burt, Olivia Hayes and Noah Lane Smith. And then about 3 lengths then to Strathcona in lane 2. Claire Dye, Julia Stephanatis, Jasmine Litter, Abigail Adamson and Amelia McCrowan for Strathcona. But it's going to be a 3-length win coming up here to Melbourne Girls Grammar School in race 96, the second heat of the Year 10 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. Melbourne Girls Grammar School will take the win and Strathcona finish in second place. Result is now official too in race 94. It was 100th of a second between the two crews, but it has gone the way of Loretto Turak in race 94. Loretto lane 2 edging out Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 1 by literally the smallest margin possible at this event, 0.01 of a second. So Loretto there, 4:24.62 their winning time. Melbourne Girls Grammar School 4:24.63. And Ballarat Grammar School finishing third place at the time, just over 4:52. But Loretto Turak it is in Division 6 who will move through directly to the final on Sunday. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Ballarat Grammar will go to the repechage. Of course, as always, full sets of results from all of today's racing, all this weekend's racing is available on the Rowing Manager section of the Rowing Victoria website. Best accessed often through the regatta calendar to get to the head of the Schoolgirls page. And also on the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta website, hosg.com.au, for the full set of regatta results, times, margins, and everything from this morning's racing and the racing to come. So we have a brief break on the course for now. Although, as I say that, I do see one crew coming down the water now, which may well be which is indeed, yes, the Victoria Cup crew, the women's lightweight quad, the Victorian women's lightweight crew that will race at the Interstate Regatta at Penrith a bit over a week from now. In fact, on next Sunday afternoon is coming down. And worth noting that each of the members of this crew, including their coaches, have great association with Schoolgirls Rowing and a past head of the Schoolgirls participants. So in the bow seat of this boat, just passing under the Harrison Bridge, Ellie Brennan, currently rows for Banks, but formerly for Melbourne Girls College. And rode in this event in 2021, placing third in the final. Maggie Foley in the 2 seat, now rows for Corio Bay, but formerly a student at the Sacred Heart College here in Geelong. Finished year 12 in 2018, which you may well recall was the windy year in which the finals were not able to take place. But Maggie Foley in the A final that year for Corio Bay. In the 3 seat, Lucy de Glaria Cade from Albert Park College, originally from Albert Park College, now rowing at Melbourne University Boat Club, and a 2019 head of the schoolgirl participant. And in the stroke seat, Antonetta de Cosmo, who now rows for Banks, previously a student of Genazzano. They're all rowing, of course, in their school colours here as well as the quad scull comes across the course now. And we do congratulate those 4 rowers on their selection in the crew, and hope they enjoy some great racing on the Olympic course at Penrith. Also worth noting the coaches of that crew, Virginia Lee, of course, an Australian Olympian of note and a long-time coach at Albert Park College, including of a number of crews who've raced here today. So Virginia Lee, the coach of that crew, and she was a bronze medalist from the Atlanta Olympics in the lightweight double scull and 4th in the same event at the 2000 Games in Sydney. And also Eleanor Crute coaching that crew along with Virginia Lee. Eleanor currently the head women's coach at Banks Rowing Club and also the head of rowing at Furbank. Have a number of crews racing, of course, right across this regatta. So we wish our interstate crew all the best there. The women's lightweight quad scull that will row for the Victoria Cup at the National Championships at Penrith on Sunday week, so about 9 days from now. And you can also catch all the live streaming from that regatta too through the Rowing Australia website. So it's great to see the progression of those rowers from the head of the schoolgirls in the last 3 or 4 years through now into the interstate team to race for Victoria.
Good. Yeah, I'm just making sure it's locked because I'm kind of scared, but is it? Because JMO said it was like this thing, but I don't know if it's meant to be like up there.
It's usually it's locked.
Oh,
Good.
easy.
already racing on the water, the 1,000-metre course again throughout this afternoon. This is race 97, the first heat of the Year 9 Division 1 female school single scull, the first heat of 8. So a big field here as we kick off proceedings in the youngest age group of this regatta. These girls all, of course, in their first season of racing, so at their first head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. And a good field of entries here across these 8 heats. Should be a field of 3 in this opening heat. I can't yet catch clear view of the sculler from Geelong College, Grace Donovan, who's listed in lane 1. PLC Melbourne certainly there in the centre of the course. That is Sanaya Dubash, and then for Shelford Girls Grammar School, Matilda Cowell racing in lane 3. And she would be our race leader too, the sculler from Shelford. Might just be a 2-boat race here, it appears, as they continue on into the final 300 metres now of this race. Shelford leading it on the far side. And you can see there on the screen the challengers steering these single sculls. That is the second of our heats. You can see on the picture of there with Corowa's Abigail Phillips and Asta White of Footscray High School. The 2 scullers coming down the course, and some steering issues certainly for the sculler from Footscray High. The winner of each of these heats will go straight through to the quarterfinals. Remainder of the field to the repechage. So repecharges will be tomorrow in the first half of the day, and then the quarterfinals will be later on in tomorrow's program. Semi-finals then on Sunday morning before the finals, as is always the case, on Sunday afternoon. So plenty of racing remaining for these Year 9 single sculls. They're going to go all the way through to the A final and race for the medals on Sunday afternoon. But certainly Matilda Cowell of Shelford Girls Grammar taking a positive first step here. She's clear by probably some 50 metres or so ahead of the PLC Melbourne sculler in second place in what does appear to just be a 2-boat race here in this first heat of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. And she comes up with a couple of strokes to go. It's going to be a win here to Shelford. Matilda Cowell across to take the win in race 97, the first heat of the Year 9 Division 1 scull. Plenty of support here on the banks too, certainly for the sculler from Shelford, which is great to hear. And she is across in first place ahead of, in second on lane 2, Sanaya Dubash from PLC Melbourne, who will shortly be across. She'll go through to the repechage tomorrow morning.
It wasn't very good, but it's a meal, so. I think Lulu, she's at the start, I call it finish line. She's struggling to find the thing to make a turn. It's not on rock. Okay. We're going there now. Where? To the finish line. Yep. Yeah. I don't know if she's figured it out yet, but.
Does look like just the 2 scullers there. I'm not sure about Grace Donovan of Geelong College, but not visible on the course as Heat 2 comes through quickly behind. So about 200 to go here for our leader, which is the Corowa sculler, Abigail Phillips, who's pretty comfortably clear. And Footscray High School, Asta White is the other sculler making her way down the course now. Heat's getting underway in quick succession as we go through the races at 3-minute intervals right through until our final race just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. But race 98 as we near the century is going to be won by Abigail Phillips from the Corowa Anglican Girls School. She takes the win there and also moves through to tomorrow afternoon's quarterfinals. And in second place from Footscray High School. Similar shades of red between these 2 scullers, but it's definitely the red blades of Corowa who've taken out the win. And the white blades now lane 3 for Asta White from Footscray High School, who had some steering issues early on, but has come through to finish the race strongly on lane 3. And in second place, she'll move through to the repechage and will earn herself another row over the 1,000-metre course tomorrow morning. So heat 2 complete. Heat 3 is again a 2-boat race. Another sculler from Corowa in this heat. It's Violet Whithouse from Corowa in lane 3 on the southern side of the course. She is the race leader as well, pretty comfortably so, over Ayla Adesava of Sacred Heart in lane 2. So looks like Corowa might make it 2 wins in a row here, with Violet Whithouse under the shadows now of the Harrison Bridge. Some pretty heavy traffic too crossing the Harrison Bridge at the moment as we head towards a Friday afternoon peak hour here in Geelong. So Violet Whithouse from Corowa with a few strokes to go to complete the course here. Passes the final line of boys there on lane 3. And for the second race in a row, it's going to be Corowa first across and through to the quarterfinals of the U9 Division 1 female school single scull. So Corowa first and Ayla Adesava for Sacred Heart will finish soon in second position. And as Ayla Adesava comes up to the finish line here for Sacred Heart, just a reminder to all athletes that there is free physio and osteo being offered to all at this regatta from the team from Beyond. That's located upstairs in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre. So we do encourage all athletes to take advantage of that free physio and osteo services available thanks to the team from Beyond. And you can find that upstairs at the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre, which for those not familiar with the Barwon River course is just around the bend, the downstream bend from the finish line in the boating area, the very new and impressive Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre, which opened only, I think it may well have been just before this regatta last year, in fact, but a great addition here to the rowing sheds at the Barwon River. There are also showers available in that shed too, and we do remind all rowers, if you do come into contact with the water over the course of this regatta, we do encourage you to go and ensure you clean yourself thoroughly straight afterwards. And there are showers available in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre for that use as well. And a reminder too that you do need to wash your boats after each race. We were all aware of the algae issues on this river in the past couple of weeks, which thankfully have subsided in time for this regatta. But it is important that all crews and coaches especially ensure that their crews are washing their boats, using the facilities provided as soon as you come off the water after each race. Heat 4 of the U9 Division 1 female school single scull, which is very much a Wesley College benefit event here with both scullers from that school. Melandra Barnard in lane 2, Shanti Gee in lane 3. Only about 3 lengths between these two scullers, but it is Melandra Barnard, I should say, who leads on lane 2, assuming they are still in their allocated lanes. Both in the purple colours of Wesley College. But the lead with the lane 2 sculler ahead of lane 3. And a martyr of sculls following this race down. We've still got 4 more heats to go in the U9 Division 1 single, but about to reach the end of our 100th race here. A huge opening day of racing. It's only barely past the halfway mark. And race 100 is going to be won by, well, we know it's Wesley College, and it's going to be the lane 2 sculler, Melandra Barnard, who takes it out for Wesley ahead of Shanti Gee, also from Wesley College. So 100 races done and dusted by 2 o'clock on the opening day. Frantic beginning to this regatta, and we do continue at 3-minute intervals right throughout the day here, and in fact right throughout the weekend. Reminder again too about the catering on the south side bank of the Barwon here. Plenty of options over there from both Embers Catering and Coffee to You. A substantial menu, thank you to Embers Catering, of spit roasted lamb rolls, beef brisket burgers and lamb salads. And also coffee to you, of course, for all your caffeine requirements. So there are plenty of food and beverage offerings throughout the regatta venue this year, and particularly over on the South Bank. If you want to beat the queues, now is the perfect time to get into Embers Catering and Coffee to You, located on the south side bank of the Barwon River. Heat 5 of the Year 9 Division 1 female school single scull with, again, a race in 2, as are each of these remaining heats in this event. So Mietta Wilson of PLC Melbourne here, ahead of Audrey Lucas of Shelford Girls Grammar. They are the 2 sculls in the course, and it certainly is Mietta Wilson who leads, and leads it comfortably too in the closing stages now of this race. So she'll be the one you would think to go through to the quarterfinals, ahead of Audrey Lucas of Shelford Girls Grammar School, who will qualify for the repechage.
Like it, it doesn't work. It's message to tell you. The finish line doesn't work apparently. It's better. Yeah. The market.
Here comes the sculler from PLC Melbourne, Mietta Wilson, who finished ninth at the Junior States, and is going to go through here to qualify into the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 1 female school single scull. So Mietta Wilson first for PLC Melbourne, and then Audrey Lucas of Shelford Girls Grammar School will finish in second place.
I think so.
Here does come the sculler from Shelford, getting plenty of support once again, as all the Shelford scullers have in recent times. And Audrey Lucas will come across in second place, and she'll go through to the repechage of the Year 9 Division 1 female school single scull. So 5 quarterfinalists already set, including the 2 Corowa scullers who in fact were first and third at Junior States a couple of weeks ago. Violet Whithouse, who won Heat 3, and Abigail Phillips, who won Heat 2. She was finished in third place at that regatta. So playing out as the form would suggest it should. In this heat, we have the sculler who was second at the Junior States, either side of the Corowa rowers. That is Santa McFarlane of the Scott School, and of course also of the Corowa Rowing Club. And she's there on lane 3, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd, leading it again fairly comfortably from the Geelong College sculler Catherine Westcott, coached by Duncan Ashby. Clear lead certainly to the sculler from the Scott School, but not as substantial a margin as we've seen in some of the previous races. They have sort of split to either side of the course here, a little bit like the Flemington Straight. We've got one sculler coming down either side. But the Geelong College sculler, who you'd expect knows this course fairly well, but she is getting a little bit too close to the bank on this northern side. So some corrective steering is being required there. And on the other side is the Corowa, or the Scott School scull, that is, in Adeline Shields, who the medalist from the junior states, but not having this race all her own way here, despite the steering issues. We are seeing Catherine Westcott challenge her late into the final quarter of this race, at least. Here comes Sienna McFarlane, the sculler from the Scott School of Corowa, and she leads this by about 3 to 4 lengths now from the Geelong College sculler Catherine Westcott. So the order remains as it's been since the early stages of the race, and a controlled win certainly coming up here to Sienna McFarlane of the Scott School. A very low rating as she approaches the line and cruises across now to take the win in Heat 6. So the Scott School first, and Geelong College Catherine Westcott will finish in second place. Heat 7 and 8, both are racing at the same time. It's the Gibson Grammar sculler on screen there from Heat 8. That is Lily Bramhall in the dark green colours of the Gibson Grammar School. Alongside her from, well, that's the Barwon colours, but she's rowing for Iona College Geelong. Gabrielle Durdnovich, coached by Jan Keats and Brooke Parsons, the sculler there in the traditional stripes of Barwon. She finished in 7th place at the Junior States Regatta, so is in the mix here. You'd expect to certainly qualify through to the semis, but strong number of entries also from Gibson Grammar School. In Heat 7, which is approaching the finish, it's the sculler from Clonard, Adeline Shields. In fact, they've crossed lanes here to confuse. So it's a Hamilton and Alexandra sculler. Yes, Molly Walker, the race leader ahead of Adeline Shields of Clonard. Assuming Adeline Shields might be the younger sister of Aurora Shields, who came home very strongly for Clonard earlier this morning, but I'm not sure we're going to see the same performance here from Adeline, because the finish line is very, very close for our race leader from Hamilton and Alexandra College in Western Victoria. So Molly Walker will come across and take the win in Heat 7. She'll go through to the quarterfinals as well, and then to the repechage in a few strokes' time will go the sculler from Clonard, Adeline Shields, who's coached by Jan Keats and Brooke Parsons, so another of the many scullers involved in that program at the Barwon Rowing Club. Again, just around the corner from here, near the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre, but it is Clonard there in second place. So Adeline Shields will race away into the repechage, and Molly Walker straight to the quarterfinals from race 103. And then we have race 104, about halfway through. Double sculls getting ready to race in our next events too, and I see some quads on the course just further back down behind the start area as well. So plenty happening, of course, on the river this afternoon. But at the moment, it is Gabrielle Durdnovich of Iona College Geelong who is chasing Lily Bramall of Gibson Grammar. The two scullers on the course here. Our double sculls also underway in the next of our races. But it continues to be Lily Bramhall from Gippsland Grammar. We saw some shots of her early on in the race, getting herself out to a lead over the sculler from Iona College Geelong, and it continues to be the case now as they close in on the final quarter of this 1,000-metre race. Lily Bramhall finished 10th at the Junior States Regatta. Gabrielle Durdanovic finished 7th in that same regatta. So a bit of a reversal here of the expected form, but both certainly you would think good chances to get through to the quarter-final stage and beyond of this regatta. Honours in this heat looking very likely to go to the sculler from Gippsland Grammar. Lily Bramhall there with it's now over 100 metres to go. She just has to navigate her way past a couple of the boys. And she's right on the line between lanes 1 and 2 at this stage, but just seemingly correcting now is the sculler from Gippsland Grammar. And we can see further across the course from her is the sculler, again racing in the horizontal stripes of the Barwon Rowing Club, but in this case for her school, Iona College Geelong. That's Gabrielle Durdanovic in second place, but Lily Bramhall will take the win here in the 8th and final heat of the Year 9 Division 1 female school single sculls. She's across on lane 2 to take the win, and it's about 4 lengths then back to Iona College. Gabrielle Durdanovic will finish in second place. She'll go through to the repechage, and Lily Bramhall to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. We see our double sculls come down the course. So just a reminder to all those here and even those watching on the live stream who may be here tomorrow that John Bowes, the Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator, will be at the regatta tomorrow, as he was indeed at this time last year, but specifically this year to make a presentation at 2 o'clock tomorrow in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre on Australian rowing pathways and also US college information. So all interested athletes and their parents are welcome and in fact encouraged to attend to gain the latest update on both Australian rowing pathways and US college information, and to meet with John Bowes, who's currently the Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator. Previously a very successful coach too, especially in Queensland, coaching the Nudgee College First 8 to a series of First 8 wins in the 2010s, but now employed by Rowing Australia in a pathways role with a big focus too on the American system. So that is 2 o'clock tomorrow in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre. Back on the course, it's the first heat of the Year 9 Division 1 double scull. First of just 2 heats in this event, so there are 8 entries in total spread across 2 heats of 4. Toorak College have 2 crews in the race here in lanes 1 and 4. Corowa lane 2 and Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 3. And our leaders, Toorak College, it's the lane 1 crew on the northern side. That's Alexandria Hewitt and Rose Fenwick. And they've got about 2 lengths on Corowa in second place, Olive Vienku and Saria Houghton. Melbourne Girls Grammar School will be third, Kezia Sandhu and Harriet Tier. And not too much between those 2 crews in the middle lanes. And then fourth place, again, Toorak College. Hero Kaligeros and Hero Kaligeros actually listed twice on my program, but in any case, that is certainly Toorak College sitting first and fourth. Winner only through to the final here. Straight to the final it'll be for Toorak College at lane 1, the combination of Hewitt and Fenwick. So they come across now and take the win. It looks like the Corowa crew will get the better of the race for second place, ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who have finished third, and Toorak College, the far side, will take out fourth place in race 105, the first of these 2 heats of the Year 9 double scull. So it is Toorak College going through to the final, and the remainder will go via the will have to go via the repechage if they're to continue in this event, at least as far as the A final is concerned. Here's the Cardinia crew coming down in Heat 2. That is Bonnie Lawson and Mietta Haney, who lead the field beneath the McIntyre Bridge. They've come through halfway now in Heat 2 of the Year 9 Division 1 double scull. Combination from Cardinia, showing a keen interest in the location of the other crews, who fortunately for them all sit behind them as they start to turn their attention, I think, to where the finish line may be as well. But they are the race leaders there, and Toorak College will come across here to conclude the previous heat. They'll finish fourth, so Toorak College first and fourth. Their lane one crew through to the final directly, and the other three crews will have to go to the repechage. Heat 2, Cardinia leading. Second, a good battle between Coro on the far side, Natalia Newen and Olivia Roberts. And between them also Sacred Heart, Riley Daly and Gemma Cook. I'm not so convinced it is Cardinia leading anymore. I think that Coro crew in the red colours has certainly taken over in the second half of this race. And they now do look to be our race leaders and extending away from both Cardinia and Sacred Heart, the two Geelong schools in the centre lanes, and then Footscray High School, May Sylvester and Lila Vainkakotta racing in lane one. They would be in fourth place. Furbank Grammar School quad scull on screen 2 from heat 1 of the Year 9 Division 1 quad. One of the big events of the program coming up next, the top division of Year 9 quad scull, with some 8 heats to come in that particular event, and the pace up certainly in the early stages from those quad sculls as well. But the doubles are continuing on their way down towards the finish line, and it is certainly a clear lead now to Corowa on lane 4. Natalia Newen and Olivia Roberts, the combination there for Corowa, who are across the line now to take the win, and they are through to the final directly of the Year 9 Division 1 double scull. Cardinia and Sacred Heart, a good race for second place. Cardinia a little off course, but they will maintain their boat in front just, and by half a length, Cardinia go through in second place. Third, Sacred Heart, and fourth will be Footscray High School. Well done, Footscray High there. May Sylvester and Lila Vainkakotta are across in fourth place to conclude race 106 in the 2 heats of the Year 9 double sculling event. But we now do look back down the course to our quads, which continue on their way in this, the top division of Year 9 quad scull racing. Geelong College lane 1, Fintona lane 2, and Furbank Grammar lane 3 are the crews making their way down the course here. That is Geelong College about to go under the McIntyre Bridge. You can see the bridge above them there, the banners flying off the bridge, and a few spectators there as well. A great view of the boats as they pass underneath there. It's about the halfway mark of this 1,000-metre race, just a little bit towards the finish end, in fact, about 450 out. So just past halfway for these Year 9 quad sculls. So Geelong College lane 1 to be in a very tight battle here with Furbank in 3, and then Fintona in the centre lane. There'd only be, I reckon, 2 lengths between all 3 crews here. Furbank looked to be away well in the opening stages. It's over in lane 3. Chloe Trist, Ali Hunter, Lorna Cairns, Laura Tan and Sophie Sneed. Geelong College lane 1, Darcy Hines, Phoebe Whitehead, Lucinda Vorath, Quinn Nadabdor and Alice Garland, coached by Anita Whitehouse. And Fintona in between those two, Aniga Nilasinger, Mia He, Della Gassett, Yahara Wimrasuria and Ayesha Ahmed, the crew there for Fintona. But it is Furbank and Geelong College, the clear top 2. First only will go through to the quarterfinals. This is one of the biggest quad scull events on the program, with 8 heats required and a full set then of repechages and quarterfinals both to come tomorrow. Semi-finals then will be on Sunday morning before the final of this race. Fintona 2 came home strongly on Geelong College, but the order won't change, and Furbank will go across and take the win. Furbank Grammar lane 3 in first place, almost 2 lengths back to the Geelong College, who finished second, and they've got in the end about 2/3 of a length on the crew from Fintona. So Furbank Grammar take out the first of 8 heats in the Year 9 Division 1 event. They are through to the quarter final. Heat 2 well on its way now with St Catherine's lane 1, Loretto Toorak in lane 2, and Ballarat Clarendon lane 3. And Loretto Toorak in the centre lane there, one of the favourites for this event. Grace Eagleson Forster, Amy Jordan, Olivia Burchard, Alexia Kritikides, and Heloise Murray, the combination there. Loretto finishing first and second at the major regattas over the course of this season for the Year 9 crews so far. So certainly along you would think with MLC, probably the top two fancies in this particular event. And they are certainly putting a gap back on the other two crews in this race. St Catherine's would be second, lane 1. Belle Percival Tyne, Mirabella Thompson, Claudia Driver, Grace Mitsakis, and Anna Shears, coached by Alexander Clark. And Ballarat Clarendon on the other side of the course. Ruby Pearce, Estelle Freeman, Winter Watson, Millie Mason, and Ruby Brizzy, coached by Emily Bathurst. It continues to be Loretto Toorak here who lead comfortably from race for second, which is not yet concluded. Still looks to be St Catherine's just ahead of Ballarat Clarendon with about 180 to go for those two crews. But Loretto Toorak certainly comfortably clear. It's been a strong season so far, so you'd expect them to go deep into this event, and they are starting off in fine style here with what will be a commanding win in their heat. This is the second heat of the Year 9 Division 1 Female School Cox Quad Scull, and Loretto Toorak comfortably take out race 108. So they are through to the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon. Here's the race for second, but St Catherine's just ahead still of Ballarat Clarendon, who are really flying now down the southern side of the course. Ballarat Clarendon and St Catherine's a couple of strokes to go. I reckon Ballarat Clarendon coming home the quicker, but St Catherine's will hold on. It'll be lane 1 who just takes out second place there, despite that strong finish from the crew from Ballarat. So St Catherine's through to the repechage, along with Ballarat Clarendon in any case, and Loretto Toorak, the race winners, will be straight through to the quarterfinals. It's almost 2/3 of a second there, in fact, between St Catherine's and Ballarat Clarendon. So Loretto first, St Catherine second, and Ballarat Clarendon in third place. Heat 3, race 109, the third heat of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull sees Melbourne Girls College, Wrighton Girls in the centre lane, and Caulfield Grammar in lane 3. Wrighton, of course, particularly strong in the open quad sculling events, but doing a very good effort here in the Year 9 race as well. And they would be our race leader here. That is Sarah Ryan, Peggy King, Annabelle Dalziel, Annie Higgins, and Bridget Gannon. And Wrighton would have a bit over a length on a good race for second place behind them. Melbourne Girls College lane 1 and Caulfield Grammar lane 3. Difficult to split those two at the halfway mark of the race. Melbourne Girls College Zara McIntosh, Phoebe Downey, Eve Funberger, Brain Norton, and Kyra Beckos. And Caulfield Lane 3, Emily Jellis, Charlotte Embleton, Lucy Edwards, Ava Maskell, and Zadie Bock. The crew there for Caulfield, probably narrowly third behind Melbourne Girls College, but all about first place here, which Wrighton Girls currently have in their keeping. And if they can maintain that position, they will be able to skip the repechage tomorrow morning and move straight through to quarter-final racing. Up at about 31 strokes per minute, so decent-ish pace here in the middle of the race for a Year 9 combination. And they are continuing to hold that lead. Melbourne Girls College would still be second, and Caulfield Grammar in third place. All right, and girls still in front here by about a length and a half from the Melbourne Girls College combination. Caulfield Grammar the far side, so no real change in the placings as still Caulfield and Melbourne Girls College both seeming to really race it out for second place here, but they'll both have to go via the repechage in any event. And Wrighton Girls just comfortably in front here, 2 lengths clear, and they will take the win in race 109, the third heat of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Wrighton first, Melbourne Girls College in second place. And about a length and a half clear of Caulfield Grammar, who will finish in third. So that's the 3 crews across the line in race 109. Two more of the favourite crews coming down together here in race 110. So MLCQ on lane 2, who had a couple of wins so far this season. And Loretto Ballarat lane 3, who were the head of the lake winners from that regatta at Ballarat a couple of Sundays ago. In fact, raced the head of the lake the same day the day after the Junior States Regatta. They raced here in the Barwon on the Saturday, and raced in Lake Wendouree on the Sunday and took out the win in the head of the lake race. But this stage, still no match for the crew from MLC, who've been very strong all season, having a couple of wins already to their credit and won third place over the course of the 2024 racing season so far. So MLC in front here, Rosie Marriott, Grace Wilson, Joss Kerr, Mika Lingham and Hannah Walsh. The combination 2 lengths ahead of Loretto Ballarat, Lucy Barlow, Jess Charlison, Audrey Malloy, Lila McTeague and Grace Barr for Loretto Ballarat. You'd expect both these crews to make their way, you'd think, fairly deep into this event, but only one can qualify from this heat straight to the quarterfinals, and that will be the crew from MLC and Q, who will come across on the next stroke and take the win in race 110. So MLCQ in first place make their way through to the quarterfinals, and Loretto Ballarat will get the second chance in the repechage to come up towards the end of tomorrow morning's program. Of course, all repechages through the first half of tomorrow, and then some quarter and semi-final action on Saturday afternoon of a big day, the biggest day of the regatta, certainly coming up tomorrow. About 180 races on tomorrow's program after a mere 162 on today's. Fifth heat now of the Year 9 Division 1 quad. Kerry Grammar and Genazzano, the 2 boats on the course here, and it's Genazzano who lead it on lane 3. Emily Carter, Hope McGrath, Eliza Daffy, Claudia Callan and Zara Bennett. Leading Kerry, who are Ava Locke, Zara McIntyre, Ava Elliott, Ruby Priest and Pia Ackman. About 2 lengths between those 2 crews, so Genazzano well placed here, comfortably out in front. Damascus College set to go on screen there. 2 great shots from the 1,000-metre start as they are poised for their racing start, or were at least the Damascus College Ballarat crew, who are up against Gippsland Grammar in the next of our heats, which will be underway shortly. There's the Gippsland crew in the dark green on the far side of the course. So racing start action about to come from the 1,000 metre mark. See a few short strokes there as they get the boat moving and quickly up to speed there, the crew from Gippsland Grammar School. So that's back at the 1,000 metre start. And about to finish in front of us, the crews from Genazzano and also Carey Grammar School. The closing strokes of race 111 and a strong wind coming up certainly to Genazzano on lane 3. They'll take this race out by about 2.5 lengths. It'll be Genazzano first and Carey Grammar School in second place in race 111. It goes the way of Genazzano, who are through to the quarterfinals in company so far with MLCQ, Wrighton Girls, Loretto Toorak and Furbank Grammar, the winners of the 4 previous heats. But back down the course, there is that Damascus College Ballarat combination in their dark coloured boat. And Gippsland Grammar alongside them in the white boat. Gippsland for many years used to row in distinctive dark green shells, which certainly from a commentary perspective made it much easier to pick up the boats, but in recent years seem to have reverted more to the more standard white shell. Still the dark green blades in any case, and they are underway in this U9 Division 1 event. So that Gippsland Grammar crew is Eloise Tavaski, Maggie Sheridan, Cecilia Anderson, Grace Frew, and Chloe Olenyk is the cox of that boat from Gippsland Grammar, and Damascus College from Ballarat, Caitlin Orchard, Evie Howard, Grace Rivet, Arabelle Ashley and Millie Young, coached by Paul Blanchfield and Cooper Reid. Paul Blanchfield also is the director of rowing at Damascus College in Ballarat, also very involved with the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, and coaching here this crew also from Damascus College. And it's a good race too between these two crews, so we've got either half of the state represented here. Damascus College from Ballarat, of course, in the west of Victoria, and Gippsland Grammar probably from Sale in eastern Victoria. And it is a narrow lead to that combination now in the dark green boat there. It looks like it may even be a former Australian boat there from the Damascus College crew, who look to have taken about a boat length lead now as they come underneath the McIntyre Bridge, so just through the halfway mark of the race. And will look to extend their lead now in the second half of the race, while still, from their view, trying to conserve some energy for the races still to come. But Damascus look likely to be able to skip over the repechage round. And you could just see in that last shot the difference in timing between the two crews. A lot neater, or at least somewhat neater in the Damascus crew than it was in the boat from Gippsland Grammar School. Just looking a little bit out of time on that southern side of the course, and you can see the gap between the crews growing accordingly. About to go also in race 113, the 7th heat of the U9 Division 1 event. That's Ballarat Grammar School up on screen. Crew that finished in second place at the head of the lake in Ballarat a couple of Sundays ago, and they too now are on their way. A 1,000 metre journey in the 7th heat of the Year 9 Division 1 event. They're up against a pretty good crew also from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who you'd also expect to be one of the favourites for the race. So a good 7th heat coming up, I'd suggest, between these two. Melbourne Grammar School have finished second on a number of occasions throughout the year. They're not quite the top spot, but very close to it. But back towards the finish line here, it's still Damascus College leading it from Gippsland Grammar, but there's still under a length between these two crews. That dark green boat does have the lead for Damascus, but Gippsland Grammar, who've got their time back together now, are moving the boat a lot better through the concluding stages of this race. They are making up some ground on Damascus College, but I suspect the finish line will be a bit too close, although Damascus still look like they need to make one final push to ensure they keep their boat in front with 2 or 3 strokes to go. They will do exactly that. And Damascus College, a hard-fought race here with Gippsland Grammar School, but Damascus will take the win in Heat 6 of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Damascus College win it by half a length on lane 2. Gippsland Grammar finish in second place, but a good race too from them. And we'll see them both racing again tomorrow. Damascus in the quarterfinals, and Gippsland Grammar School will race the repechage for a chance to continue in the event, at least as far as qualifications concerned for the A and B finals. As I mentioned earlier, even making a B final in this event with such a strong field is quite the achievement. Here comes now the next two crews, Melbourne Girls Grammar School and also Ballarat Grammar. The Melbourne Grammar School so far this year finished second and third in the three regattas held here on the Barwon. Ballarat Grammar's best result, a third place overall, but also second at the head of the lake, only behind Loretto Ballarat, who we saw racing a couple of heats ago. They were beaten by MLCQ, but again, the luck of the random draw is such. A number of these fancy crews have been drawn to take on each other, which does show the value of the repechage system as well, because the crew that's beaten here will get a second chance in that repechage race, and still, if they're quick enough, they'll be able to move through to the quarterfinals and hopefully continue on from there. But, less than a length separates these two crews. So lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Claudia Cogler, Harriet Hutchins, Cleo McLaughlin, Emily Rasmussen and Brittany McCormick. And Ballarat Grammar School in lane 3, Meg Howard, Charlize Kennedy, Annabella Miller, Lucy Alcock and Millie Cust, coached by Kylie Lanyon. But, lead now just starting to extend for the Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination, who've seemingly put a Clearwater gap now back on Ballarat Grammar School in second place. So soon see the last of these heats coming down between Wesley College and Strathcona. Heat 7 continuing, and it certainly is Melbourne Girls Grammar School now extending their lead. Be out beyond 2 lengths now, in fact. And good timing here still too. Matching orange ribbons throughout the boat too, which is in full compliance with the uniform policy. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School will come across and take the win in Heat 7 of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. So they're through to the quarterfinals as well. About 2.5 lengths back to Ballarat Grammar School in second place as we do conclude our 7th and penultimate heat of the Year 9 Division 1 event. And looks like Heat 8 is underway, the 2:38 race, so right on time. Great work by our officials to keep this regatta running at 3-minute intervals right throughout the day. We do thank them all for their volunteer work across the 3 days of this regatta. In particular, David Grubitz, the president of the jury at this weekend's regatta, which does continue with just such a huge number of races, some about 480 races here over 3 days, which compares favourably to the National Championships, which will fit about 580 races into 7 days coming up next week. So not that much of a difference between the total number of races, but a lot fewer days to work with here in Geelong. Here come the two crews through the halfway mark, but now of Heat 8. The Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull with Wesley College and Strathcona, the two combatants here. The Wesley crew is Laura Bayless, Millie Welbury, Chloe Kaskina, Bonnie Schmidt and Isabella Hand. And then Strathcona, lane 3, Ruby Douglas, Olivia Smith, Charlotte Wood, Sarah Alsop and Hannah Young. Our next race underway, the first of the heats of the Year 9 Division 2 event, and we thought the Division 1 event was large with 8 heats required, but it's an even bigger field in Division 2, and I think also in Division 3 with, again, 8 heats, but some fuller fields in this event to come, so a lot to race for coming up shortly in these Year 9 Division 2 and Division 3 Quad Scull events. But Division 1 still to conclude, and it is a tight race still between Strathcona and Wesley College. So one more spot to be confirmed today in the quarterfinals of the top division of Year 9 Quad Sculls And it's Strathcona narrowly now, certainly ahead, but of the Wesley College combination. So it looks like Strathcona have been stronger in the second half of this race. In the coral and blue colours there across in lane 3. Great to see a peloton of cyclists also following these races down the course. Great interest on the southern bank there as you get a great view of these crews all the way down the 1,000-metre course. And the coach of the Strathcona crew will be watching on with delight here as they're about to take out the win in the 8th and final heat of the Year 9 Division 1 quad scull, and they'll win it by just over a length. So a good second 500 especially there from that Strathcona crew. They've gone away to take the win ahead of Wesley College, but in the end just over a length between those two crews. So Wesley, like many of the beaten competitors here, will get a second chance in the repêchages tomorrow morning, and that should be some great racing when those effectively elimination races that come along tomorrow. But there are our two crews, first and second there in the Year 9 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull. The 8 heats just concluded, and the first 8 of our 16 quarterfinalists have now been confirmed in the top division of Year 9 racing. So racing now in Heat 2 of the Year 9 Division 2 quad. That race just underway at the 1,000-metre start, but Heat 1 is nearing its conclusion now. That is Heat 2, in fact, up on screen with Ballarat Grammar School off to a flyer there alongside the crew from Genazzano. And they both moved away from Gibson Grammar in the early strokes of that second heat of the Year 9 Division 2 quad scull, with the winner of each of these races to go through to the quarterfinals. So leading it in Heat 1, but approaching the finish here is the crew from the Geelong College: Ava Hallibone, Gemma Andrews, Ivy Gray, Miller Alston and Annabelle Ashton, coached by Sydney Arnold. And they've got just on a length ahead of Melbourne Girls College: Saffron Gadd, Zoe Tucker, Lila Ancher, Alexis McCarthy and Zara Weeks. And we go back to Damascus College and also Coral, the other two crews in the race. But a clear win coming up certainly to the crew from the Geelong College on lane 2 in the first heat of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. The Geelong College go across and take the win by a length and a half from Melbourne Girls College in second place. Third will go the way of Damascus College from Ballarat, and fourth will be Corowa in race 115, the first of 8 heats in this Year 9 Division 2 event. 26 entries in total in the U9 Division 2 quad scull. 3 more on the course at the moment in Genazzano Lane 1, Ballarat Grammar School Lane 2 and Gibson Grammar Lane 3. And as it was in the early stages, both Ballarat Grammar and Genazzano still having a pretty tight battle, but the lead is with the crew in the centre lane from Ballarat Grammar School. Meta Robertson, Mary Moles, Sophie Calvert, Grace God and Genevieve Jones, coached by Rochelle Culler. And their lead would be about a boat length over Genazzano in second place. Lucy Chemist, Maeve Pollock, Lucy Martin, Elsie Smith and Sienna Thomas. The combination there. Then Gibson Grammar School, the far side, Jaden Gomez, Charlotte Snow, Mia Cancides, Alicia Turnbull and Charlotte Hawthorne. Still it is the Ballarat Grammar combination who lead here into the final 100 metres now of this race, the second heat of the U9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. They've got just over a length still on Genazzano and a couple then back to Gibson Grammar School. So the order remains as it's been pretty much since the early strokes of the race. We saw Ballarat Grammar jump out to an early lead. Genazzano went with them for a few strokes, but in the end the Ballarat Grammar combination has moved clear of them as well. And they will, in the end, take this race out by close to a couple of lengths that will be on the line as they come across now. So it is Ballarat Grammar School in first place. Genazzano will finish second, and Gibson Grammar School will be third in race 116, the second of 8 heats in the U9 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. Race 117 on its way, the third heat of the U9 Division 2 event. Cardinia International College in lane 1, Caulfield Grammar School in lane 2 and Strathcona in lane 3. Strathcona were the silver medalists at the Junior State Championships, held on this course a couple of weeks ago. And they do look to be our leaders here as well. Maya Turnham, Poppy Atchison, Izzy Smith, Holly White and Maya Sipos in the Strathcona boat. You can see the margin there back to the other two crews, Caulfield Grammar School and Cardinia. Good battle certainly for second and third, but that'd be some 2 lengths or more behind our leading crew there from Strathcona. Cardinia lane 1, Kashfi Shetty, Jessica Bailey, Ruby Weatherhead, Charlotte McKinnon and Sarah Hassan, coached by Roman Tomchak. And Caulfield Grammar lane 2, Cleo Moran, Harriet Conan, Charlotte Pound, Millie Fachney and Cleo Miles. But that is the race certainly for second and third between those two crews. Away also in heat 4. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in the centre there with St Catherine's and Furbank either side of them, just away from the 1,000-metre start. There's no held starts at the 1,000-metre racing at this regatta, of course, because of the need to keep the course clear for the 1,500-metre open races to come through. So held starts only in 1,500-metre events, but they're away neatly. In any case, those are 3 boats in heat 4. Continues in heat 3 here to be Strathcona, comfortably in front. They are well underneath now the Harrison Bridge. About 3 lengths to be their margin back to still anyone's guess for second and third too. Cardinia and Caulfield both will go through to the repechage, so to turn their focus, you would think, to tomorrow morning's racing, or late tomorrow morning it'll be by the time we get to these Year 9 repechages. But in any case, they will have their second chance coming up tomorrow. But it's Strathcona who will comfortably go all the way through to the quarterfinals in the Year 9 Division 2 event as they come across the line now, and Strathcona take the win and win it very, very comfortably indeed. About 4 lengths to be back to, I think, Caulfield Grammar will just get the battle of that battle with Cardinia for second and third. Will indeed be the case. Caulfield by about half a length from Cardinia International College in race 117. So Strathcona through to the quarterfinals as well, along with the Geelong College and Ballarat Grammar School, who've taken out the previous 2 heats. Three boats but on their way here. In fact, the 3 boats in heat 5 just underway from the start there. Wright and Carey and Loretto Turak. Just underway in race 119. The 2:53 race. So by my maths, a minute or so ahead, in fact, of the start time. But past halfway in heat 4 with Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Furbank still a very tight battle, and St Catherine's thereabouts as well. So all 3 crews still a chance here. But Furbank on the southern side look to be best placed. Abby Lyons, Zara Excel, Pippa Morgan, Isabel Angus, and Claudia Berry from toss a coin for second place. Melbourne Girls Grammar or St Catherine's. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 2 are Georgia Berryman, Natalie Grant, Clementine Evans, Catherine Hasudis, and Willa Vile. And then St Catherine's lane 1, Sienna Conway, Isla Morris, Clara Calvert, Ava Schofield, and Indira Smith, coached by Lauren Pratt. But those 2 crews we saw in the previous race battling for second and third, really, because our leaders have gone clear. It's not quite as convincing here for Furbank as it was for Strathcona in the previous heat, but looks likely to be a win regardless, although Melbourne Girls Grammar School certainly, in their efforts to stay ahead of St Margaret's, maybe making up some ground late in the race on the combination from Furbank. But I don't think Furbank have too much to be concerned about here. Just a few strokes to go to complete the course, and they will take the win in heat 4 of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. It'll be Furbank Grammar by pretty much exactly a length on the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School in second place, and St Catherine's will take out third. Race 119 is the 5th heat of the Year 9 Division 2 event. We saw the start of that back a couple of minutes ago. Wrighton, Carey and Loretto, the crews in this race. It does appear that Wrighton have been left a bit behind the other 2. But Loretto Turak undefeated, in fact, so far this season in Division 2. Though it must be noted that in the preliminary games, the field's often too big to have in one event, so the Division 2 event can actually be split into 2 sets of races, so it is possible to have effectively 2 winners at the same regatta. So Loretto, however, have won all 3, and you can only beat the crews, of course, that you get to go out and race. They've done exactly that, and they're doing it again here too, ahead of Carey in second place. So Loretto lane 3, Annie Sutherland, Mietta Barrington, Grace Walter, Claudia O'Brien, and Olive Buffington. And they've got over a length now on Carey in second place. Maya Onslow, Ruby Kay, Lauren McLean, Alana O'Connor and Blair McMillan. And extending their lead now certainly are Loretto on Carey. Third to be Wrighton, Artemis Robson, Isabel Nelson, Isabella Heath, Kate Davis and Gaia Bellin. The crew there in third, but the lead extending all the time now for Loretto Turak. And they continue their undefeated run so far in 2024. They're across 3 lengths clear of Carey Grammar, who will finish in second place. Another win there coming up to a crew on lane 3. Carey lane 2, finish second, and Wrighton Girls will finish in third place. Heat 6 approaching the bridge here is between Shelford Girls Grammar School in lane 1, Sacred Heart in lane 2, and MLCQ in lane 3. The pink caps there on the local Sacred Heart combination. But I would look a little bit beyond them to the crew from MLC, who are clearly our race leaders over in lane 3. That is Lucy Fusinato, Matilda Donaldson, Maddie Kerr, Claire Capon, and Lily Comrie in the boat there from MLC. Best position so far this year has been third place. Something happened there to the Sacred Heart crew a few strokes ago too. They went from what looked like clear second place and almost came to a stop there for a bit, but are moving again now. But having to fight now to hold off Shelford Girls Grammar School. Sacred Heart are Matilda Hoss, Zoe Van Dremel, Ava Dorster-Kerr, Sasha Baranski and Zoe Schomaker. And Shelford, Abigail Swatlow, Chloe Thompson, Zoe Coughlin, Ashley Crook and Beatrice Sigley is the race for second and third. But it looks likely to be lane 3 once again here. So we've seen, incredibly with this round the draw, a succession of winners take their spot in the quarters down lane 3. Loretto Turak in the previous race, Furbank and Strathcona before that, and MLC from Kew are now going to do exactly the same thing, about 3 lengths clear of a very tight race now for second and third. Sacred Heart have recovered, but just moving up alongside Shelford once again. That race for second will possibly go all the way to the line, although I think Sacred Heart are the faster moving boat, but they just almost came unstuck again there. MLCQ in any case will take the race win. They come across first on lane 3 in race 120, so MLCQ first. Second should be Sacred Heart, as long as they can keep together from there. And they will get across in second place, the pink cap crew from Sacred Heart College, and then third will go to Shelford Girls Grammar School, who are through to the repechage, along with Sacred Heart. MLCQ in first place, straight to the quarterfinals. So that's about 3/4 of the day done by my maths. 120 races concluded of 162. So still a mere 42 races to go. On this opening day of the 40th anniversary head of the Schoolgirls Regatta here in 2024. Get a reminder of those free physio and osteo services provided by the team at Beyond, upstairs in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre. All athletes are welcome to attend the free physio and osteo located upstairs in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre. Thank you to the team from Beyond for providing that service throughout the regatta this weekend. And a reminder again to all crews and coaches especially of the need to wash your boats after each race. It is the condition of racing here on the Barwon River this weekend that all boats will be washed as soon as they come off the water to minimise the risk of any blue-green algae transmission here. So please ensure that boats are washed immediately once they come off the water. Here comes the 17th, the penultimate heat of the Year 9 Division 2 event. Fintona lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, and PLC Melbourne in lane 3. And the lead is with the crew from Ballarat Clarendon in the centre of the course in the red colours. We've cleared out there on the boats on screen from Fintona and PLC, but they're racing for second and third at this stage. And it's Ballarat Clarendon, Anna Bray, Ella Maxwell, Emily Finch, Charlie Tui, and Angela Rosewarne. The leading crews are coached by Charlie Goldsworthy. And they've got a lead of at least 2 lengths, it would be, on Fintona and PLC racing for second and third. There's the start also in race 122. Albert Park, Loretto, Ballarat and Wesley College, the 3 crews away there down from the 1,000-metre start. Again, that's the 3:02 race, right on schedule. And right on schedule too is this wind coming up to Ballarat Clarendon College. You're passing underneath now the shadows of the James Harrison Bridge, where the traffic fortuitously is cleared, it appears, and is moving freely up on the roadway above the course once again. It's a great sight as these 3 quad sculls race their way into the concluding stages now of the race. Still tight for second place between Fintona and PLC on opposite sides of the course. The Fintona crew, Eloise Calder, Catherine Karamidos, Emma Yang, Chloe McNally and Kalani Shasathran. And from PLC, Melanie Zhu, Lola Barboris, Zoe Zhang, Momo Lee and Jingwei Liu. But it's Ballarat Clarendon well clear here by over 3 lengths now, and they'll record a strong win here in the finish now of Heat 7, the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Ballarat Clarendon College are across for the win. Second will be PLC Melbourne and third will be Fintona. As the second last heat concludes in the Year 9 Division 2 events, the 8th and final heat already about halfway down the course as we see Fintona come across in third position there on lane 1. Full boats on the course now in what is Heat 1 of the Year 9 Division 3 event. They are underway already again from the 1,000-metre start, but we have before that the 8th and final heat of the Year 9 Division 2 race. Albert Park College lane 1, Loretto Ballarat lane 2, and Wesley College in lane 3. Loretto Ballarat were the head of the lake winners. They also did share the victory at the Junior State Championships. There's been a crowd there too in the crew on the far side. That is Albert Park College, who I think were unlikely to win in any case, but Loretto Ballarat looks safe in front, but Albert Park now certainly have come to... Well, they haven't actually stopped. They're still going, but there are oars sticking up at all sorts of odd angles, and they may be best to quickly stop the boat and to recover as best they can there. The crew from Albert Park, but Loretto... Wesley College, I should say. It's the Wesley crew on the far side who've had the crowd. Albert Park is still going on this side of the course in second place. That is Lily Johnson, Arabella Young, Anna Lill, Summer Basudal and Daisy Merritt, coached by Virginia Lee. Just trailing still our race leaders from Loretto, Matilda Grant, Bridget Mulcahy, Ella French, Sophie Huff and Gracie O'Connor. So they're clearly our top 2. And Loretto Ballarat, the head of the lake winners, will go through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 2 event with a comfortable length and a half win. Loretto Ballarat in first place. Albert Park College will finish in second. And Wesley College now have partially recovered from that crab, and they'll come home with 3/4 of the boat rowing and finish in third place. That's Elkie Wilson, Kia Atkins, Madeline Jordan, Marley Ryan and Ivy Moore there, the combination for Wesley. Not the ideal heat race for them, but they will get a second chance in the repechage tomorrow. So they still can progress through to the quarterfinals and beyond in the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Wesley College across the line in third place. So 28 crews entered in this event, the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. I think that does make it the biggest event of the regatta, certainly as far as the Quad Sculls are concerned. And a four-boat heat coming down here. Gibson Grammar School lane 1, MLCQ in lane 2, Lowther Hall in lane 3, Caulfield Grammar School in lane 4. And Loretto Toorak probably the favourites once again, as they are in so many of these Year 8 events, but the MLCQ crew is well rated here, as at the same time as Sabella Rofe, Caitlin Nixon, Holly Comedius, Chloe Groom and Clementine Homan Ross, the combination there for MLC. They've got about 2 lengths on Caulfield Grammar School, the far side, who would sit second. Jessie Wetzels, Zara Jansen, Lila Hurd, Olivia Graham and Mary Mitri. And then it'd be Lowther Hall from Gibson Grammar School, but a comfortable win certainly to the MLC combination as they come across now and take the win in the first heat of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. So MLCQ in first place, lane 2. Probably the best part of 3 lengths back to Caulfield Grammar School. Lane 4 finish in second. A length and a half then to Lowther Hall third, and fourth will go to the combination from Gibson Grammar School in race 123. Few strokes still there for Gibson Grammar to complete the 1,000-metre course. And they are now across the line as well, that combination from Eastern Victoria. Here comes Loretto Ballarat down the course in those distinctive bright yellow colours, heading towards the McIntyre Bridge. They were the dominant head of the lake force, certainly Loretto Ballarat in the younger age groups. They swept the Year 9 schoolgirls events, of course, on that exciting Sunday on Lake Wendouree, and they're doing a good job on all these junior quads so far, including here in Division 3. And their Lane 1 crew would have the lead here. That is Leah Timpano, Sadie McAteer, Hayley Gardner, Amy Antrobus and Georgina Cooney there for Loretto Ballarat. So alongside, in fact, it's an all Ballarat affair, this second heat. So how's that again for a random draw? Loretto Ballarat lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, and Damascus College Ballarat in there in lane 3. All 3 crews that know each other well. But it is playing out as expected, with Loretto leading it from Ballarat Clarendon. The crew in lane 2, Sophia Cheeseman, Lexi Granger, Matilda Gillespie, Isabella Ebenwaldner and Cheryl Lee, the Cox, coached by Ebony Ebenwaldner, herself a well-credentialed rower from the Ballarat City Rowing Club, a member of the Victorian State Masters team this year, who will go and race at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships coming up at Lake Barrington in Tasmania in early May. If you want a reason to visit Tasmania in the cold winter months, or pre-winter, but it is Tasmania, so it'll be pretty cold there, but a great regatta in prospect, certainly at Lake Barrington, which will also host the Australian Rowing Championships next year, as well as the Nationals return to Lake Barrington for the first time since 2021. But it's Loretto Ballarat who lead here still by a couple of lengths from Ballarat Clarendon, and then Damascus in third place, Charlie Rowe, Aoife Lewis, Carla Austin, Miley Singwine and Maddie Huff, the Cox, coached by Rowing Victoria's own Linda Skidmore, the crew from Damascus College. Linda's been very busy, I think, all week here, doing various things on the Barwon River, including having to assist with the testing of the water. Now coaching this crew from Damascus College, who'll probably cross in third place. The win will go to Loretto on lane 1, so they continue on their merry way as far as the Year 9 Division 3 event is concerned. They continue their winning run. Second place to Ballarat Clarendon. About a length and 3/4 between those 2 crews, and then Damascus College lane 3 will have to go via the repechage. They'll race again in the late stages of tomorrow morning. for their shot at a spot in the quarter-final. They'll be joined there by Ballarat Clarendon, while Loretto goes straight through to the quarter-final stage. And for once, I think the course is clear of racing as we await, not for long, but race 125 is underway. Gee, for a few seconds I thought we may have nothing to talk about, but problem solved. The 3:11 race is on its way, about 3 seconds ahead of the scheduled start time, and well done to our officials once again. Of course, the great thing about this Barwon River course being quite narrow is that our starters can stand on the bank, usually on the southern side of the course, and give instructions from there, and it's very easy to line up the crews in lots of 3 or 4, move them up one after another and send these races away just 3 minutes apart. And it is the unique layout of this course that does allow that to happen. Certainly if you ask the people who ran the national championships to send down races every 3 minutes, there would be apoplexy aplenty and lots of other words at the same time. There, in fact, you can see how these races are lined up as well. So our next race moving up now, which will be race 126, the 4th heat of the Year 9 Division 3 event. And then the boats also from race 127 will move into the lanes behind them. Our starter positioned on the southern bank, which is the one you're looking at there on screen for those lucky enough to be watching on the live stream or the big screen here at the course or on your phones. As we can see the action happening from the start line as well as on the racing course. But that's the crew from Genazzano over in lane 3 in this 3rd heat of the Year 9 Division 3 event, who certainly have moved away from Sacred Heart, the crew next to them in lane 2 in the centre of the course. A clear view you get from here on Shelford Girls Grammar School, who are racing in lane 1. But it does look like that Genazzano crew is the mid-race leader as they head towards the McIntyre Bridge. Nina Stevenson, Alexandra Haslam, Greta Clancy, Madeline Stewart and Manon O'Callaghan in the cock seat there of the boat from Genazzano. Just having a quick check to see where the other crews are, which does suggest that they have the advantage of the crew from Genazzano. And we're underway, it looks like, in our next race as well. Closest to the camera there is the crew from the Geelong College. Red Blades of Corowa next to them and Melbourne Girls Grammar School as well. So we are racing also in race 126. By my maths, we've had about 2 race starts in the space of 2 minutes now, so it's getting even more efficient down there at the 1,000-metre start. But out in front here, certainly in race 125, the 3rd heat of the Year 9 Division 3 event, is the crew from Genazzano. Sacred Heart there in the centre of the course with the pink caps. They would be in 2nd place. 3rd place, in fact, I'd suggest, because Shelford alongside them would have 2nd. The Shelford crew, Georgie Mott, Claude Raboul, Matilda Nichols, Lily Thuma and Gabriella Brown. And for Sacred Heart, Zara Taylor, Eloise Boyle, Zoe Lister, Maher Sandhu and Eden Smith. There are the crews coming down. That's back again. We go to heat 4 with the Red Blades of Corowa there in the centre of the course. I reckon Melbourne Girls Grammar School have got the early lead there ahead of the Geelong College on either side of the course. But into the business end of the race we go for our crews in race 125, the 3rd heat of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. To determine our 3rd quarter finalist after MLCQ took out the 1st heat. Loretto Ballarat took out the 2nd, and it's going to be Genazzano here in the 3rd, winning it very, very easily indeed. They're about 50 metres out from the finish. The other 2 crews just passing underneath the Harrison Bridge, so over 100 metres between 1st and 2nd here. A strong win coming the way of the crew from Genazzano in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Genazzano first. And they look barely troubled by their work there after they come across the line. An easy win, certainly, to Genazzano. And they'll be back on the water tomorrow afternoon in the quarterfinals. Shelford Girls Grammar School and Sacred Heart will have to row the repechage. Shelford in 2nd place will have a slightly preferred lane in relation to Sacred Heart. When the repechage draw does come out, they'll be in different repechages, most likely, but in any case, it's Shelford 2nd, Sacred Heart 3rd to conclude race 125. And it is Genazzano, the very, very comfortable race winners there. Back to Heat 4, that's the Corowa crew and the red colours up on screen, but they would be in third place, that combination. Elsa Kui, Ella Hassan, Sophie Liu, Grace Maisley and Annie Licence, the crew there from Corowa. Wonderfully scenic camera shots there too from beneath the trees in the shade of the northern bank of the Barwon, as we see that Barwon crew row away there from the camera on the bank. But it is the other two crews contending for the lead here. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 1 and the Geelong College lane 3, the top two. And the lead is with Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 1. Lola Edwards, Daisy Kitchener, Eliza Pete, Annika Barnes and Tanya Chen, the crew there. The Geelong College would be probably some 2 or 3 lengths further back on the other side of the course. So pretty big margins here once again. Geelong College in second, Silky Shakespeare, Pearl Connor, Madison Young, Lucy Henderson and Jemima Briggs, coached by Caitlin Murphy. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, it continues to be clear by about 3 lengths, so it won't be quite as substantial a win as we saw from Genazzano in the previous heat, but again, it's just about beating the crews on the course and ensuring your progression. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School with multicoloured ribbons on this particular crew will come across and take the win, and they will skip the repechage, go straight to the quarterfinals of this huge event, the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. It is the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School across in first, the Geelong College second, and third will go to the crew from Corowa on lane 2. Fifth heat now, the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Strathcona lane 1, Melbourne Girls College lane 2, and Hamilton and Alexandra lane 3. And checking the entries too to ensure. I did say this was the biggest quad scull event of the regatta, which is technically correct. 26 entries after scratchings in the Year 9 Division 3 race. Also 26 in Year 9 Division 2. The biggest event at the regatta by number of entries is in fact the Open Division 1 single scull, which has 28 entries. We saw the heats of that race earlier on today, but still substantial entries in these Year 9 quad sculls, which is fantastic to see. About to have a start too in race 1, 2, 8. Loretto Turak there alongside Carey, Grammar and St Catherine's, the 3 crews ready to go. But we're also about to see a very tight finish, I'd suggest, between Strathcona and Melbourne Girls College here in Heat 5, the Year 9 Division 3 Quad Scull. So Strathcona lane 1, Yin Yan Fang, Ivy Vashiga, Tilly Harvey, Angela Zhao and Maddie Smith. And Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, Indigo Ernst, Juliet Blake, Evie Purden, Summer Smith and Miesha Takuro Lay, the cocks of that boat. And have a look at these 2 crews going stroke for stroke into the final 100 metres. One spot on offer here in the quarterfinals. Melbourne Girls College, the centre lane. And it's Strathcona on this northern bank. Melbourne Girls College look to have their boat just in front. They are lifting and moving away, in fact, the crew from Melbourne Girls College with a couple of strokes to go. And they have stormed clear to take this out by half a length. A very good finish from the crew from Melbourne Girls College. They're across for the win. Strathcona in second place will have to go the long way around via the repechage. And then in third place, it'll be the Hamilton and Alexandra crew from Western Victoria, who will take third place. One of the former schools of Jane Horn will be back to take over commentary duties a little bit later this afternoon. Currently busy with a teaching role also at the Geelong Grammar School, where she currently, of course, resides. But I'm sure maintaining a keen interest in the racing at the same time. So Melbourne Girls College there in first place. They're through to the quarterfinals. Strathcona second, just beaten out in a good finish. And Hamilton and Alexandra in third place. Here comes the sixth heat now. This U9 Division 3 event. But in 2024 racing. And then St Catherine's in lane 3, Camilla Tulloch, Pernilla Coleman, Sarah Dewani, Grace Champion de Crespigny, and Nina Portnoy, the cocks of that crew from St Catherine. Here does come the crew from Loretto Turak. The Blue Boat comfortably out in front, about 3 lengths ahead of Carey Grammar School. So it does look likely that Loretto Turak, as they have in all these year 9 events so far, should book their passage through to a quarter-final performance, and no doubt onwards and upwards from there. Carey Grammar School still there in second place, and St Catherine's the far side sitting in third, and that's the way they'll come across the line. So Loretto taking out the win. They are through to the quarterfinals from Heat 6. They join the winners of the previous 5 heats. Carey will finish second and go through to the repechage tomorrow morning, and St Catherine's in third position. Here comes the 7th, the penultimate heat of the Year 9 Division 3 female school cock squad. So I mentioned Jane Horn's name, and she appears in the commentary box, so we'll get a change of voices very soon for your listening pleasure. But it's Wrighton girls leading here in lane 3. Scarlett Pawsey, Charlotte Kaplan, Gigi Zapp, Skaskia Klotz and Lucy Ball, the leader there for Wrighton. Ballarat Grammar School would be second. Esther Hopkins, Emily Mihilovic, Grace Burt, Isla Huntington and Kate Burke, coached by Bridget Clark. And in third place, PLC Melbourne. But here comes the Wrighton girls combination. They will take out the 7th heat of 8 in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Wrighton across 2.5 lengths clear of Ballarat Grammar School in second place. Just almost stopping early. There they go again, Ballarat Grammar School. And in any case, comfortably second. And third then, PLC Melbourne. Naisha Prabhu, Coco Zhu, Dassie Spencer, Arshia Randawa and Avon Mirror. The combination there who'll soon cross in third place. So one heat remains in this substantial Year 9 Division 3 event. And then we move on through the Year 9s over the remainder of the afternoon, all the way through to our final race at 2 minutes past 5 this afternoon, which is a heat of the Year 9 Division 9 Quad Scull. So plenty of racing continues here over the course of the afternoon as we see PLC Melbourne come across to complete the 7th heat of Division 3. So with almost a gap on the course, time to bid you farewell for the afternoon and welcome back Jane Horn for the last 90 minutes or so of racing. Don't forget, racing kicks off an even bigger day tomorrow at 8 a.m. with about 180 races on the program.
Thank you very much to Richard Dorstein for everything he's done today. Been a very busy morning, and we're looking forward to another beautiful day of rowing tomorrow. But we've got a fair bit of Year 9 action happening. I've just seen a few tears on the bank. The Year 9s get very emotional about their rowing, and so do their mothers. So a very important part of their rite of passage is the head of schoolgirls for the Year 9s. And we've got hundreds of them participating in sport. What could be better than being on a riverbank on a beautiful Friday afternoon in perfect conditions? And I'll just catch up here as we head towards Heat 8 of the Year 9 Division 3 Coxed Quad Scull. Furbank Grammar in lane 1, Fintona in lane 2, Wesley College in lane 3. And Furbank Grammar are clearly out in front with Wesley College over in Station 3 in second place and Fintona in third, further back. I need to immediately declare my allegiances to a number of schools where I have been involved in rowing, and Fintona is one of them. They did a little bit of a reunion for the head of the schoolgirls. I think I first came down to head of the schoolgirls in the late 80s with the Fintona crews, and there were only a couple of them. So still very fond of watching these crews develop their rowing. And it's the yellow colours of Furbank Grammar, Brooke DeTiro, Isabel Reith, Lucy Shannon, Georgiana Bly and Lauren Box the Cox, who are 2-3 lengths in front of Wesley College, Ella Yang, Audrey Cole, Coco Harding, Charlotte Zanfilippo and Chloe Missican as the Cox. But Furbank going through to directly to the quarterfinal here with a lovely win in the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 3. So congratulations to the Furbank girls. In second place will be Wesley College. And the fabulous Fintona crew bringing up third place in this heat. They will progress to the repechage tomorrow. Evelyn Teng, Chloe Singh, Rachel Wang, Jenny Q and Only Hewakaparaj is the Cox. And it's lovely having Fintona here again. They've been long supporters of the regatta, always determined and always here. That's the most important thing. Got to be in it to try and win it. Well done to the Fintona girls. A reminder to heads of rowing to please go and collect your regatta packs. They are available now. You'll need to collect those before the end of the day. We now progress to Year 9 Division 4. Female school coxed quad scull. We have eight heats in this event. So a lot of heats to get through in this Year 9. Amazing to see the development of Year 9 girls rowing. It is clearly one of the most popular sports. I don't reside in Melbourne, so I never see the Yarra at full stilt, but I can imagine that it would be very busy on an after school with lots of beginner crews. But these girls do not look like beginners at all. They look very, very polished and experienced as they come down the Barwon River on this stunning afternoon. So lane 1 is Ballarat Grammar. Lane 3 is Carey Grammar, who are currently about half a length ahead of their Ballarat opponents. Wesley College a further few lengths further back. But Carey and Ballarat Grammar will battle out this heat for the Year 9 Division 4. A lot on the stake, a lot at stake here as these girls try to qualify directly through to the quarterfinal. And it is the crew from Carey, Molly Coleman, Elka Pearson, Susie Wilson, Tara Evans and Mia Capodatha Cox, who are finishing nicely with a little bit of blade work going awry there, but it didn't affect their finish. They finish in first place, Carey Grammar. Second is the Ballarat Grammar combination of Scarlett Pinder, Lily Peters, Poppy Shields, Isabel Harris, Mia Vendy as the Cox in second place. And a further few lengths back, Wesley College, Alina De Silva, Penelope O'Keefe, Pranavani Dami, Rachel Wang and Scout Arnold is coxing them. Keep your eyes straight ahead, girls. Head still, doing everything your coaches have reminded you about, and then you'll get there perfectly fine. Well done. The minute you move ahead, an oar's going to move. Keep your head still. Whoops. The second heat has 3 crews in it. Melbourne Girls College, Caulfield Grammar in Station 2 and Strathcona in 3. So Melbourne Girls College and Strathcona battling it out here in the second heat. Strathcona looking to have a slight lead ahead of the Melbourne Girls College combination in lane 1. With Caulfield Grammar a further 3 lengths back as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. And although there's a slight angle there, Strathcona in their pink colours, half a length in front of Melbourne Girls College. The Strathcona crew, Alexis Christopoulos, Mimi Bartel, Holly Majernik, Matilda Priartel and Liv Majernik, the Cox. With Melbourne Girls College, Kira Jenkins, Jessica Norman, Alice Wills, Lucy Lay and Sophia Aravello Diaz as the Cox. So Strathcona, a length now pulling away, a length in front of Melbourne Girls College, but they've had a lovely row down here, lovely conditions here, a little bit of wind bothering them as they come down, but they're finishing strong. Looking very elegant in their pink hats, pink ribbons and pink tops with a punch in the air and a clap. They have qualified through to the quarterfinal. Melbourne Girls College and Caulfield Grammar will go through to the repechage. Well done, girls. Good to stop, recover and then finish. Heat 3 is between Ryton and Ballarat and Clarendon College. So Ryton in lane 2 and Ballarat Clarendon in 3. And this is Heat 3 of the Year 9 Division 4. Go Grammar. So, Year 9, Division 4, Heat 3, Wrighton girls in lane 2, half a length in front of the girls from Ballarat and Clarendon. The Wrighton girls, Greta White, Natalie Wong, Evie Talbot, Asha Tor and Eloise Brown, coming down in their Year 9 quad scull against Ballarat Clarendon, who are keeping in touch, but they've got a little oar issue there as they came under the bridge, with Ava Lepic, Mia Riddle, Lara Aslan Wong, Neve Harper and Alice Lynn. But the Wrighton girls are maintaining this half a length lead as they come through to the finish line with only 50 metres to row, counting down their 10 strokes as they hit the orange buoys, finishing in first place and through to the quarter final. Rowing very nicely. Keep your heads up, girls. That's it. Good finish. Well done to Ballarat and Clarendon in second place. Moving through to Heat 4, Loretto, Ballarat and Furbank Grammar are in this heat. Loretto in lane 2 and Furbank Grammar in lane 3. And currently the crew from Loretto Ballarat is 2 lengths in front as they come through the McIntyre Bridge. And of course these girls are often in their first or second year of rowing, depending on when their school commences. Some schools do commence in year 7 and 8, but majority would start in year 9. So the Loretto Ballarat crew of Emma McConaughey, Eliza Trigg, Maya Templar, Isabella Puka and Annabelle McDonald the Cox, with Furbank Grammar a length and a half behind them, with Arabella Forbes, Audrey Mayer Burstall, Pippa Featherston, Millicent McLean and Grace McLean the Cox. So good communication between the Cox and the stroke in that case. These girls rowing very nicely with ribbons fluttering in the breezes, ribbons being the critical part of Head of the Schoolgirls. Lots of planning goes into that while they're rowing and getting boats in and off the water. So a great win there to Loretto Ballarat. 2 lengths in front of the crew from Furbank. So 1-2 down the page with Loretto Ballarat going through to the quarterfinal and the rest to the repechage, which will occur tomorrow. So the Year 9 repechages occur from about 12 o'clock tomorrow through till lunch. So those girls will have another row tomorrow. With the quarterfinals in the afternoon. 5th heat here of the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 4. Geelong College in lane 2 and Gippsland Grammar in lane 3. So last race we had all yellow. This race will be all green. The colours of the Head of the Schoolgirls. Very important with rowing to have those blades shining in the sunshine and we can see who it is. But when we have 2 crews that are of similar colour, Geelong College are in lane 2 in the centre with Gippsland Grammar on the south station in lane 3. So currently Geelong College are leading in this heat. The quarter first going through to the quarterfinal. This is Beth Afford, Sophie McCarry, Amelia Bennett, Tess Wolfenden, Phoebe Johnston, the Cox. And in Gippsland Grammar, Tara Lambert, Emily Henderson, Jess Daly and Ashley Taylor, with Victoria Adams, the Cox. Crews very close together here as they come under the shadows of the James Harrison Bridge. And it's it's Geelong College who are half a length, if that, maybe only a canvas in front. And they've just lifted their rating quite noticeably then, and they've got to be aware of their blade work. So the faster they go, the harder it is to manage their oars. The more pressure they put in, their timing can go off. So we watch very carefully here as the coxswain pleads. One bow Cox, one stroke Cox. And it will be Geelong College holding on to take out that heat by a canvas. And they will go through to the quarterfinal with the crew from Gippsland Grammar going through to the repechage. Great racing there with those two crews, and now we progress to Heat 6. So we're up to event 137 on today's program. And amazing to think after 137 events, it's running perfectly to time. So please make sure to all crews that are heading up there, do not be late for the start. The starter will not be impressed. Please make sure you get up there in good time. A reminder to those involved in tents to secure items safely inside your tent. The wind will pick up a bit tonight, and we've got to make sure that everything is safe and packed away. I'm sure there are many people following along on the live stream through the head of the Schoolgirls website, and they're enjoying the coverage. Lots of close shots as they come down the river. But we are commentating on the last 500 metres. So whilst you might see vision from the first 500, we are commentating on the last 500. But it is very nice to see the crews coming down from the start line. In this particular race, we have Genazzano in lane 2 and MLCQ in lane 3. And the crew from MLC is clearly in front here as they come through the 500. Liv Worth, Ginger Froner, Georgia Mary, Tilda Roth, Audrey Trelaw the Cox, and the Genazzano crew, Bonnie Grace, Claudia Tomsic, Ava Rogar, Michaela Messner, and Charlie Morrison is the Cox. So a strong showing here in Division 4, Year 9 with MLCQ. Looking very relaxed and very stable as well. So heads are still, oars hitting the, blades hitting the water at the same time. And the boat therefore glides along without having to stop and start. There is a flow in what they're doing. And as fatigue sets in, it can start to get a little bit messy, but these girls are holding it together very nicely as they have a good row and a strong finish in this Heat 6 of the Year 9 Division 4. Oh, Spoke too soon. Gathered themselves together and will finish strongly. Well rowed, girls. They got themselves out of a little pickle there, which was great. So well done to the MLC crew who go through to the quarterfinals tomorrow just before lunch. Similar thing happening here with Genazzano. Just slow down, girls. Keep your form. That's it. Talk to each other. Listen to your cocks. And all will be well. Excellent rowing. Cannot stress to all Year 9 rowers, the minute you move your head, your oar is going to move. If you can learn to keep your head still, it will make an enormous difference to your rowing. Now, every time you turn your head, your right hand goes up a bit, and therefore your oar gets unbalanced. So keeping your head still is a very good piece of advice. Heat 7 of the Year 9 Division 4. Damascus College are in lane 2, and Loreto Toorak in lane 3. And the crew from Loreto Toorak, Mila Tanos, Lucy Scott, Genevieve Gray, Arabella Burns, and Ava Coleman are having a beautiful row here on the sunny Friday afternoon. And certainly they're enjoying the good conditions for rowing. A little bit windy probably, but they're used to that, I'm sure. So these girls rowing very nicely. Head still, looking straight ahead, in the middle of the back of the girl in front, making sure they're keeping still. No looking around, and they'll keep it steady through to the finish. A lovely row by the girls from Loreto. They will qualify through to the quarterfinal, finishing well in first place ahead of Damascus College, who will go through to the repechage. And we have a start in Heat 8. Clash of traditional rivals here with St Catherine's in lane 2 and Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 3. So the St Catherine's crew pretty level as they come towards the, having travelled about nearly 400 metres, so coming under the McIntyre Bridge. Rowing very closely here, these two crews. Again, heads in the boat is a very good idea. Try not to watch your oar. Watch the girl in front of you. And then your oar will look after itself. St Catherine's crew, Sophie Wang, Claudia Hudson, Lilybell Stevens, Fleur Anjanette and Tiffany Shen, the cocks. With Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Fleur Wilson, Cordelia Tompkin, Poppy Stockdale and Lila Bruce with Viviana Cook, the cocks. And as they come towards the 500 or through the 500 metre mark, the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar is canvas ahead of St Catherine's, but I'm sure St Catherine's won't let that bother them too much. They'll need to increase their rating to match them though. A good race plan involves a little bit of acceleration at a certain point in the race. And the idea is to try and match that. And that's the role of the cocks as well, to keep an eye on what's going on with the other crew. So these two crews have battled it out over the first 500, and now they're coming to the last 150 metres, and they need to work out their strategy. Although I think that Melbourne Girls Grammar have now gone out to about a half a length, 3/4 of a length ahead of the crew from St Catherine's. This is the final heat of the Year 9 Division 4. Then we move into Division 5. So the Melbourne Girls Grammar combination have a length in front of St Catherine's as they come towards the finish line. But keep rowing, girls, because you never know. Must finish strongly in all these events. So the Melbourne Girls Grammar combination finishing strongly here. Nice and balanced as they come across the finish line to the hoot of the judge, followed by St Catherine's, a length and a bit behind them. And that concludes the Year 9 Division 4 events, with all those placing first going through to the quarterfinal and the rest through to the repechage tomorrow before lunch. We now have the Year 9 Division 5. So Heat 1 of the Year 9 Division 5 is underway with 3 crews in this event. It is Wesley College number 1 crew in lane 1, Loreto Toorak in lane 2, and MLCQ in lane 3. Don't forget to slip, slop, slap as the sun continues to shine. It's getting hotter as the day proceeds. So 3 crews in this event. Wesley in lane 1, Loreto Toorak in 2 and MLC in 3. And currently Loreto Toorak have a length lead over the crew from Wesley College, a further half a length back to MLC. So Loreto, Clara Ross, Mietta Foley, Olivia Maidment, Abigail Tasker and Sophie Morgan, the Cox. A length in front of Wesley College, Lexi Brown, Audrey Schofield, Harper Clancy, Sabella Schroeder and Sophia Katsieris, the Cox. With MLC on station 3, Amelie Rose Barris, Alexia Kafasis, Rosie Bell, Sophie Pickles and Libby Holland, the Cox. Loreto Toorak maintaining their length lead over this crew from Wesley College, rowing very nicely as a big gust of wind comes across the river to give them a little bit of a buffet, but they slowed down a little bit, which was great, and managed to negotiate that gust of wind and are now proceeding very nicely to the finish line with only metres to go. Coxon counting down the strokes, making sure they finish well across the rowing in the Angela O'Dwyer, which is very important. And then Wesley in second place with MLC in third. So Toorak taking out the first heat of the Year 9 Division 5. Wesley in second place with MLC in third. So MLC and Wesley will go through to the repechage and Loreto through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Heat 2 in the Year 9 Division 5, Loreto Ballarat in lane 1, Genazzano in lane 2, and Furbank Grammar are in 3. And Furbank Grammar are currently about half a length ahead of Genazzano, with Loreto, who are about half a length, or actually even closer. They've had a good run on this inside lane 1. So Loreto Ballarat in front of Furbank. So they're over in lane 1. Loreto, Dakota Somerville, Isabel Wise, Angelina Ashby, Ava Taylor and Olivia Valenzuela is the Cox. Furbank Grammar in second place. Sally Hu, Deanna Corcoran, Daisy Welsh, Mia Black and Lucy Trist the Cox. With Genazzano in third place, Dakota Somerville, Isabel Wise, Gemma Passanati, Gabrielle Cheers, Lucy Bromhead, Rafaela Santa Maria and Anna took the Cox. But the crew from Loreto, Ballarat are now pulling away from Furbank on the far side, so they've had a little bit of an inside run here on this lane 1, and they're looking very polished as they come towards the finish line and under the James Harrison Bridge. So Loreto, Ballarat rowing very nicely, with Furbank still putting a bit of pressure on Genazzano to make sure that they easily finish in second, but they're also lifting their rating a bit to tackle Loreto, who are comfortably in first place at the moment. And as they lift their rating, the oar work can go a little bit awry, but they manage to control that. But this Loreto Ballarat crew looking very polished as they come through to take out Heat 2 and go through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. So well done to Loreto, who will finish in first place. Furbank will be in second. With the Genazzano combination coming through to the line now, rowing right through, finishing strongly, because they'll have all have another row tomorrow in the repechage. They'll be able to eat well, sleep well, and think about it all again tomorrow. Heat 3 in the Year 9 Division 5 is underway. Three crews in this event: Geelong College in lane 1, St Catherine's in 2, and Geelong Grammar in lane 3. So the St Catherine's girls are out in front. Anya Crawford, Millie Monaghan, Annabelle Arnold, Lucille Parfitt, Eva Lee is the coxswain. And then we have the two Geelong schools either side of them, but St Catherine's are well out in front here. They're about 2 lengths in front of the combinations from Geelong College, and then a further half a length behind to the Geelong Grammar crew. As they come under the bridge, St Catherine's, Anya Crawford, Millie Monaghan, Annabelle Arnold, Lucille Parfitt and Eva Lee in first place, with Geelong College, Macy Keegan, Freya Howley, Lily Keenan, Lily Carmody, Olivia Rodder, and in third place, Geelong Grammar combination of Laluna Singer, Jazz Ward, Ella de Graaf, Olivia Huang and Angela He as the Cox. And the Geelong Grammar crew need to straighten up a little bit, but they're having their first competitive row, really. They haven't had too many. So the St Catherine's crew now are 2 lengths in front of Geelong College, a further length in front of the Geelong Grammar combination. All these girls, of course, having their first rows in the Year 9 Division 5. So St Cath's are still 2 lengths ahead of College. College. They've owned this race the whole way down. They had a great start, and they've been able to maintain that lead all the way down. Geelong College rowing very nicely, sitting up nice and straight and finishing very strongly over the Geelong Grammar combination on the far side, lane 3. So St Catherine's are going to take out Heat 3 with Geelong College in second place. And the combination from Geelong Grammar will finish in third. Well rowed, Grammar. Heat 4, first again through to the quarterfinal, rest to the repechage. Lane 2 is Melbourne Girls Grammar, and lane 3, Toorak College. Melbourne Girls Grammar currently 2 lengths in front. Coco Slaney, Laudette Wells, Lola Cooney, Jemima Lord, and Emma Laversha is the Cox. With the combination from Toorak College, Mary Bergen, Melissa Chen, Simone Adelaja, Scarlett Henderson and Heidi New. About 2 lengths behind, and they're just having a few little issues with oars and steering, which is all part of the process. It can happen at the highest level, it happens at the lowest level. So managing 2 long levers either side of you is something that requires lots of training and lots of practice, and it also can come awry very quickly. So do not panic if you lose your oar. Stop, regain it, and then keep rowing as best you can. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School will take out Heat 4. Rowing very nicely in the navy and white with the boat moving very nicely as they come across the finish line to Toorak College in second place, which concludes Heat 4. Still running perfectly to time. In fact, probably a little like a minute ahead at the moment. So doing really well up at the start line. Fantastic cooperation by the crews to get up there on time. And then it's just a matter of rowing down, getting the right crews on the start line, and then the starter says go. So all going perfectly to plan as we head into the final hour of racing and work through these wonderful Year 9 crews who are really enjoying their first big regatta, and it certainly is a big regatta. There's nothing like starting at one of the Southern Hemisphere's largest regattas and having your turn at rowing down this beautiful Barwon River. And a magnificent weekend for Geelong, with the footy kicking off tomorrow night with a new Joel Selwood stand. So all things are happening in Geelong this weekend. And certainly the head of the schoolgirls and the busyness of what's occurring on the Barwon is a wonderful credit to those that have organised it all. I was fortunate enough to be able to attend the first head of the schoolgirls as a young coach, really young coach, and enjoyed my trip up to Ballarat, where we had about, I think, 6 or 8 crews representing, all in 4-oared races. Was all over in a couple of hours, and we travelled back down to Melbourne. So certainly now 3 days of full-on rowing from 8 till 5 every day has been a significant growth in the regatta over the last 40 years. And there's certainly people who are still working on the committee that were there at that first one as well. So the head of the schoolgirls has become a very, very large event, and one that is much looked forward to by the girls and probably their parents, as many crews finish up their rowing career, and there's no more of those early morning starts down to the river for training. Heat 5, though, is underway, and it's very important for these girls, and they're having a wonderful time as they row down the Barwon here. Ballarat Grammar in lane 2 and Strathcona in lane 3. And the lane 3 crew of Strathcona, Miller Dickens, Rose Beaton, Lucinda Schenk, Willow Burrows and Imi Reese is the Cox. And they're a few lengths ahead of Ballarat Grammar, Lizzie Muldoon, Ellie Finch, Tully Smith, Emily Morgan and Poppy Mills as the Cox, coached by Will Clark. And Will be very excited to see his girls rowing down today. And the main thing will be to just finish well. First go through to the quarterfinal And the rest go through to a repechage in another row. A little bit of steering issue there for the Ballarat Grammar crew as they come back onto the correct lane. But the sparkling pink of the Strathcona girls is coming through into this last part of the 80 metres or so to row. And in typical Year 9 fashion, they've got contrasting hats and ribbons and pink zooties, all looking wonderfully colourful here at the head of the schoolgirls. So Strathcona with Miller, Rose, Lucinda and Willow, with Imi urging them on from the bow seat of the front coxswain seat, finishing very strongly there in the 5th heat. Congratulations to Strathcona, and well done to Ballarat Grammar, who have regrouped and got themselves back on the course, with Poppy Mills cheering them on. Rowing very nicely as they come through to 2nd place, and they will go through to the repechage tomorrow. We're up to heat 6 of the Year 9 Division 5, so 3 heats to go, and then we move into Division 6. All it is this afternoon is the Year 9 quad sculls. And they go through to their repechages, which take place tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow from about 11 o'clock through to 1, so 2 hours of racing tomorrow. I think I'll be back on the microphone then to see how they go in their repechages, with the quarterfinals being held later in the day tomorrow from 5 o'clock, so they're quite late in the day. So the Year 9s will finish off Saturday afternoon with their quarterfinals. So Heat 6 is now underway with Ballarat Clarendon in lane 2 and Wrighton girls in lane 3, and the Wrighton girls are 2 lengths in front of Ballarat Clarendon as they come through to the 500 metres. Wrighton, Isabel Pender, Annabelle Lumu, Charlotte Herman, Ellie Anasakis and Emma Cresswell-Orbia is the cox. And they are nearly 3 lengths ahead of Ballarat and Clarendon. Isla McNaughton, Mia Yong, Sienna Weber, Priya Lokshab, Lily Gillespie is the cox, and coached by Tess Lowry. But the Wrighton girls are in control of this race here, and able to manage a nice even level of rowing. They don't have to go too hard because they've qualified through to their quarterfinal, but they also want to make sure that their blade work is clean. And the yellow caps of Wrighton are sparkling in the sunshine as they come through with their rather vocal fan club on the bank here, urging them towards the finish line. So Wrighton will come down here to the last 10 or so strokes as they finish off, might be a bit more with Year 9s, finish off this race in a very positive manner with much enthusiasm from the bank. Great to see people here cheering on their friends. That's what rowing is all about. So Wrighton will be taking out Heat 6 to finish well, and Ballarat and Clarendon will be in 2nd place. Also finishing very strongly. And straight up, we're into Heat 7, which has come through the 500 metre mark already. Gippsland Grammar in lane 1, but it is Caulfield Grammar who are several lengths in front. Asher Watson, Alice Gillard, Miller Sweeney Johnston, Imogen Dart, and Madeline Townley is the Cox. And they are 3 or 4 lengths ahead of Gippsland Grammar. Vanessa Bahagia, Addison Orridge, Leanna Barrett, Gemma Gibbons, and Isabel Lindria is the Cox. And the Caulfield crew are easing their way through to the finish line. And they will go through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. They'll be held late in the day again. So the quarterfinals for Year 9 Division 5 will be held at 5 o'clock, with the day finishing at 5:30 tomorrow. So Gippsland Grammar coming through here with Caulfield Grammar taking Heat 7 and Gippsland Grammar finishing very strongly and in very reliable and positive fashion. Well done, girls. They've rowed very nicely all the way down, and one can only improve each time you go out in a rowing boat. Just underway is the final heat of the Year 9 Division 5, and then we'll go immediately into Division 6. So Melbourne Girls College and Carey Grammar make up the 2 crews in this final heat, Heat 8. As mentioned, we have a start here with Melbourne Girls College in lane 2 and Carey in 3. And Melbourne Girls College are in front by about a length. Harriet Probyn, Ruby Watson, Ivy Riemann, Lola Croker and Isabel Monroe is the Cox. And in Carey Grammar, Alice Searle, Isla McDonald, Amber Thomas, Molly Thomas and Eva Blazewski is the Cox. So Melbourne Girls College a length in front of Carey as they come through to the 500 metre mark. And these girls thoroughly enjoying their row, and they'll be very relaxed now once they get the race underway. A little bit of nerves to start with, but now they're doing what they've been doing at training for weeks on end, which is just putting blades in the water and rowing. So Melbourne Girls College are now 2 lengths in front of the Carey Grammar combination. They're rowing very nicely here as they come through under the James Harrison Bridge for the last 100 metres. So this is event 146, finishing in great time here with the girls from Melbourne Girls Grammar. Harriet, Ruby, Ivy, Lola and Isabel urging them on from the coxswain seat. With Carey Grammar trying to close the gap a little bit, but unfortunately I think the Melbourne Girls College crew have got them covered, so they'll go through to the quarter-final tomorrow, and Carey Grammar will go through to the repechage, and they both get another row tomorrow. Fist pump, tapping all round. Girls are very excited about that. Love the enthusiasm of Year 9s. But there'll be no splashing of the water or doing any of that. So we now move into the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 6, and a slightly different setup here because there are 4 heats. So the first go through to the semi-final and the rest will go to the repechage. The repechages will be at lunchtime tomorrow, with the semi-finals at 5:15 tomorrow afternoon. So we'll have So we now have 4 crews across the river. Carey in lane 1, Furbank in lane 2, MLC in lane 3 and Caulfield Grammar in 4. And it is MLC who are a length in front of both Furbank and Caulfield. Hard to tell at the moment, with Carey a further half a length back as they come towards the 500 metre mark. So half the race is done. This is Division 6, so the girls will be very excited to have their racing underway here at the head of the schoolgirls. But MLC, Jemima Dixon, Anushka Kemp-Smith, Brooke Knight, Amy Fail and Joyce Lee, the Cox, a length in front of Caulfield Grammar. Sophie Nilsson, Lucy Padula, Elizabeth Moore, Hannah Ganchi and Zara Klasinski is the Cox, with Furbank Grammar not too far behind the second placed crew in Caulfield as they come through under the James Harrison Bridge. So Caulfield Grammar and Carey Grammar a further half a length back. India Hines, Darcy Munro, Archie Anson, Kaylee Catapan and Lauren Ferrolano is the Cox. But it's MLC who are clearly out in front here. A very confident performance, lengthening out their strokes now as they hit towards the finish line. They're counting down the strokes they need to do. Coxswain telling them to keep it all neat and tidy as they lengthen out their strokes and take this crew out. A very fast finish here for them. They'll be looking for a good time to set them up well for their semi-final. So they go straight through to the semi-final at MLC. In first place, Caulfield Grammar will finish in second, with Furbank in third, rowing very nicely across the line, and Carey trying to keep their heads still in the boat, rowing in the Jeffy Hall, and they're finishing across the line now in fourth place for the first of the Division 6 Year 9 Quad Sculls. Girls, just stop rowing while that oar gets sorted. Don't keep rowing when there's oars. Thank you, that's better. All right, heat 3, we've had a little bit of a mishap. I'm not sure which crew it was, might have been Wrighton, I think. So Loretto Ballarata in lane 1, Genazzano in 2, Melbourne Girls College in 3, and Wrighton in 4. So Genazzano are clearly out in the lead here in Heat 3 with their progression to the semi-final and the rest through to the repechage. So Genazzano, Matilda Swan, Chiara Pugliese, Paige Cavacchiola, Nellie Major and Matilda Price. And then 3 crews further back, we have in lane 1 Loreto Ballarat, in lane 3 Melbourne Girls College, and Wrighton, who had some difficulties with their oars at the start, are in 4th place, but making up a little bit of ground on sorry, I've jumped a crew. It's Heat 2. Sorry, this is Heat 2. Gippsland Grammar in 1, Loreto in 2, and they're the ones that are out in front. In lane 3 is Wesley College, number 2 crew, and Ballarat Clarendon over in lane 4. So the Loreto combination of Anna Valmorbida, Clementine Darcy, Eve Blood, Zahara Alexander and Bella Grant rowing very nicely here as they come through to take out Heat 2, and they will progress to the semi-finals, barring an incident as they come across the line, so I better not call it too early. But Loreto are well in front here of Gippsland Grammar in lane 1, with Ballarat and Clarendon and Wesley battling it out for 3rd place in lanes 3 and 4. But it's Loreto finishing very well in 1st place here in the 2nd heat of the Year 9 Division 6 Pod Scull. Gippsland Grammar in lane 1, Miller Lazaro, Charlotte Beerham, Chelsea Rawlings, Lacey Drew and Mia Del Busso the Cox. Coming through to finish in 2nd place, and they'll go through to the repechages at 12:27 tomorrow. 3rd place in lane 3 will be Wesley College, Sabella Teal, Anushka Stevens, Alex Roog, Alyssa Cleve and Lila Johnson, the Cox. 3rd. And then Ballarat and Clarendon, Rabita Wabogo, Kylie Smith, Elias Sassi, Medea Ahmed and Nidhi Pethapudi. Crossing in 4th place, Well Road Girls. And then now the 3rd heat is underway, and coming down through the 500, Loreto Ballarat in lane 1, Genazzano in 2, Melbourne Girls College in 3 and Wrighton in lane 4. And it is Melbourne Girls College who are currently in front by only a canvas with the crew from Genazzano. So that could change as Genazzano lift their rating somewhat as they come through between these 2 bridges. So it's Genazzano about half a length in front. Matilda Swan, Chiara Pugliese, Paige Cavacchiola, Nellie Major and Matilda Smith the Cox. Half a length in front of Melbourne Girls College, Willow Price, Lola Rabia, Molly Plank, Zoe Tranter and Poppy Joyner. And these 2 crews are going to battle it out here over the last 150 metres as they come through the James Harrison Bridge and sit up nice and straight for the final row home, making sure that they're breathing well but staying relaxed and keeping the boat moving. So any little movement here could cause an oar to go flying or a instability in the boat. So it's very important as they increase the rating and get a rush of blood to the head that says, come on, let's go, they maintain their oar technique. And that's what their coaches would have been teaching them. So it's a very close race here with the girls all looking across to see what's happening, and Melbourne Girls College are taking over from Genazzano. It's a close battle here as they come towards the line, one of the closest races for the last afternoon, and Melbourne Girls College have lifted their rating slightly as they come towards the finish line. They want to qualify through to the semi-final, and they will, So Melbourne Girls College finish in first place with Genazzano in second, 3/4 of a length behind. 2 lengths back to Loretto Ballarat in third place. And Wrighton a further 2 or 3 lengths further back. So congratulations to the crew from Melbourne Girls College. That was a great row, and they will qualify now for the semi-final and the rest through to the repechage. And we have one more heat to go in this Year 9 Division 6, and it's coming down now with Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 1, Geelong College in lane 2, Strathcona in lane 3, and St Catherine's in lane 4. Zia. I was hoping I might see Zia rowing. So lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar are coming through here on the inside. They're probably not in your view yet, but they are clearly a length and a half in front. Melbourne Girls Grammar, Isla Smith, Chloe Tyra, Kaoka Vanderkuyp, Lucy Glastonbury, and Kasaya Sandhu is the cox. And they are a length in front of Strathcona over in lane 3. Miranda Nell, Jessica Janetsky, Claudia Crivelli, Charlotte Gibbons and Hayley Janetsky is the cox. So this combination from Melbourne Girls Grammar are taking advantage of this inside lane here and are rowing very nicely in these little bit blustery conditions. Then we have Strathcona in lane 3, and then battling it out for third place will be St Catherine's and Melbourne Girls Grammar School. But Geelong College. Melbourne Girls Grammar School are in lane 1 and are rowing very nicely here in the final heat of Division 6 Year 9. So this crew will potentially go through to the semi-finals about 5:15 tomorrow afternoon, with the repechage occurring at 12:27. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School leading from Strathcona in lane 3, with Melbourne Girls Grammar and St Catherine's. St Catherine's will be in third place and Melbourne Girls Grammar in fourth. So Melbourne Girls Grammar taking out that heat. It's Geelong College, in fourth. Geelong Strathcona across the line in second place. St Catherine's in third, and Geelong College, Charlotte Wardle, Abby Chandler, Lucy McNamara, Sass Aldridge, Fleur Gorson and Caitlin Murphy in fourth place. Well done, Zia. All right, now we're into Division 7, Year 9, Division 7 quad sculls. Again, through to the semi-finals, which will be, repechages will be at 12:39 tomorrow, and the semi-finals will be at 5:18. 4 crews across the river in this event. Geelong College are going the scenic route. They're heading up the, checking out the reeds in lane 1. And then in lane 2 is Wrighton Girls, Furbank in lane 3, and Melbourne Girls College number 7 crew in lane 4, and currently a length and a half in front of Furbank Grammar. So Melbourne Girls College have got a very large rowing program and are very much enjoying their experience here. You two can go and buy me an ice cream. Melbourne Girls College on the far side, Station 4, Sophia Doe, Nicola Barbagallo, Letty Lehman Youngans, Lily McMahon, coxed by Ali Robb, 2 lengths in front of the Furbank combination of Sophie Rothstein, Soa Ryle, Miller Trulson, Madeline Gillett and Lauren Box the Cox. And 2 lengths in front of them, 2 lengths behind them, Bridget Gannon, Rainier O'Loughlin, Clara Papamaku, Evelyn Huang and Gaia Bellin is the Cox, with Geelong College, Olivia Hardwick, Zara Kelly, Emily Nelson, Mia Chen and Emily Gilchrist a further 3 or 4 lengths back. So finishing lanes 4, 3, 2 and 1, all well separated by distance but all enjoying their row in this beautiful afternoon on a Friday. So Melbourne Girls College number 7 crew will finish in first place. Furbank will come through to finish in second place. And the girls from Wrighton, Bridget, Rainier, Clara, Evelyn and Gaia will be in third place. And Geelong College coming down to finish in fourth. All those final 3 crews will go through to the repechage at 12:27 and 5:12. 5:18 will be the final, semi-final, tomorrow afternoon. So well done to the Geelong College combination. And that was Heat 1 of Division 7 in the Year 9 Quad Sculls. All right, we are now at Heat 2 of the Year 9 Division 7 Quad Sculls. And in Lane 1, it is Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Ali Young, Lila Holland, Sinia Patel, Poppy Wallace and Stephanie Gelder as the Cox. Are a length in front of Strathcona, Beatrice Stoltz, Gigi Giles, Philippa Sheriffs, Mia de Gabriel and Cecilia Bailey the Cox. And a further length or 2 back is St Catherine's with Wesley College on Station 4 in 4th place. So again, good rowing here from these Year 9 Division 7 crews. Enjoying their outing. They've probably spent hours and hours rowing together, arguing together, having fights, making up typical Year 9 stuff on the riverbank. But the only thing they've been able to agree on is the ribbons and hats that they're going to wear and the socks, and that's much more important. So they've got their rowing together as well. So you've got to look the part as well. And this Year 9 crew are looking very, very polished as they come down the river. So it is the crew from Melbourne Girls having a bit of a wobble there. Got their Hensley socks on. High fives all round, don't touch the water. And Strathcona will finish in 2nd place. And a battle here for 3rd and 4th, both going through to the repechage though, and it's Wesley taking the honours over St Catherine's. So Wesley 3rd, St Catherine's in 4th place. So down the page, Melbourne Girls Grammar in 1st place, St Catherine's 4th, Strathcona 2nd and Wesley College 3rd. Heat 3, straight away into Heat 3, 3 of 4. So MLC are in Lane 1. Loretto Turak in lane 2 and Gippsland Grammar in 3. And the Loretto crew are lengths in front here. Ava Colton, Melanie Ellis, Lila Bates, Emma He with Merrin Nugent the Cox. Ahead of MLC in lane 1 and Gippsland Grammar in lane 3. We also have a start in Heat 4 with 3 crews in that event. Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls College number 8 crew and Caulfield Grammar. And they have just made a start at the 1,000 metre mark. But back to Heat 3 here. Loretto well in command here as they come under the James Harrison Bridge, or the shadows thereof. And as the sun hits their oars, we can see that they're all hitting the water beautifully in time. Good clearance for the boat. It's running along nicely and they're showing great talent and balance as they hit towards the finish line. Hopefully I don't put them off, but they're looking very balanced and will enjoy a good night's sleep and be back again tomorrow for their semi-final, which will be held at 5:18 tomorrow afternoon. So Loretto finishing, taking out a couple of ducks on the way. Fist pump from the Cox and we're done for the day. Well done, girls. Gippsland Grammar finishing in, that's MLCQ finishing in 2nd place, with Gippsland Grammar a further few lengths back in 3rd place. Well done, Gippsland. Well done on finishing. So Heat 4 of the Year 9 Division 7 is the final heat in this event. Loretto in lane 1, 2 lengths in front of Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, and a further length and a half back to Caulfield Grammar in lane 3. But the crew from Loretto, they've had a very strong afternoon this afternoon in these quad sculls for Year 9s. Isabel Edmonds, Ava Lazzarotto, Amy Bond, Emily Barnett and Cordelia Paulutz is the Cox. And 2 lengths in front of the Melbourne Girls College combination of Ayla Christie, Samantha Booth, Lila Donnell, Chelsea Phillips and Bella Blakey is the Cox, urging on her crew there, keeping things balanced and making sure that the crew does finish. Let the Cox do her work. You don't have to worry. She'll straighten up the crew. So Loretto are going to finish here in 1st place and go through to the semi-finals, which are being held at 5:18 tomorrow afternoon. Coxon urging them across the line, which they've now done and finished well in 1st place. Melbourne Girls College in 2nd place. And the crew from Caulfield Grammar, Zoe Ford, Lila Sinclair, Isabel Duchevich, Astasia Cameron and Imogen Fife the Cox, enjoying a 3rd place finish and through to the repecharges tomorrow at approximately 12:27, I think they are, finishing in 3rd place. So that concludes the Year 9 Division 7. But wait, there's more. Year 9 Division 8. Where do all these Year 8s go when they're not rowing? And Year 9s, I mean. Division 8, so many girls rowing in Year 9. It is phenomenal. So Strathcona in lane 1, Loretto in 2 and Loretto in 3, and it is the crew from Loretto in lane 2 who are out in front. Sarija Chinque, Kuyu Sen, Venus Arnold, Izzy Hanna, Lucy McNear, the Cox, against their teammates from the other crew, Loretto Turak, Piper Pascoe, Ali Hall, Willow Alexander, Adele Tran and Maddie McAuliffe, the Cox. So these two Loretto crews battling it out here over these last 100 metres. But it is the crew in Station 2 who are a length clear of their friends over in Lane 3. And they've got their boat moving very nicely as it comes through to the finish line here. So Loretto's going to take out 1 and 2 here. We'll assume that Loretto Turak first and second in this particular event, with Strathcona a further few lengths back in third place. So Strathcona finishing well here, and they'll go through to the repechage tomorrow just before lunch. And that was Heat 1 of the Year 9 Division 8. Now we move into Heat 2. Caulfield Grammar in Lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2, and Geelong Melbourne Girls College number 9 crew in Lane 3. So this is Heat 2 of the Year 9 Division 8. Caulfield Grammar in 1, but it's Melbourne Girls Grammar and Melbourne Girls College battling it out in lanes 2 and 3 here, with Melbourne Girls College number 9 crew currently half a length in front of the girls from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Arabella Pappas, Henrietta Beale, Ariana Katsioris, Lucy Ferry and Charlie Santic from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. But the combination of Melbourne Girls College, they've had a great afternoon this afternoon of Year 9 rowing. Ruby Page, Ariella Pike-Meyer, Lulu Higginbotham, Sarah Italiano and Christiana Chan. So Melbourne Girls College a length in front of Melbourne Girls Grammar School and a further 4 lengths back to Caulfield Grammar in this Heat 2 of the Year 9 Division 8 of 4 heats. So Melbourne Girls College, they've had a wonderful afternoon of rowing, lots of girls rowing today and enjoying their day out, with Melbourne Girls Grammar the same, with lots of girls rowing, finishing in second place, and Caulfield Grammar heading down to the finish line now. They take the last of their strokes. A reminder to all crews to secure your flags and tents so that nothing's going to blow away overnight. So a good finish there to Caulfield Grammar in Heat 2. All right, we're into Heat 3 here of the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 8. We're coming to the end of the program, but still there are more Year 9s rowing, so we're up to Division 8. 2 more heats in that division, and then we'll have Division 9 for races, which will then conclude the day's racing, which commenced at 8 o'clock this morning with the School 8s and ends with the Year 9s on this perfect Friday afternoon. So Heat 3's got MLC in lane 1, Loretto in lane 2, and Melbourne Girls College again in lane 3. So Loretto and Melbourne Girls and MLC have made up the bulk of these Year 9 crews. And it is the crew from Loretto, Freya Thomas Leach, Lucinda Island, Holly Hawkins, Emma Brunt, Indigo Finney the Cox. MLC in second place, Naintara Canodia, Sienna Vriez, Jairus Aluzio, Lily Middleton and Katarina Coleman the Cox. And a further length back to the Melbourne Girls College combination of Claire Oatsmar, Finley Barry, Afa Panzera, April Alexander and Maisha Takoro-Lay the Cox. But Loretto are finishing off strongly here, and they're a length in front of MLC as we come through to the final few strokes. Loretto are a length in front of MLC, a further length back to Melbourne Girls College. So Loretto will finish in first place and go through to the semi-finals with a few of their teammates, and then the MLC is second with Melbourne Girls College number 10 crew finishing in third place. So the final heat of this Year 9 Division 8 section of the wonderful day we've had here at the head of the Schoolgirls is Geelong College in lane 1, and they're currently out in front from Melbourne Girls College number 11 crew, with Wesley further back in lane 2. But the local knowledge of the Geelong College girls, they're coming down here in lane 1. Lulu Pearson, Emma Hunter, Grace Jarman, Alice Ashby, Lily Bug the Cox. From Melbourne Girls College number 11, Tess Dallimore, Maggie Grospard, Ella Mudd, Laura Abu and Al Robb, with Lily Vlahovic the Cox. So Geelong College half a length in front here as they approach the James Harrison Bridge. A little bit of oar work going a bit wobbly there as they probably tried to lift the rating. And if the timing's not right, it can go a little bit wonky for a while there in true Year 9 rowing parlance. But their catches are looking good, but unfortunately the couple of little wobbles there from the Geelong College crew have meant that the Melbourne Girls College crew has probably snuck ahead by about half a length. So Melbourne Girls College are slightly in front here. It'll be a close race if Geelong College can maintain their form. The Melbourne Girls College girls are certainly sitting up nice and straight and are rowing very nicely as they come through these final 100 metres. The Geelong College combination trying their best to keep up with them, but they've been overpowered slightly in the last 100 metres of this race as the Melbourne Girls College combination number 11 crew will cross the line first place, and now a length in front of the Geelong College combination, who will finish in second place, and a further few lengths back to Wesley College, Bowie Isaacs, Kashfi Mika, Gemma Russell, Isabel Leask, with Elizabeth Gome the Cox. So that concludes the 4 heats of the Division 8. We now have 4 heats of Division 9, which will conclude the afternoon's rowing. The first of the events for the Year 9s is underway with the Heat 1, the winner going through to the semi-final late in the day tomorrow afternoon, and the rest going through to the repechage as Wesley College cross the line with an oar pointing upwards. So Heat 1 here, Wesley College number 3 crew in lane 1, Loretto in 2, Melbourne Girls College number 13 crew are in lane 3. So again, we see Loretto in front here in this Year 9 Division 9. Matilda Louis, Joanna Vakrinas, Maggie Jones, Amelia Rajakulendran, Jessie Huggins, the Cox, with Wesley College over on lane 3 in second place. Rebecca Gowans, Florence Hoare, Harriet May, Tess Riley and Esme Hughes, the Cox. And a further few lengths back to the crew from Melbourne Girls College. Hari Naidu, Esme James, Nina Augustinus, Jacqueline Andrew and Charlotte Hume, the Cox. So Loretto length in front here of the crew from Wesley College, with a further few lengths back to the Melbourne Girls College combination. This is the first heat in the Year 9 Division 9. These girls have been waiting all day to row, so hopefully they've got a few fans left on the bank. Loretto length in front here of Wesley College. And all these girls having a wonderful time with their rowing season. Looking forward to rowing again tomorrow in their repechage or in their semi-final, depending on where they finish. But the main thing is they're out there, they're having a go, having their best row probably, so the conditions are pretty cool, very good for rowing. And so this Loretto crew across the line in first place. From Melbourne Girls College in second place. They must have swapped lanes with Wesley in lane 1 now instead of, oh that's right, and 2, that's right. So Loretto were first, Melbourne Girls College second, and Wesley third. We have 3 events to go, so a reminder also to everyone on the bank here to secure your tents and banners and flags, and make sure your tents are safe from the conditions that might occur overnight. The second heat of the Year 9 Division 9 over 1,000 metres. So Heat 2, Wesley College in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, and Loretto again out in front in lane 3, and are clearly in front here of Melbourne Girls College number 14 crew and Wesley College number 4. So an incredible seeding task as we get down to these Year 9 Division 9s on how many crews you've got in Year 9 and where to put them. over the 9 divisions. But Loretto well out in front here. Millie Lenehan, Sophie Cunningham, Annabelle Cornish, Elsie Marr and Zoe Pratis the Cox. With Melbourne Girls College in second place, Poppy Joyner, Jinx Taylor-Moore, Ruby Black, Tara Taquinio and Zara Bradley the Cox. And in lane 1, Wesley College in third place, Raina Odgers, Annabelle Huang, Grace McLennan, Sienna Morris and Olivia Storen the Cox. Still cheering on from the bank here, as this crew from Melbourne Girls College finishes with Wesley College behind them. And the Heat 3 is now underway. Year 9, Division 9, Caulfield Grammar in lane 1, Loretto in 2 and Melbourne Girls College in 3. So the last race is underway. We've got 2 to go. Race 161 is currently heading towards the 500 metre mark. Year 9, Division 9 Quad Scull, Caulfield Grammar in lane 1, Loretto in 2 and Melbourne Girls College in 3. Loretto is lengths in front of Melbourne Girls College, with Caulfield Grammar a further few lengths back. So Pippa Jacobson, Violet Grummett, Lily Partridge, Miller Mesa Arifofic, Anna Cocoli in Pacholi, it probably is the coxswain for that crew. So another Loretto crew finishing very strongly here in the middle of the course. So Loretto, Pippa, Violet, Lily, Miller and Anna coming down to finish very strongly, and then they'll be going straight through to the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon, with the others going through to the repechage before lunch. And the winners of the repechage will go through to row in the afternoon as well in those semi-finals. So Loretto rowing very nicely here from Melbourne Girls College, number 12 crew over in Station 3. Lily Milful, Regan Tonner, Maya Stojanovic, Julie Zhang and Willow Garvey from Melbourne Girls College. But congratulations to Loretto, who are through to the semi-finals. Melbourne Girls College finishing in second, and Caulfield Grammar will finish in third place, as they have a little bit of an oar whoopsie, but managed to fix it and then keep rowing. And then hot on their heels is the final race of the day. MLC in 1, MLC in 2 and Loretto in 3. And it's probably going to be the closest race of the afternoon as I look up, although this is the Heat 4 of the Year 9 Division 9, and Loretto, Portia Righetti, Sarah Peluso, Maddie Smith, Cleo Connolly and Zoe Sheehan, the Cox, a length in front of the Lane 2 MLC crew. with the other MLC crew in lane 1 ahead of them. So the two MLC crews neck and neck here, as this is the final race of today's proceedings. So Loretto are nearly 2 lengths in front now of these two MLC crews as they come through the shadows of the Harrison Bridge. They will very much enjoy going through to the semi-finals tomorrow, with the two MLC crews having to come through the repecharges. But they're very close here. It'll be lane 2 crew that will finish slightly in front of the crew in lane 1, but it's Loretto through to first place with the crew in lane 2, and then the crew in lane 1 in third place. So the green ribbons and red ribbons swinging in the doorway. Little bit of an oar check there, but they've crossed the line, and that formally concludes the day 1 rowing from the head of the Schoolgirls. We will resume again tomorrow morning with the repecharges for the School 8 at 8 o'clock in the morning, followed by the Quad Sculls Open, and again the Division 2 8. So a busy morning starting promptly at 8 a.m. And I look forward to welcoming you back again tomorrow. We'll have Richard Dorstein commencing the proceedings in the morning. But from me, Jane Horn, a very big thank you to all our officials as they make their way back to the commentary position. Please ensure that your tents and banners are all packed away neatly and that nothing's going to blow away. Girls, as a teacher, please make sure you take everything home with you. Do not leave anything behind. And we will see everyone again tomorrow for a series of repecharges, followed by a semi-finals and quarter-finals for the afternoon's rowing on another great day of rowing from the head of the Schoolgirls. Thank you all very much and enjoy your evening.
Yep. Agreed.
And now we have to go have a quick rest, and then we're going to town.
I don't know if there's more we have to do.
Also, I think, well, they set it all up, so I'm assuming they're gonna pack it all down.
But then it's on again tomorrow, so how much are they packing up? actually don't, because then they'll be left down there.